Okay, good morning and welcome. Slightly late to today's planning committee. So my name is Councillor Smart and I am the chair of this committee. I'd like to welcome you all to Cambridge City Council's planning committee meeting taking place at 10 a.m. on Wednesday the 3rd of July. Other members of the committee are, I'll let them introduce themselves.
Dave Bajan, representing Romsey and the Labour Party.
Katie Thornborough, Petersfield.
Well, just to say that the political party that we might or might not be a part of is not really a consideration in this committee. It's not a political committee. Sorry, carry on.
Nigel Ogmatua, Councillor for Trumpington.
Robert Dryden, Cherrington Ward.
Alice Gilderdale, East Chesterton.
Katie Porra, Market Ward.
Naomi Bennett, Abbey Ward.
Thank you, councillors. Officers permanently at the table for this meeting are Delivery Manager Toby Williams on my right, Legal Advisor Keith Barbara further right, and then Committee Manager James Goddard on my left, and Producer Chris Connor. Other officers and public speakers will join us throughout the course of the meeting, and I will introduce them at the start of relevant agenda items. Housekeeping. Copies of the agenda can be found in the seats to the right of the dais where I'm sitting here. Copies are also available on the City Council's website under committee meetings, minutes and agendas. Please try and refer to specific page numbers within the agenda if you're referring to a specific paragraph or plan. And if you give the item number as well, that's good for people like me that are looking on computer. Can I remind all of those present of the importance of using the microphones at all times when speaking? Please speak close to and clearly into the microphone. Please ensure you're switched off or silenced any other devices you have so that you do not interrupt proceedings. When you are invited to address the meeting, please make sure your microphone is switched on. When you finish addressing the meeting, please turn off your microphone immediately. Speak slowly and clearly, and please do not talk over or interrupt anyone. If anyone has any problems hearing me throughout the meeting, please alert me by waving their hands or advising a council officer. We aim to take a 45-minute lunch break between noon and 2 p.m. Please can those present in the council chamber note that everything on your desk, including your laptop screen, is likely to be broadcast at some point. The camera follows the microphone being switched on, so councillors and officers are requested to wait a couple of seconds before speaking to allow the camera to catch up. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak. Please can those participating in the meeting via the live stream indicate that you wish to speak via the chat column or raised hand option. Please do not use the chat column for any other purpose. The meeting chat is neither confidential nor private and can be subject to an FOI or DPA requests. That's Freedom of Information or Data Protection Act requests. Make sure that your device is fully charged and you switch your microphone off unless you're invited to speak. Please use a headset if available when speaking and hold the microphone close to your mouth. Could public speakers turn their cameras off until we come to the application we have registered you to speak about? If a report officer dropped out from the committee due to poor broadband signal, the senior officer present will take over the presentation of reports and respond to questions. The process for each planning application will be the case officer will give a brief introduction to his or her report. Registered public speakers will be invited to have their say. There will be 3 minutes to those speaking in support and 3 minutes to those speaking against, unless I've advised otherwise. The committee manager will ring a bell when you have 30 seconds remaining. Once public speakers have addressed the committee, their speaking time is over. Public speakers are unable to join in with the councillor debate. The committee will then discuss and debate the item and may ask questions of the case officer. At the end of the deliberation, I will ask members to vote on the officer's recommendation by a show of hands. Only those present in the chamber can vote or propose or second recommendations. For the comfort of councillors, officers and the public, I may choose to call short breaks during the proceedings. If councillors or officers require a break at any point, please indicate to me and I will halt proceedings at the next convenient opportunity. So, moving on to agenda item 2. So, any apologies? We don't think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's one, isn't there? Who's missing, James?
We've had apologies from Councillor Carling, Chair.
Yeah, that's it. So, apologies from Councillor Carling. So, agenda item 3. Any declarations of interest, councillors? Councillor Porra.
Thank you, Chair. Just to note that for item 4, the first substantive item, Grafton House, I will sit as ward councillor, so I will sit over there and I won't participate or vote in the debate. Thank you.
Thank you for making that clear, Councillor. Councillor Bajent.
Member of Cambridge Cycling Campaign, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Komotova.
So item 4, Grafton House, I know the architects, the applicants so the applicant of this item, but I know them socially and my discretion is unfettered. I haven't discussed any details of this application with them.
Discretion is unfettered. Thank you very much, Councillor. Yeah, Councillor Bennett.
Chair, Councillor 9 is in my ward and I've had previous discussions with officers, but I do not believe that I am predisposed or that my discretion is fettered. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Is that it? Yep, that's it. Okay, right.
May I check, Councillor? Sorry, Councillor Bennett, which item did that relate to? I didn't hear.
Coldham's Common Sports Pitch, item 9.
Yeah, thanks for that, James. Okay, I think we're all good now then. Let's go on. So first item today is Grafton House. Item 4, the case officer Charlotte, she's here in the room. And we have speakers, so we've got John, the objector, Peter, agent, and Councillor Pora will speak as a ward councillor. I think that's it, is it? Yes, that's it. Okay, so when you're ready then, Councillor Pora, where is she? Oh, you're over there, right, okay, good, okay. Yes, when you're ready then, Charlotte.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just share my screen. Thank you, Chair and members, for listening to me today. Today I've come to present an application at the land adjacent to Grafton House, Maids Causeway in Cambridge, for the erection of a new office building and associated development infrastructure and works. So just to give some updates to members. So the first one is that they're mainly relating to conditions. So condition 29 is to be deleted as it replicates the requirements of condition 6 to do with external materials.
Yeah, hold on a minute. So Councillor Thornborough? Yeah, okay, so hold on a minute. Let's just move the screens around a bit so we can see them, please. Thanks, officers. Thank you, Councillor. Do we need to say it? We don't, do we? Yeah. Yeah, I was going to say, so councillors, do you want the other one moved around a bit as well, the other screen? Yes or no? Okay. So, yeah, as I've said before, the room isn't fit for purpose, in my opinion. It doesn't provide the information we need most clearly, but we make do, don't we? So please do say, councillors, if you don't have the information you need because you've not been able to access something on the screen, something like that. Councillor Bajent.
Chair, have we experimented with putting one there? Perhaps next time we could try one there?
In front of me, you mean, Councillor Bajent?
Sorry?
In front of me.
Oh, sadly.
Yeah, okay. Well, you've said it, so councillors have heard it. We'll look into it.
Oh, but seriously. it could
Let's
go there.
discuss this some other time, councillor, because we're in the middle of an item, but thank you. If we're all good to carry on, do we need to start again, Toby?
No, I think we can carry on, Chair.
Okay, Charlotte. Sorry for the interruption.
No problem. And if anything isn't clear, please let me know and I can always repeat it. So just to reiterate, so condition 29 is to be deleted as it replicates condition 6 to do with external materials. Condition 19 is to be updated to require compliance with the ecological appraisal that's been submitted. And a new condition, condition 31, will be added to the permission, and this is to do with the details of the plant enclosure following a resident writing into me about concerns over potential discrepancies with plan. This is just to make sure those details are secure. And the final change is to update condition 3 to include a restriction on the change of use to residential through prior approval change of use, so that will be restricted specifically in that condition. So moving on now to the site history. So this application follows a previous application which was refused at committee on the 4th of October 2023. The reason for refusal is on the slide, so hopefully that's clear. If not, it's also in the report. So this application has been amended in an attempt to address the reason for refusal, and officers will go over the differences and the changes that have been made later on in the presentation. So just to go over the details now, this is the location plan and an aerial view of the site. So the site is sort of this area of vacant land here. You can see Grafton House, excuse me, here where my cursor is, Grafton car park here, and then the residential properties that front Maids Causeway along the front there. This is another aerial view, just to give a little bit more context. So this is an image taken from the design and access statement. And just to reiterate, you can see the sort of parcel of land where the proposal would sit. Grafton House, which is highlighted in yellow and is a building of local interest. And the listed buildings along Maids Causeway, which are sort of highlighted in this pink colour as well. So this is the existing and proposed site plan. So you can see the area where the office is to be erected here. So as part of the office, there's a part ground floor, part first floor element. You've got the entrance to the office here, bike storage here, disabled parking space, and then a plant enclosure and the cycle parking for Grafton House as well. So this is the proposed ground and first floor. You can see that the office is planned to be a high quality open plan space, and the applicant has also added the location of a potential lift to these plans, which is highlighted both at ground and first floor. This is the roof plan, so you can see the roof lights which add natural light to the space, and the green roof and the green wall that's being introduced as part of the proposal. So just moving on to the elevation now. This is the proposed southern elevation and some visualisations that have been submitted. This faces the Grafton Centre car park and is just adjacent to the Grafton area of major change boundary. I hope that members can see that the visualisation and elevation highlight the appropriate scale and height of the proposed office building in context, particularly with Grafton House. You may also see the windows that have been carefully detailed and the amended materials that are proposed. This is the west elevation and a visualisation from Salmon Lane. So the building has been set down at ridge height, sort of lowering its prominence from this view. So this is the north elevation and a visualisation from the access to the site just adjacent to Grafton House. You can see a little bit here how the upper floor, the materials on the upper floor have been amended to provide sort of tonal link between the buff brickwork at the lower floor and the materials in the surroundings. This is the east elevation and just the same visualisation again. So this would be the sort of elevation that's visible from Grafton House. You can see that the upper story is set back away from the occupiers in that house to ensure it doesn't impact their amenity. So just to go over some of the changes now. So yes, at the start of the presentation and in the report, I've highlighted that this application follows a previous application which was refused at committee last year. This application has been altered to respond to the reason for refusal And there's information on this in the design and access statement. I've used some of the visuals from that in these slides. So you can see that the proposal was submitted attempting to address the reason for refusal. The applicant has done this by replacing the dark cladding with a new enriched palette of buff brickwork for the gable end of the building and clay tiles for the flank walls and roof. The clay tiles, as I'll go into a little bit more, have been further refined since this image, but I'll cover that in the next few slides. Officers would now find that the materials represent a significant improvement to the building and create a contextually sensitive appearance. In addition to the materials, the ridge height has also been set down from 8.5 to 8.2 metres, adding further subservience to Grafton House and reducing the overall scale and mass of the building. Finally, the window detailing has also been enhanced to provide deeper reveals, which improve the quality of the building and follows high-quality examples in the city, such as India House. So just moving on, this slide again shows the revised application compared to the original one, which was refused. Again, officers do believe that the change in materials create harmony between the upper storey of the building and its surroundings. So this is just to highlight to members that the applicant did actually go away and undertake additional work. They undertook a materials study of the kite conservation area to try and find an appropriate material and link the building in a better way to its context and surroundings. And this was the material palette that they came back with. So you can see the buff brick on the gable end, the clay tiles over the roof and walls, and the green roof and garden wall, which are in the visualisation as well. So just to highlight, this was the latest iteration. So officers asked for the applicant to consider presenting a visualisation with the highest quality materials. So here they've shown some handmade clay tiles, which have been very successful in other schemes around the city. The applicant has demonstrated that high quality materials can be achieved, and the final detail of this has been secured by condition. This slide also highlights the height change, helping to reduce the scale and mass of the building. Here's just some further examples of clay tiles and how they can look. They tend to be, if they're handmade, quite well textured, much richer, providing a much less sort of stark and blank appearance. This is just to highlight to members as well the lift that was inserted into the proposal, as there was concerns raised about this previously, and a condition has been added to secure this as well. So just moving on to the planning balance now. So it's really for members to consider whether they believe that the proposal has overcome their reasons for refusal. The officer recommendation is to approve the application subject to conditions. Thank you, that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Charlotte. So first speaker is John Lee. Oh, he's not speaking, is he? I don't think, James. He's online, great, okay, good. So John, welcome, good morning. There you
Morning.
are. We can see you, good. Okay, so you've got your thing to say. You've got 3 minutes to speak. Half a minute before the end, the bell goes and let you know it comes to the end. And I believe there's some images you want to be shown whilst you speak, so that'll be done as you speak. So when you're ready then, John.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm speaking on behalf of all 16 Grafton House leaseholders, of which I'm one, whose properties will be blighted by the overdevelopment of the site, creating a very cramped appearance and encroaching on the heritage setting of Grafton House. I mean, the previous application was refused on numerous grounds, which Charlotte's gone over, but they were scale, massing, dominant form, starkness, inappropriate materials, and being out of character. Yet, despite these overwhelming reasons for rejection, the applicant has only offered to reduce the height of the building by 3.5%, as well as change the cladding and roof materials, which, according to Cambridge Past, Present and Future, and many others, just doesn't complement the build form of Grafton House, which is galt brick and slate roof, or local buildings. The applicant claims that these changes will make the building even more subservient to the neighbouring building and prevent it from dominating its surroundings. A look at the displayed photos will indicate that's just not the case. The revised planning application is therefore hardly different from its original in terms of scale, mass, dominant form, and being out of character in a heritage asset surrounded by fine listed and non-listed residential buildings on three sides. It remains an industrial-looking, dominant and overpowering building, better suited to a business unit on the edge of a farm. The leaseholders who I represent purchased flats in Grafton House in good faith, based on the written contractual obligations made by Camprop that the large garden would be developed into a subterranean and ground floor flats with landscape gardens as amenities, only to find that the eastern edge of the proposed office building encroaches onto some of the western-facing bedrooms, thereby affecting privacy and light. The proposed amenities have been lost completely. In summary, the application has not sufficiently resolved the very substantive and numerous reasons for refusal of the previous application and should be refused again for the very same reasons. Finally, if the committee are minded to approve this application, may I request that several conditions are added? As the Highways Officer recommends, Salmon Lane should not be used for any form of access, construction or post-construction because of congestion and damage to the lane and its buildings, of which we've seen plenty. There is also no need because planning approval for a wider access through Mays Causeway was granted in February 2019 by the removal of brick piers and sidewalls. Even dustbin lorries don't use Salmon Lane. The doors of Salmon Lane should not be used for access to the site, and the lovely ivy-clad and very old wall at the eastern end should not be demolished. The proposed plant room should be moved so it's significantly more than 4 metres from the nearest garden. Because Grafton House is totally residential, I'd ask that construction work does not commence before 8:30 a.m. and none at weekends, and that contractors are not allowed to park any vehicle in the gravel area immediately in front of Grafton House or on the driveway entrance to give privacy. Also, the drawings and submissions show incorrect dimensions and are inconsistent. I ask that those be rechecked before the final sign-off. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, John. Let's stay there a minute. So officers understood you were going to instruct changing images as you spoke, but that didn't happen. So we haven't been looking at those images as you spoke. But I think what I'll do now, just use Chair's prerogative, is if we go through those images one at a time with plenty of time for councillors to look at them, we'll do that before we get the agent to speak. So Charlotte, if you go through those images one at a time and give councillors about, say, 15 seconds, 10 or 15 seconds per image, so we've got plenty of time to take it in, so we can read the text as well, there's some text on it, please. So that'll take about another minute or so. Just take a bit longer on that because there's more to look at. And I'll tell you when to change images, Charlotte. All right, if we go to the next image, please, Charlotte. Thank you. And the next one, please, Charlotte. And that's the last one, I think. Let's talk that one in a moment. Okay, that'll do. Thanks so much, Charlotte. So thanks for speaking. And John, you can turn your camera off now and by all means listening to the rest of the debate. Thank you. Okay, I don't think that added unreasonably to the objector's time. So Peter, you're the agent. You have 3 minutes to speak when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. As outlined by your officer, committee overturned a recommendation of approval and refused planning permission for an office building in October last year. This is now considered to be a single issue case, notably regarding the design and appearance of the proposal. A lot of thought and consideration has gone into the redesign, and we have engaged with your officers, and a number of design options have been presented and discussed. The design approach previously adopted was not supported by the committee, with one member describing it as cattle shed-like in appearance. Following this, we have revisited the overall design, and a high-quality materials palette is now proposed, and one that we feel would respond positively to context. Buff bricks are proposed for the gable end and clay tiles for the flank walls and roof. This revised design approach has successfully broken up, we feel, and reduced the perceived dominance of the first floor element. Both the clay tiles and buff bricks are prevalent within the kite conservation area and found locally, with the clay tiles also recently used successfully by the applicants within their redevelopment of the former India House site in Newnham. Other changes, deeper window reveals are proposed, and we feel this further emphasise the design quality of the scheme. As noted, the overall height has also been reduced by 300 mils. Again, it is important just to note that the scheme is fully supported by your urban design and conservation officers. Landscaping is at the forefront of the scheme, and the proposals will bring much needed soft landscaping and greening to the site. The design has also been carefully considered to ensure that it won't impact on the amenity of neighbours. The built form is set away from the boundaries, and in this regard there aren't considered to be any sort of concerns regarding overlooking, overbearing or loss of daylight. The scheme will, as required, achieve BREEAM excellence level with all 5 water credits secured as well. A biodiversity net gain will be secured on site through sort of provision of planted roof to the ground floor areas, several new trees and low perimeter beds as well. A section of the 2-storey wall to the west on Salmon Lane is to be removed to facilitate construction. It is relevant to note that the principle of doing this for construction via Salmon Lane has been accepted previously by the council. Your conservation officers, as I said, are supportive, and we have provided detailed information to demonstrate that the wall can be reinstated without compromising its quality and character. In summary, a high quality and sustainable office building will be delivered in the city for which there is an identified need, and we feel that now a contextually sensitive approach has been adopted to really help connect the site with its sort of more domestic surroundings. So we would respectfully ask that you support this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Pora, you're going to speak as a ward councillor. You have unlimited time to speak.
I will attempt to be brief. Thank you, Chair. So as committee know, this is a resubmission of a previously rejected application, but unfortunately very little has changed. So if you read the reasons for rejecting, paragraph 1.2 of your papers, in my view, they're still valid. What has actually changed? The roof is 30 centimetres lower, which is barely noticeable. And obviously the agricultural black cladding has been changed, but we see red tiling, which in my view is equally, if differently, inappropriate, as this bears no resemblance to any of the nearby buildings. The pictures shown were in Orchard Street and further down Maids Causeway. They're not really relative to this site in any way. I went there last night just to double check to be sure. So there's no host buildings nearby that match it, as I said previously. Clay tiles remind me more of Reading or Tunbridge Wells. They're not particularly used in Cambridge. And in my view, the design and appearance, the massing, the form on the site hasn't changed, other than a slight lowering of the roof. The site is still dominated by the building. And if you look at the site plan, you can see it is exactly the same size as previously. It's still encroaching on that space. And in my view, on 3 of the 4 sides of the site, and in my view is still not subservient. Lowering the roof very slightly doesn't change the reasons for refusal about the massing and the siting in the inappropriateness. The design, again, doesn't really take cues from Grafton House or any of the buildings of local interest or listed buildings nearby, and there are many around there, because it's in the conservation area and down Maids Causeway. The windows facing the Grafton are still blocky and, to me, don't pick up any references from buildings nearby, even actually the Grafton Centre, which is a much more modern piece of architecture, as we all know. The view of Salmon Lane, I think you could see in the last slide that Charlotte kindly put up from the objector, is still hugely dominated by this roof line. And the ivy covering it, my understanding is, will have to be completely removed in order to facilitate access through there, which is really disappointing. Residents were really hoping, and I as a ward councillor, to see a redesign of this, reducing the bulk and massing and the footprint, not just a slight lowering and some new tiles. Grafton House residents, as has been mentioned as a civil matter, were promised amenity space with the previously consented ground floor and lower basement flats. Because it's a prior approval conversion of Grafton House, there is no segregated amenity space for any of those houses. And again, in this reiteration, the building hasn't moved any further away, as I understand it, from those ground floor studios that will now be looking out onto what is meant to be a green wall, but that's their amenity space. That's their view. So obviously it is a civil matter about the gardens, but I think it shows that it was sold as part of the development that even the developers accept it's not a very green space. And this really doesn't add much on ground floor because the green roofs are on the first floor, so they're not visible to any residents on the ground floor. I'd also like to talk about Salmon Lane, because the current proposals allow access to the rear of the site from the back road. I'm not completely sure that the original one, I think in 2018-19, did allow Salmon Lane access, because it's one of the reasons I queried it at the time. But if you read the Highways Authority comment for this live application, it says, we have severe reservations over the use of Salmon Lane as an access, even on a temporary basis during the construction phase. The narrow nature of Salmon Lane and the physical constraints at its junction with Fair Street do not lend themselves to the use of larger construction vehicles without potentially damaging adjacent buildings, as is evidenced by the damage to the exterior of the old Hotline Public House. And, I quote, it is felt that the existing vehicular access to the site off Maids Causeway should be used to service the site during construction. So at the moment, the Traffic and Construction Management Plan doesn't mention this at all. So if you were minded to vote for this and put it through, I would be really grateful if you could ask the officer to consider amending that to make clear that Salmon Lane doesn't need to be used and the wall doesn't need to be taken down and repaired. As well as obviously the damage to the biodiversity net gain with the ivy having to be removed. I welcome Charlotte's recent amendments about removing permitted developments to keep it as office use. And I regulate the plant room design because there have been concerns from residents that these plans didn't quite match, and we want to be clear that environmental health are happy with it. But these comments about conditions are not to suggest that I support this development. In my opinion, the revised plans are so very slightly changed from the previous ones. Last time, your recommendation for rejection said there were no public benefits to outweigh the harm. The use is exactly the same. The scale is the same, barring the lowering of the roof. And you also said that it was an overly dominant, stark and simplistic building form. The same must be broadly true now, because the building form is still the same, apart from the slight change in the colour of the roof. So there's still harm, but there's no public benefit to outweigh this, I'm afraid. I would urge you to reject this application and would urge the applicant to engage with residents and ward councillors to see if we can find a better, lower density and lower impact solution to use this site. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Very useful. So just before we get on to debate, I just want to check a couple of things myself. So just in terms of the speakers, so thanks to them. As Councillor Pora said, the matter of the gardens for the existing dwellings that John raised, Speaker John Lee, is a civil matter, unfortunately, so we can't really get into that. He did say it was too big, basically, although I don't want to paraphrase him, and then we'll get into that in debate. And I just want to take that forward in terms of the planning balance, Charlotte. So, as Councillor Pora said in 1.2, the item was refused by members by virtue of its scale massing form, but then it also mentions the inappropriate materials. So in the planning balance that you've outlined, you allude to the materials, but you don't say anything about the size of the thing. So I don't know if that's something that we need to, well, I mean, we'll talk about what we want to, but I mean, I don't know if you want to say anything about that, Charlotte. Yeah, I think that's all I'd like to raise from what the speakers have said so far. So, Charlotte, can you respond to that, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So to respond to your point, so officers have the position that the application has been suitably amended through materials and setting the building down and improving the sort of detail of the building. as to address the reason for refusal and the concerns raised. It is suggested that the changes combined with the material and the height do address those matters in terms of scale, massing, and the other words that are listed in the reason for refusal. So officers would say that there isn't harm in terms of the planning balance in this regard.
All right, thanks, Charlotte. So debate, councillors. Who's first? Hands up. Thanks, Councillor Thornborough.
I'm very pleased that the black cladding has been removed. I think that was completely inappropriate. And I do know where this tile hanging detail has been used at the property next to the mill pond in Newnham. And it's actually when you're up close, it's an interesting material. And the details, I think, actually work well. It's the way it's a very interesting form of construction, and I liked the details. But you don't notice the detail. You don't really, until you're up close, you can't appreciate the nuances of the detail. So if it's going to be similar to that, then I think it will be an interesting use of materials. So I think that change is a great improvement. It's interesting that the urban design officer and the conservation officer are supporting the scheme now. I do have concerns about the access arrangements for the construction. And I know that along Salmon Lane there's quite a lot of little back old coach houses that have been upgraded over the last 10 years or so, and I suspect there's been some construction access there. But the contractors, I think it's a kind of throw up. If the contractors were banned from using Salmon Lane, then it was some obstructions or inconvenience to the residents at Grafton House. So during the construction, mostly it will be to do with deliveries are going to be causing issues. But there have been, but I don't know, I haven't checked the conditions. I don't know if there's a construction management plan. I think it needs to be carefully planned how they unload materials. If there is any use of Salmon Lane, then obviously you can't use a big delivery vehicle. It would have to be a smaller delivery vehicle, but contractors are aware of using small lanes and making sure with the delivery companies that they use a 6-wheel lorry so that they don't get stuck or they don't damage the surface. So I think the construction process is very important. So I just would want to check that condition. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. I'll go next. So I think we shouldn't lose sight of the size of the thing. So context is everything in architecture, and in the context it is quite a big building. It does look like a big building, and as has been said already, the reduction in height is fairly minimal. So you still see a big building. You won't have any recollection of what it could have been. I think the other thing that Chris will talk a bit about, I think that's one of the main things for this. I mean, the materiality of the building is probably more of an architectural component and not really so much that we're interested in planning. I know materials are important, colour is important, but they're not the deal breaker really in planning matters often, in my experience. But talking about that anyway, because that seems to be on the table today, what Councillor alluded to, the building by the mill pond, is very attractive, and I like it. And I don't know if it's got handmade clay tiles, as has been spoken about here, or whether they're machine-made, because it does make a difference. But because the case officer said these are going to be handmade, so they'll be, I think, possibly better depending on the scheme. But the texture of things will look more attractive, and so on. But that's a minor factor. But what I was going to say was, on that scheme, there are lots of different areas of tiling and different colours of tiling, from my recollection as well. So it breaks down the mass of the building, and also it's a very attractive asymmetrical construction that the architect has achieved. So that adds to the effect. This building is a large blocky building with large areas of what could be hung tiles that will look rather repetitive and, in single language, boring, especially the end wall, which is not hung with buff brick. So this is a kind of slightly different thing, I think, to the one that Councillor Thornbury, if she doesn't mind me quoting her, has alluded to. So I think there's that. I think that I sort of agree with what's been said so far in that, changing the building from a black barn, which is perfectly fine architecturally, because that's been a precedent in this area for fen buildings and for architects to then design buildings that are black, although we've criticised dark-coloured materials in this committee many times because of climate change. And that's one of the reasons for not being keen on that the last time round. So I appreciate all of that. But this building seems to me to be coming to us as a correction from us, but with different materials, but not particularly striking an architectural note. So I don't think architecturally it's of any consequence that the materiality has changed to clay tiles. And on that, I think the picture you showed, Charlotte, I don't know if you can show it again, with the building that shows the roof and the wall-hung tiles, it seems to be a different tile on the roof and the wall. And I think that's a bit of a concern, because I think if you have there's a way of building. There was an architect who did a building that had the same material on the roof and the walls. It was I think a steel material actually, but it made it all one thing, which was attractive. It had an interesting architectural statement to be made. This one, if the tiles are going to be different colours but slightly different, that creates an issue, because if they differentiate themselves in colour terms between the two component parts of the building, then that's interesting. And I think it as going back to the building at the Mill Pond, you get a difference. It's good. But if the difference is so slight, it's barely perceptible, but it is there, that's worrying, because you'll just get this sort of concerning look between a building that has different colours, but you wonder why the colours are different. So I'm not quite sure that architecturally it's resolved. That's what I'm saying. I think the building is blocky, as has been said, barn-like, although I don't have a problem with barns myself, but it is a bit like that. And it doesn't really make a good quality architectural statement for this area. And it is in Market Ward, the centre of town, where we'd expect the highest quality buildings to be put forward. And I don't think this is it. So I am concerned by all of that. Sorry, I've got into a bit of detail there, but I just thought it was worth sharing. Thank you very much. Councillor Bajan.
Chair, thank you. Just a comment at the start. We come to this with a clean slate. That's our role. Not to come here with the bias that we brought with us last time, if we had any, or the views that we had last time. I differ with you almost entirely. I think that you've taken advantage for a start as the chair to go on so much right at the beginning of this debate rather than summing it up. I think that is wrong. I think a lot of your views are very subjective and not part of the way that the planning committee should operate. But that's another matter. I think changing the colour and the look and dropping the height by a little bit has made it not so obvious. It was a bit like a cattle shed, and maybe it was a good idea to have a cattle shed in Market, but we chose not to. I think the architects have worked hard. I'm not an architect. I don't know about these things. I just look at the building and make a decision. But I think that this is a vast improvement on what we were looking at before. I really don't think for the residents in the flats in Grafton House that this is a blight on the area. I think it looks good. I'm really interested to hear what others might say, but I'm really, at this stage, not made a decision, but I think it is definitely an improvement.
Yeah, thanks. If I may, committee, just briefly respond to Councillor Bajan's comments as he spoke about me. So I'm glad you have a different opinion, Councillor. That's what we're here for, to share our opinions. You criticised me speaking at the start of the meeting. Well, you've criticised me speaking at the end before now. So I think, I have to speak somewhere. In terms of subjective, yes, all my comments are subjective, but they are based within the NPPF, so National Planning Policy Framework. local plans and policy. That's the whole point of being here. So thank you for letting me just share those thoughts. Councillor Lokomotova.
Thank you, Chair. So that was before my time when this application was first reviewed, so I'm approaching it afresh. So I would like to look at the massing and orientation, but from a slightly technical angle, which probably will help us to detach ourselves from subjective views. And I think I would like to look at it specifically from the environmental design. And my concerns is that the offices, especially the ground floor ones, are oriented to the north. And there are hardly any glazing from any other sides. And obviously it will have an impact on the natural daylight. I know that the project is targeting BREEAM, but all daylight credits are not targeted. So it's also, if you look at the design and access statement, there are 3D views generated from a 3D model, and you'll see that the office looks quite shaded and dark. It just means that it will be constantly lit with artificial lighting. It's also the overshading of the green roof, because most of it will be in the shade most of the time. It's also proposed, so to be honest, the sustainability details are very scarce for this application, and it just half a page on the end of the design and access statement. But it mentions that it's going to be mechanically cooled. So if we are building a building of this size and this massing, I would probably like to see that all possibilities for passive cooling are exhausted before we go to mechanical cooling, especially with the hybrid VRF system, which they typically have like high global warming potential refrigerants. So if I'm to vote on this project today, I would have wanted to see all those details at hand and to have a proof that the project is really sustainable. I know that there was a BREEAM pre-assessment, but typically at this stage, if there is a claim that the certain credit is met, for instance, energy credit, it needs to be supported by an energy statement. But I couldn't find an energy statement in the pack. I'm happy to be pointed at it if it is there somewhere, or if there is an extended sustainability statement. I couldn't find this information. So I think those are the. So yeah, more evidence that this project is really sustainable. How passive cooling can be incorporated into the design, and some robustness in the BREEAM pre-assessment, because it's not enough just to say the credit will be met if you don't see any evidence. For certain credits, it needs to be done at this stage of the design and concept, because it's not going to be possible to change it after, because those are things that come specifically from massing and orientation of the building. So yeah, I just would like to maybe hear from the officers whether this information is available, and if not, can it be incorporated into pre-commencement conditions?
Thanks, Councillor. We will do that now and go back to the officer. So there were some statements made, Charlotte, but there may have been some questions in there as well. So you can respond to any of that you need to, and then we'll go forward with any more debate. Thanks.
It's no problem. So I think the first thing I wanted to address was sort of some of the concerns that Councillor Thornborough raised about potentially the access arrangement and some of the comments from the local highways authority. So the local highways authority haven't objected to the application. They support it subject to a condition for a traffic management plan, which has been added. It may be, I think, condition 4, but I might have to check that detail. I think they've just raised that to sort of make the applicant mindful of that and the potential difficulties of using Salmon Lane as a narrow access. I think, having spoken to the applicant about this matter previously, they have advised that they will need to use Salmon Lane. The construction sort of just isn't possible without that, particularly because the building comes right up to that wall. But we have got a traffic management plan condition, and I think if members did want to tighten that up to perhaps specifically reference Salmon Lane and the vehicles accessing that route, we could do that if members wanted to. So just moving on to, there was some, from Councillor Smart, there was some comments on sort of the materials of the building. So just to give a little bit of clarity on this, so there is a materials condition on the application, and that does require the applicant to show samples of the materials on site. What myself and the urban design officer worked with the applicant to sort of look through is different materials option. The one that I shared on the visualisations, which is the more reddish colour, is the tile that was used on the India House development near the mill pond. It is a handmade clay tile. Every tile will have a different texture because of this, and we really wanted the building to have this rich experience, so that when you see it in person, there's lots of different textures, there's different sort of lights, things like that. And yeah, just to give clarity, the proposal does include one tile all the way around the building, other than on the gable end, which will be buff brickwork. It probably looks slightly different in the visualisation just because of sort of lighting and things like that, but obviously officers will have the opportunity with the urban design officer to review the tiles actually on site and make sure they kind of appear the way we want them to. And then there were some additional questions about sort of sustainability and different credentials. So the application is aiming to achieve BREEAM Excellent with all 5 WAT 01 credits. I think in this application there isn't a full sustainability statement submitted. They've just gone over some details in the design and access statement and the planning statement. The sustainability officer was sort of happy with the approach outlined. If we did want some additional information or research, we could perhaps consider a condition for a full statement or an informative to encourage sort of different considerations with the building. But I think from our point of view, the sustainability officer was happy with the proposal and officers are in agreement of that. Thank you.
Thanks, Charlotte. Right, Councillor Bennett first, please.
My point is quite unrelated, so it might be best to have Councillor Thornborough first, if Chair's happy with that.
Councillor Thornborough?
A couple of things, but picking up, if this application were to be approved, I wonder if for the condition 4, we could add in the contractor informing the nearby residents about their deliveries, because of if they are going to be planning to use Salmon Lane, they can plan it really well and it might work well, but actually keeping residents informed is very important. And I know on other sites, the contractors can, when asked, be very good at informing residents what's happening. I also wonder whether we've got the condition 14 is regarding the BREEAM Excellent Ambition. I wonder whether we should reconsider the wording of this in the view of Councillor Nadia's comments regarding the design information, the energy statement, and the information that's needed prior to start of works, so that we can, if we can improve the condition, so that we have it could be used again and again, because I think the requirement for the design statement is going to be raised again and again. So it is an opportunity to improve the wording of the condition that could be considered. Then finally, on the the materials. If we have the same clay tiles used on the roof slope to the vertical slope, initially it will be very similar because they're brand new, but I would think very quickly the different weathering on the roof would form more of a contrast between the roof slope and the vertical slope. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to follow up my questions about the lift access. And I wonder if Charlotte could put the diagram up again and talk us through how we get to the lift, how big the lift is, and exit arrangements when you get there. Because having a lift is good. Having a lift that's accessible by wheelchair and mobility scooter is better. I have got a few other points after that, but that's the main one I'd want to raise now.
All right, thanks, Councillor. That was one of my points actually I forgot to mention. So you said potential lift, Charlotte, in your presentation, I believe. So perhaps you want to pick up on that as well, a bit of clarity there. And yeah, okay, back to you, Charlotte.
Yes, thank you. I'll just share my screen so that it's clear. Let me...
So there was one more thing earlier on as well. So Councillor Lochmatova mentioned that the offices were rather shaded north-facing. Did you want to speak about that at all?
Okay, so yeah, just I've pulled... Oh, it's not actually coming up yet, is it? I'll just exit and try and share again. Apologies, I'm not sure why that's not coming up at the moment. Would you like the floor plans to be shared, or would you like me to respond without that? I can ask perhaps someone else to share the slides if necessary.
Can another officer share those floor plans on the screen?
I'm quite happy for the officer to talk me through it.
Okay, we'll just see if we get it up first, Councillor, before we do that, Plan B. Whilst we're waiting, just to say that this committee in the past, some years ago now, used to pay particular attention to what ward councillors said, especially ward councillors who lived in the ward and who were councillors for that ward. So please do bear that in mind. You've had a ward councillor address this committee. She does happen to be a part of this committee, but she has addressed the committee. And her thoughts on this proposal are important. We need to bear those in mind. Because we've gotten into the sort of a normal routine of having councillors come and speak who aren't members of the ward, who are just city councillors generally. And that's a different thing in a sense, because you have less familiarity about, unless you live in the ward and you're a councillor somewhere else. So I'm just saying, filling in really, we need to listen to what the evidence is before we make our robust conclusion in the end. I think we've got them up now, thanks.
Apologies, so I just exited the meeting and came back in, and that seems to have done the job. So I'll just pull up, make that a bit bigger so that members can see. Move that one out of the way. So the applicant has labelled a potential location for a lift on their plans. And I have conditioned that a lift must be installed as part of the development. However, having done quite a lot of research on this recently, a lift is a requirement through building regulations, and the building regulations actually talk in quite a lot of detail about the size of the lift, the access arrangement, where buttons should be located, things like that all cover the accessibility of the lift and allowing or requiring new developments to get to the everyone can get to the first floor. I think what I've done in terms of adding a condition is probably it's reasonable for me to do as a planning matter, because it's covered outside of this in building regulations. And because the sort of final fit out and layout of the inside the building isn't totally known, that will come forward at a later stage. I feel quite happy that it's suitably covered and that the building will be accessible. But yeah, that's our approach there.
Were those all, I spoke about the point that was raised earlier about shady offices and windows facing north.
Yeah, apologies. Yeah, so the building's been so the applicant went through the pre-application process, and there was quite a lot of discussion about windows and different factors in terms of the building and kind of how it should be laid out. Ultimately, the design is guided by the constraints of the site and trying to keep a lot of the sort of height and bulk of the building away from the residential occupiers. I think there is an acknowledgement that the northern side of the building, where the entrance is, will receive sort of less sun than the southern side. But we actually feel there's a good level of glazing to serve the internal space of the building, and that it would get sort of sufficient daylight inside.
Okay, thanks, Charlotte. And sorry, those points that were made about access for construction, I presume that could be an informative if we need it to be. No one's spoken against it yet. And also, say if not, Charlotte, and also that we need to bear in mind that the back of those houses along Salmon Lane, we've been there before as a planning committee, both metaphorically and actually on site visits. And those are the gardens, and they have, I think there's a roof or maybe a back patio that's raised up. So there are areas there that are very much in sort of private domain gardens that would all be affected by this, albeit potentially temporary access to this site. So we need to bear that in mind. Yes, Councillor Locomotive, I think you had your hand up.
Yeah, I'd just like to follow up with the previous issue about daylight. So in the design and access statement, there are some visuals. And
Get a bit closer to your microphone, will you please, Councillor?
So in the design and access statement, there are some visuals showing the interior, and you'll see that it's going to be mostly shaded, and it's taken at different times of the day. And I think it's at the moment, until there are either further studies or daylight and analysis specifically for the office, the claims that it's going to be sufficiently lit, they are unevidenced. And the rest, the same applies to other aspects of environmental design, including natural ventilation, because it doesn't show any open mill windows anywhere, so it's very difficult to say what's the strategy. So those are kind of issues that will directly affect the appearance of the building. So if I'm to vote today on it, I would have needed this evidence to prove that the building is truly sustainable, and that those credits that I needed for achieving BRAM Excellent. BRAM Excellent is our bare minimum requirement, that they will not fall out in the design process because they can't be achieved.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. I've got Councillor Bennett wants to come back. I just wanted to pick up on that point, Councillor. You're an expert in this area as an architect, and appreciate that. I thought the officer might have responded to your earlier point, but she didn't, in the sense that these areas that are not well lit could be lit by LED lighting in the building, but I presume that you're not keen on that because that's not a good approach. Is that the case? I'll go to the officer on that, actually. Officer, do you want to just respond to that?
Sorry, can you do you mean lighting inside the building?
If they're not well lit enough by windows, the applicant would use LED lighting, which is low energy but still uses energy. Is that the case?
I understand. I think, we probably wouldn't get involved in the internal lighting of the building at this stage, to be honest with you. And I think as officers, I felt it was sort of sufficiently lit by the glazing on the gable end and the roof lights that are proposed. And we sort of quite carefully tried to, we didn't want to make neighbours feel overlooked, so we did reduce the amount of windows and roof lights that are on the building. I suppose there's a balance to be struck there, probably.
I got it. Yep, understood. Thank you. So, Councillor Bennett, you had something else you wanted to say?
I did indeed. Thank you, Chair, for remembering. I've got two open questions The first is on the condition for traffic management during construction. I'm always a little bit nervous about when we condition this, because it seems to me we're making a tacit assumption that appropriate conditions can be drafted and kept. And considering how narrow Salmon Lane is, I'm actually not clear that that can actually be achieved. So my question is, what happens if we can't come up with a satisfactory traffic management condition? And the second one is, I've actually found the comments from Nadia and Katie and from you very helpful in terms of outlining the compromises made between the roof height, the lighting, and, you know, sort of protecting privacy of residents. But, and I accept that we have to make compromises, but the fact that we are, you know, clearly coming up to the limits of what the site can accept does tend to make me think that this is an overdevelopment of the site. Sorry, that's a remark rather than an open question. But the question is, were there any other arrangements that you considered, such as a flat roof and roof glazing, that might have produced a better outcome? Thank you.
Yeah, okay, well, that's a redesign on the table, I think, isn't it? A couple more questions before we go back, and then we'll go to the vote. I think we've debated this one pretty fully. So, Councillor Gilderdale.
Thank you. I'm also new to this application. I wasn't on the planning committee when it first came. But the thing that has struck me the most is how blocky the building is. And I do appreciate that a window has been added, but it was just mentioned by the officer that windows had been taken away from the first proposal. And I wonder whether you could just talk about the decisions about the windows and whether there is any possibility of adding further windows, because it does, I know I can see there's a small one been added on the views towards the car park, but whether there's any other opportunity to make it less kind of imposing in that sense. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. Good questions. Let's hold on to those, please, Charlotte. Councillor Biden.
I just wonder, are we here to vote on what's in front of us or redesign the whole planning application?
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Well, no, we don't want to redesign it. Councillor Thornborough.
If this was a residential building, we often have a condition about M42 as for accessibility. There is building regulations M4 specifically for non-residential, and I think we should have a condition to say that this should comply with the non-residential section M1, M2, which very clearly says a new development should have a passenger lift serving all stories. So also, I think there are, you know, part of the scheme is a single story with a flat green roof and with quite a substantial roof light. So there is light getting into a roof. Lights provide 4 times the amount of light to a vertical window. So there is a green roof aspect. And also, I think if we're talking about opinions, that this is, I think the simplicity of this building is appropriate as a back development in the same way as the coaches are to the back of the listed buildings along further down Salmon Lane. So I like the contrast between Grafton House and the simplicity of this building. And I think the detailing will be successful, so that as you go past the building, if it were to be approved and built, it would be interesting. So I think that if the conditions were in place, partly as the ward councillor has suggested, then I could be minded to support this application, but I'm still considering. Thanks.
Okay, good points, thank you. Or in that case, back to Charlotte.
Thank you. So just to come back on the sort of traffic management idea, I understand what you're sort of saying there. I did speak to the Highways Authority about whether we could ask for some construction information up front, but they said that's just not reasonable, and they thought it was suitable to come via condition. I think if they can't discharge the condition, if they couldn't agree a suitable arrangement, then that sort of stops the scheme moving forward, or potentially they'd have to consider amending the condition or amending the scheme in some way. But we feel the scheme that in front of us with that condition is suitable. And just to talk about potentially alternative designs, I think you talked about. So obviously we are considering the scheme that is presented today, but just to give a little bit of background, in between the last committee and this one, there was discussion between myself and the agent on different alternatives. This was what the architects put forward as they thought was the best scheme, and that they thought they could address the reasons for refusal. So that's what we've had to assess in this case. So just to come back on the point about the windows. So sorry, I think I made that a little bit unclear. What I'm sort of talking about is through the pre-app process and before the applications were actually submitted, we looked at different designs, more windows, less windows, and we felt that the scheme that's presented previously and sort of today had a balance of windows between. We didn't want the building, I suppose, to be unneighbourly and for residents to feel overlooked, but acknowledged that some windows add some visual interest to the elevations of the building. So that's the balance we tried to strike. But yes, ultimately, I suppose we can't redesign the scheme. We've got to assess it as it is and the appearance that I've presented today. So in regard to, we have got a condition about M42, which comes directly from a policy requirement for residential dwellings in the local plan. I don't think in this case, because building control covers it and we haven't got that policy background, that it'd be reasonable to add a condition requiring sort of compliance with those building regulations. I think that would be for building regulations to cover. Yes, I think that was everything.
Yeah, I think we've done it. Councillor Bajan.
Chair, there seems to be some concern about the blockiness and the out-of-characterness of this building. What isn't being taken into account is that this building is next to a car park. And then on the other side of that car park is the Grafton Centre, which is a blocky sort of modern building. So this is not like defending a conservation area type development. This is on the cusp of the two. I think that we're being a little bit picky, or some of my colleagues may be being a little bit picky. We've asked for changes. We didn't ask for changes. We rejected it. The architect has come back with something different, which I firmly think is a vast improvement. We are in a city that needs office development. We are in a city that is expanding. We might not like that, but that's a reality. But I think people should bear in mind, if you look down at the overhead view, it's next to a car park. It's not going to spoil any views. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. I don't think there was a question there. Was there? Just to say, I mean, I think at least one councillor has spoken in favour of its scale and massing, Councillor Thornborough, and I was convinced of her argument to a certain extent as well. Any more for any more? No? So there have been various, I put forward an informative and conditions suggested, including by the ward councillor. No one's spoken against any of that, so I'm sure officers have made notes of all of that. So in that case, since I don't think the officer needs to come back, we'll go to the recommendation from Toby.
Thank you, Chair. So the recommendation is set out on page 11 of the officer report. That is to approve the application, subject to the conditions as set out below, with minor amendments to the conditions as drafted delegated to officers. It's with the addition and or amendment of various conditions. The first is condition 3, which the officer referenced in her presentation, to include the removal of prior approval rights, in addition to the other PD restrictions set out in that condition, for offices to move to residential. It includes an additional condition in relation to condition 19 to ensure ecology compliance. Includes the deletion of condition 19 in relation to materials, and as set out on the amendment sheet, a plant enclosure condition. It also includes the amendment to condition 4 to include specific reference to Salmon Lane within the construction environmental management plan, together with an informative to for the contractors to inform nearby residents regarding the likely use and timing of the use of the accesses to the site. And lastly, Chair, as recommended by the Ward Councillor Lockwood-Over, an amendment to condition 14 to amend the timing of the submission of that condition to make it prior to the commencement of development, to ensure that there is sufficient information to demonstrate that the energy performance of the building will meet the BREEAM Excellent standard or exceed it. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, just before we go to it, just for clarity, you said Ward Councillor and then you said Councillor Lockwood-Over.
Yes, I beg your pardon, Councillor Lockwood-Over.
But she's not the Ward Councillor?
She isn't.
Oh, I see, right, okay. Is that clear?
It's Councillor Lockwood-Over's suggestion. We are in agreement with that.
Okay, thank you. Right, so the recommendation is one of approval. All those in favour of that recommendation?
Seven in favour, Chair.
Against? Abstentions? Oh, we've got 7 of us, a little bit more. Okay, thanks so much. So the item is approved. Thank you very much to the speakers. We'll just have a short break now, a comfort break, before we start the next items. Come back before 11:30, please. Okay, welcome back for a short break. Next item on the agenda is item 5, Queenie This Way. We have one speaker, Silvia Menzaros, and our case officer is online, so that's Dominic Bush. So Dominic, if you want to start when you're ready. Good morning, Dominic.
Morning, Chair. Thank you. And can I just confirm you can see my presentation and hear me?
Yep.
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, so this application is at land to the rear of 111 to 113 Queenie This Way and is seeking approval for reserve matters of access, appearance, landscaping, layout and scale following the outline permission previously granted in 2023. And just with regards to amendments, since the reports and plans were published, details of the proposed cycle parking have been provided and are considered to be acceptable. Therefore, the standard cycle parking compliance condition is proposed to be added as stated here and also within the amendment sheet. An additional image was also received in support of a third-party objector's comments. This appeared to be a copy of a plan from the previous outline application, but due to the time at which this was received, it's not publicly visible and therefore is not considered. And just to note, as set out within this slide, given that this application is for reserve matters following an outline consent, the principle of development is not a matter for determination, and the main considerations for this application are considered to be the design and appearance, amenity impacts, and highways impacts. This first slide shows the location plan for the application on the left, and the large area here to the northwest is the location of the proposed dwelling. And as you can see, the red line adjoins Queenie This Way to the south here in 2 locations. The access further to the east is the vehicular access to the site, which utilises a shared access as existing. And the slightly smaller access further to the west is the pedestrian access to the site. The site is located to the rear of the other properties that front Queenie This Way here, whilst it shares the same vehicular access as number 119 here, which is to the north. And the right-hand image is an aerial photograph of the site, which shows the site as well as the trees within and surrounding the application site. And as you may also be able to see here, there's a detached garage located within the application site that would be demolished to facilitate the proposed dwelling. This is the proposed site plan for the application, and the proposed dwelling is located here in the top right corner with a single car parking space within the site here off of the shared access. Private rear garden is proposed here to the south of the dwelling, whilst ensuring sufficient space for the residential gardens of 111 and 113 here. So just the vehicular access is also shown here and the pedestrian access here. It may be hard to make out, but this white square here is the proposed area for the cycle store, which is located just behind the gate here, which is at a minimum 1.1 metres in width. And further to the south along the pedestrian access is a shared refuse area here. It's also accessed from 111 and 113. And the collection point for refuse is here, fronting the highway. Here we have proposed front and rear elevations for the dwelling. As you can see, the dwelling is a single story in height with low eaves and a dual pitched roof. And the entrance to the property is located on the right-hand side beneath this canopy here. And there are also solar panels proposed to the rear roof slope here. These are the proposed side elevations for the dwelling, again very simple with no side facing windows and just the entrance door here within the western elevation. Proposed floor plans, so the plan on the left shows the ground floor plan of the property. All of the habitable rooms are served by large either front or rear facing windows, and the bathroom here has natural light through the Velux window within the front roof slope. This plan also shows the air source heat pump here located to the rear of the property. And just to note, as highlighted within my report, the Environmental Health Officer raised no objection to this, subject to a condition regarding a noise impact assessment. These are the plans which were received regarding the bike store. The plans show 3 cycle spaces here, but the policy requirement is for 2 spaces for a 2-bedroom dwelling. These are some photos, so it shows the view along the vehicular access to the site, looking from the boundary with the highway here to the north, and the turn in the road just at the end there. You can see the width of the access, whilst narrow, is wide enough for access for a car, which is obviously required for 119 as existing. And this slide shows the view around the corner of the access looking to the west. There's a number of other garages that also have right of access from this, and this includes the application site. So the existing detached garage within the application site is located just off the image to the left of the caravan here. And in terms of comments from consultees, a number have been received. None have objected to the proposed development, and the conditions requested have been assessed and referenced within my report. Third-party representations have been received that raise concerns with the access arrangement for the site, as well as the ownership of the access. The ownership of the access land is considered to have been assessed within the outline application, and any further differing views are considered to be a civil matter. And the suitability of the access, in line with the lack of objection from highways, is considered to be acceptable. In terms of impact on trees and within the surrounding the site, it's considered by our tree officer to be acceptable, and officer's view was in line with this. Overall, for the reasons out within this slide, the officer recommendation is for the approval of the application subject to conditions as set out in the officer report and the amendment sheet provided. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Dominic. So Speaker Sylvia, over here. Hello, Sylvia. So if you want to make yourself comfortable there on that seat there, that's it, public speaker. Yeah. Okay, you turned it on, good. So you've got 3 minutes to speak, Sylvia, and half a minute before the end, the officer will press the bell so you know you're coming to the end of your time. And when you do come to the end, you just finish your sentence. If you're still going, obviously, you know, finish what you're saying. All right, so when you're ready.
Now, right. The access route in question belongs to me. In March 2022, in a resubmission of a previous application, planning permission for a new dwelling was refused because, and I quote, by virtue of its length, narrowness, and poor lighting, the access route is inappropriate to serve a new dwelling. The only response from the applicant was to propose fixing external lighting to fencing. However, the only fencing adjacent to the route does not belong to him, and the owner has withheld permission, so there could be no lighting, nor is it possible to shorten the access route to 75 metres or widen its narrowness, 2.5 metres between a fence and a protected hedge. Nevertheless, and I quote, the conclusion of the consultants was, all concerns have been addressed, which is obviously not the case, since none of these concerns has been addressed. The access route remains unchanged since the first application was refused in 2015 and is still not supported by the Street and Spaces consultants. Secondly, the Highways Authority removed their initial objection to the intensification of vehicular traffic on the condition that access be restricted to one car with only one parking space. It is unreasonable to assume that the provision of only one parking space would restrict access to only one car. It is highly unlikely that there would be only one occupant of the proposed new dwelling, and there would inevitably be other vehicles accessing the property, such as those of tradesmen and visitors and bicyclists. Any more than one vehicle would block access not only to my property, but also to the neighbours' garages, and would be in breach of any planning permission, as acknowledged by the case officer in an email to me. Thirdly, the access route is not suitable for heavy construction vehicles, being only 2.5 metres wide. They could not reverse without trespassing on my property, and severe damage could be caused to my driveway. Likewise, because of the sharp bend, emergency vehicles such as an ambulance or a fire engine could not reach the new dwelling. And finally, I should like to point out that the applicant has a right of way via the access route only to his garage, as do his neighbours to theirs. If the garage is demolished to make room for the proposed new dwelling, he forfeits this right. There is no right of access to any dwelling other than mine. I rest my case.
All right, thanks, Sylvia. Very good. Somebody just turn Sylvia's speaker off. Thank you very much. Just press it again. That's it. Great, thank you. Thanks for that. No other speakers. So before we go to debate, councillors, I'd just like the officer to address, if only for residents listening, but also maybe for newer councillors on this committee, what we've got in front of us here today. So it's a reserved matters application, and it's following an outline planning. So if you could just bring bring us up to speed on those things, please, in terms of what we need to debate today, please, Dominic?
Yeah, so essentially the outline permission which was granted in 2023 just established the principle of a single dwelling on this plot of land. So everything else essentially is up for debate. I think I would just add that with the outline permission granted with this existing red line, the access arrangement was made fairly clear within the outline permission, and that was granted permission. So the principle of using this access was permitted at outline stage.
Okay, thanks for adding that as well. And so in terms of maybe councillors might want to raise these matters anyway, that the factors that Sylvia has raised there in terms of her ownership of it, which we normally refer to as a civil matter, and other concerns about emergency vehicle access and so on, maybe we'll get to that in debate. So councillors, Councillor Pora.
Thank you very much. I wondered if the officer could explain a little bit about what was refused previously and how that changed, because I must admit I'm quite surprised to see a backland development like this not come to committee and go through delegated authority, particularly as an outline one, because it somewhat ties our hands at this point. Now, I appreciate it may not be in this officer dealing with it. He mentions in 8.45 the gardens in shadow. I just wondered if the officer could just reassure us which bits of the garden would be in shade and that which bits would be, in his view, sufficient to give amenity space. Again, probably going back to outline, there are 4 trees removed on the landscaping plan. Could the officer confirm whether that was dealt with under outline or whether we have any mechanism through reserve matters to consider that? And after that, is the revised biodiversity net gain, does that take into account the 4 trees that potentially might have been consented at outline? Because I just would really like to understand kind of where that fits. And finally, the 8.69, it talks about how previously it was objected to because there were 2 parking spaces and that there's now only 1. But when you actually look at it, it looks like there's still space for 2. It's just one's been marked up. So could the officer comment on what we might wish to do in terms of condition if this were to go through to ensure that from what I understand, is another bit of hard standing, won't just become de facto a second parking space? And obviously the objector, I think, mentioned access. I mean, I guess it's a civil matter, not a planning matter, if the access rights change, if the garage is demolished, so it's not something for us to consider, but I'd be grateful if the officer could just address the concerns of the resident, particularly why we refused previously, and I think the speaker said nothing had changed, but it was then accepted through delegated authority. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, let's go back to the officer on those, quite some important points there. So Dominic.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just share my screen again briefly. So I think the first point that Councillor Bora raised was about the tree shading. So this plan, the site plan, shows what I was referring to in my report, the garden to the south of the dwelling here. A large area is within the canopy cover of the trees, but I would also note that T4, which is labelled here the largest of the trees, has been condemned by the local planning authority and the tree officer and is due to be removed, and that's not a point contested by our tree officer. In terms of tree removal, there's no further trees proposed to be removed within this reserve matters application, so I don't think it's something we can consider at this stage, and that's a point that's shared with the view of our tree officer. In terms of the BNG, so the condition was added to the outline permission requiring details of BNG, and my view is that if there is any trees that have been removed prior to that BNG plan coming forward, then it would perhaps need the baseline for BNG would have to be taken back to before those were removed. I don't think we would just completely ignore the removal of those trees when calculating net gain on site. In terms of car parking, I think in line with Highways views, we were of the opinion that a 3.3 metre wide area of hard standing to the front wasn't enough for 2 cars, but perhaps we could condition to remove PD rights for hard standing if members agreed with that view to require a planning application be submitted for further hard standing to sort of restrict a potential 2 cars being parked at the front. I don't know if that was all of the questions, Chair.
Was that all your points, Councillor?
I think I asked what the difference between the previously refused schemes were, because again, I want to get a bit more information about that. And yeah, I think that was my main concern. And also about the resident objector who raised the issue of rights to access.
Sorry, yes. So
So just before you go on, Dominic, I think although we do refer to the latter matter as a civil matter, always in committee, it is a particular pertinence here, I think, and I don't want to unreasonably highlight it in terms of what being fair to the applicant, but we can all see right in front of us on the screens that this is a long, thin access way, and that is a concern. So, Dominic.
Thank you. Yeah, so sorry, I'll first answer the point about the previous application. So there was 2 other applications, I believe, on the site that were refused outline, again, for a single dwelling. I wasn't the case officer on the outline that came forward that was approved, but I believe it should have been taken to committee, but that was a mistake that was made, and it was approved under delegated powers. But the 2 removed applications were very similar to this application. And in terms of the ownership, the outline application, when submitted, included certificate B, which is signed by an applicant to state that they don't own all of the land within the red line, and the other neighbouring properties that do share the ownership of this access were notified within the outline permission. I think evidence was provided at that stage to argue the applicant's case as to they've notified people, and we approved the outline application. The same notification of neighbours isn't required at reserve matter stage, and I think the principle of the development being granted at outline sort of established that ownership point, and I think it would be difficult for us to argue that again at reserve matters.
Okay, right, Councillor Dryden.
Very quick question. On the previous applications, did the highways have any concerns?
Yeah, hold on to that one, Dominic. So, Councillor Thornborough?
I'm concerned about the existing trees. That I know that one large one is going to be removed, but it doesn't seem that there is a tree protection. The full protection condition doesn't seem to be here, requiring arboricultural assessment of how they are going to be fully protected. Because I'm really, really concerned that there is a foundation design, but the foundation design must take into account the changing climate, and that we could be faced with wetter and drier conditions, which could change the trees quite dramatically going forward. And what I don't want is an application coming through to remove the trees, which may be causing damage. And it's not just the trees next to it, but there's the tree that you pass to get access. So there's a tree at the back.
Hang on a minute, Councillor. Put the the plan up. Will you, Dominic, while the Councillor is speaking, then we can all see it. The one that showed the tree plans around the building, I think.
So it's the one on the right as well. I think that's in the neighbouring, again, that...
Hang on, no, that's not the best one. So proposed site plan is the best one to look at, I think, for this. I think, there we are,
So
that one.
T12, I think, should be protected as well. There's not a construction management plan, not a full construction management plan. There's a clause, condition 2 refers to the size of a vehicle and the hours, but I think there should be a construction management plan. I think this is going to be so that we need to know where the deliveries, where materials on the site will be stored to protect the trees and ensure that there's no obstruction to the neighbouring properties, because it is a very, very difficult access, and it may, without careful planning, the existing garages or the existing dwelling could be obstructed, and I think we need to ensure that they're protected. So I think these conditions need to be strengthened regarding those. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. So we've got the question from Councillor Dryden on highways and Councillor Thornborough's questions on trees, and I just want to add a bit to those trees ones myself. I see that Joanna Davis is on the call, so that if you need to refer to her, Dominic, that would be good. And so I'm concerned that T4 seems to not be round. It seems to have been, the shape of it seems to have been changed to accommodate the site proposal, which seems a bit odd. Is it actually that shape? And secondly, the RPA, which I presume means root protection area, seems to be well within the extent of the tree itself above ground, which I thought was wrong. I thought, and I'm not an expert, so I would defer to you, Dominic, or Joanna, but that I thought the root protection area was at least the area of the tree itself, the extent of the branches. So that's T4. As Councillor Thornborough has raised, I'm also concerned with T12, but also other trees along the other part of the site, like T5 and T6, seem to be hanging over the extent of the proposed dwelling, which would mean that there'll be their root area will be damaged by this potential development. So I'm concerned by all of that. So Councillor Bennett.
Hi, I just have some general queries about access and construction traffic for Dominic. I appreciate that the public speaker's access rights may be a civil matter rather than a planning matter, but I just feel, how is this going to be constructed if the construction traffic does not have the right to access the site? Is there an alternative access? The other issue I have is this is a bungalow. You don't have to have a physical disability to live in a bungalow, but it is perhaps more likely than with a standard property that there will be mobility scooter wheelchair users or people who are just plain wobbly using it. That's a very long access track. We could see from the pictures that it's quite uneven, and if there is no lighting available, that's rather dark. If it's also shared with cars, that seems quite a hazard. I'm also concerned about where more than one car is trying to access the parking area, or maybe somebody's coming and going, because I can't see how you could turn round, and I think you'd have to reverse onto Queen Edith's Way, which is quite a busy road, so I'm a bit concerned about that. So if Dominic could talk us through the plans again and answer those points, I'd be quite grateful.
Yeah, good points, thank you. So back to you then, Dominic, starting with the point by Councillor Dryden.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll just share my screen. So in regards to Councillor Dryden's point, Highways didn't raise any concerns at outline stage about this application. They did initially object to this reserve matters application due to a potential intensification of use of the site because the tarmac area was slightly larger initially. But I think it's also important to consider that there is access parking for one car on the site in the form of the detached garage currently. So they considered that whilst the use is changing to a separate residential dwelling, one car parking space for that dwelling wouldn't be an intensification of use over that garage currently. In terms of Councillor Thornborough's points about tree conditions, apologies, I should have mentioned this previously, but the conditions attached to the outline would continue to apply, and within that, condition 16 is the standard tree protection, so tree protection plan and arboricultural method statement condition. And there's also condition 17, which is compliance with that condition. That's in addition to the foundations condition on this reserve matters application. In terms of your question, Chair, about the shape of T4, I don't think it's difficult to consider this given that it's been condemned and it's due to be removed. I think that's hence why it's not shown on the up-to-date arboricultural information they provided. This tree does significantly shadow the garden, but we're considering that to be not relevant to this proposal, given that it's been condemned and is due to be removed. In terms of your point about the size of the RPA, my understanding is that the RPA area is calculated by multiplication of the width of the trunk. So these can be, as in this case, slightly smaller than the canopy area. In terms of right of access to the site and potential construction impacts, my understanding is the application site has a right of access to the site through the garage currently. So there is a right of access for construction traffic. I know the third party mentioned deeds and covenants that access is for the garage only. That's not something we can necessarily consider within a planning application. And I think our view is that there is sufficient access and right of access for construction traffic to the site. I think officers consider that the pedestrian access, as Councillor Bennett raised, is perhaps not ideal. But as I said previously, the principle of development, and I think it was fairly clear within the outline application, which had the same red line, of what the access arrangement for the site would be, has already been granted and given permission, and having the separate pedestrian access would hopefully reduce the risk of any conflict with vehicles entering the site. In terms of conflict between vehicles entering and leaving the site, I think it's potentially already an issue with the number of garages that have access off the shared access, and again, one car parking space within the site is not intensification of use over what's there currently, so I don't think that's really a reason we could refuse the application on. Please let me know if I've missed any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Dominic. Any more questions, anyone? Councillor Bora.
Thank you very much. I'm really unhappy with this. I think I'm probably, well, I think, thank you to the officer for his honesty, that obviously this was a mistake, that it went through outline without coming to committee. I suppose it's slightly better than thinking it came through as delegated, because it shouldn't really have been. So I'm not confident about the second parking space. Even if we condition it not to be concreted over, just park on the grass. I mean, it is literally built with 2 parking spaces in front of it, and the hedge stops to allow 2 cars to park. And I don't think at the moment I'm satisfied that that can be resolved without redesigning the scheme on the table, which we can't do. To come back to Dominic's point, my understanding is those trees that are going to be removed with the red are outlined. They must be included in the biodiversity net gain. I mean, it's not negotiable. I mean, they're part of the outline permission. And I would want us to be absolutely confident that that is the case. I mean, I'm sure that's what the applicant intends, but just to be clear, I don't think it's up for negotiation. They were removed at outline. They have to be included. For me, I'm still not happy with access because of this issue of 2 cars potentially coming down there and parking. I'm also unhappy with access because if there are this hasn't demonstrated to me that there's any way of lighting that path, because apparently there's no ownership on either side. And if you put in pillar lights, that will reduce the width to such that you probably wouldn't be able to get a large kind of SUV type car down there. I'm also really concerned on the previous slide you had up, Dominic, the root protection area is under the building. I mean, it's not, you can see clearly, I think, not the one that was being felled, but apology, I haven't got the plan up anymore, but T5 and 6 and 3 are actually under this building. To me, I don't think we can condition that because, and also the other issue is if they are damaged, they're not within the red line. So I'm not sure we even have any comeback through planning terms for them to be replaced. So I'm really not confident that this application gives me enough to be sure that I should be voting for it. So I'm really not very happy with this at the moment. And without redesigning it on the table, so for example, pulling it back a little bit, maybe moving some of it forward to fill in that extra parking space, for me, I'm struggling to see how I could approve this at the moment because there's just not enough information for me to be confident that we aren't damaging those trees. And I'm assuming that the T4 would be replaced. So obviously over 20 years, the likelihood is that canopy would re-establish. So that's kind of where I am. But the main question is, the lighting particularly is an issue. If the highways have said they now approve because of the lighting, but we have no evidence in this application that the lighting can actually be delivered without narrowing the width. That's a big no for me at the moment. Thank you.
Right, thanks, Councillor. I concur with you on my concerns, share with your concerns about the trees, and I think maybe it might be worth, if you are able to, Dominic, to go to Joanna Davies, tree officer, on some of that maybe as well. And also just to add to those concerns, I know we've got the outline for the principle of development, but the actuality that's proposed to us today on the table seems to me to have no architectural merit whatsoever. In fact, probably I wouldn't use the word architecture. It's a very mundane looking bungalow. But further to that, and more importantly, I'd say it feels to me like this is overdevelopment of the sites, that the space available just doesn't really fit on the site very well, and that's sort of evidenced by the infringement in the trees, roots area and so on around the site, so I'm concerned about that. So Councillor Thornbury, you were first.
I think
I'm also concerned about again, the vehicular access. I don't know why there should have been a tracking, I think there should have been a tracking of vehicles to show how they turn around, because I don't think it's possible within the red line boundary as this house is designed. So that car can pull into the place, but I can't see, well, maybe it can manoeuvre backwards and forwards to get out. But if there was a supermarket delivery, is that going to be able to turn around within the red line boundary, which is, it's very tight, it will could end up reversing out, or it's going to move on to adjacent private properties, which I don't think is acceptable. So it's another area.
Yeah, Councillor Dryden.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So the more I look at this, the more concerns I've got about the traffic. I mean, there could be more than 2 cars, it's possible, with the pulling without a garage. And also, the path that runs down here is cycles allowed on this footpath as well. And it's right near a school, which is another concern of mine, being right next to a school. I wondered if the highways had had a proper look at this themselves. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Bajans.
Chair, could I ask for a bit more clarification? The red line boundary is disputed. Now, would we be right, I know this is a civil matter, but would we be correct in allowing the development of the building when people might not be able to access it at all? Because if, as is said, somebody else owns the roadway in, they could build a brick wall across it. And then fire appliances, ambulances, any other things, well, not that a fire appliance could get down there, won't be able to access the building. So don't we have some sort of, can I have some clarification of what our situation is here, please?
A good question, Councillor. I think we need to bottom this out, Dominic, so, and all the other questions we've had as well, so that we can stop having questions about access, because I think we really need to be clear that we either stop asking questions about that, or you say that we do have something to be concerned about there. But there were other questions as well, including trees.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'll start with the access, given that it seems to be a recurring point. I think my view, I may defer to Toby on this, but my view is that the ownership of the access, which is a contentious point, was established at outline. My view is there's nothing we can do about that at a reserve matter stage. I understand that the site does have a right of access, and the access is shared by the other garages and 119 that is also accessed from this. But the ownership certificates were served within the outline, and the outline was approved. I don't think that we can do anything about that at this stage, but Toby may have a different view on that. In terms of the design, as you mentioned, Chair, I appreciate the design is perhaps not of significant architectural merit, but in this location, I think we considered it to be acceptable as set out within my report. The overdevelopment of the site is not something we can really give much weight to at this stage. It was considered an outline that there would be a single-storey dwelling within the site, and we approved the principle of that. In terms of trees, Joanna, apologies, I hadn't made Joanna aware of this meeting. I wasn't. She'd raised no objection to this proposal or the outline permission. I think the removal of T4 is considered by officers, and that's taken into account. The other trees will be, as pointed out, within the foundation area of the building. But it's officers' view that with the initial conditions applied at outline stage, in addition to the foundations condition applied within this application, that would be sufficient to ensure those trees are protected. And the majority of those trees, with the exception of T1, are fairly low quality, so category C or category U trees. I don't know if Joanna is available to speak on that or not.
Yes, I am, if that's if that's required. Yes, there was also another question with regards to foundations in terms of climate change, which I can address as well, if that helps. I think probably firstly, I'd agree completely, as Dominic has said, the trees that are affected by the foundation detail are low category trees, so they're not trees of value. Those trees wouldn't be suitable for protection in the form of tree preservation order, and consequently they wouldn't, any harm to them wouldn't be considered to be a reasonable justification alone to refuse a planning application, because the trees aren't of value, and certainly policy 71 does talk about trees of amenity and value, and these are back garden, relatively small trees. They're in a neighbour's garden, and without any protection on them, the owner of the property would be able to dig and remove roots legally, because the trees aren't protected. So there's and because we wouldn't be able to protect them because there's insufficient justification to protect them because of their low amenity value. Whether or not there's a development that affects these trees, civil, just a common law would allow damage to the trees, pruning of the trees back to the boundary, which would include roots. They would be entitled to prune back to the boundary without the trees being protected. As Dominic said, the RPA is calculated from the stem and not canopy spread. It's my understanding that tree T4 is actually gone already. That's why it's not included. It's already been removed. It wasn't protected because of its condition, and it has already been removed, which is why it's not highlighted in the latest 2024 arboricultural report that was submitted. With regards to the foundations, it's a slightly difficult one because, and I defer back, but we don't have a policy that allows us to dictate foundation depth. It would normally be a building control issue. So I'm not sure on what policy grounds we would be able to say you have to have foundations that will withstand future issues in terms of climate change and drought, and therefore an increased potential for subsidence. But if there is a policy that would allow us to add a condition, then we could include a condition that ensures a suitable depth. But again, I'm not sure how that works against building regs, because we would normally defer, the council would normally defer to building regulations in terms of depth of foundation. I think that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Joanna. That's very useful. Dominic, was there anything else, or are you done?
I think other than just deferring to Toby on the 2 car parking spaces point, that was everything. Okay, it looks like we've got a lot of concerns about this proposal, but not a lot of reasons to refuse it at the moment. That's the way I see it. Councillor Borrow?
I think, from my view, the lighting is a particular issue. Policy 56, designing out crime, making people feel safe, natural surveillance. If the highways removed their objection because it was said that lighting could be provided, but as far as I understand it, there isn't evidence that this can be without reducing the width of the access, that to me is a material concern. And I think whilst I do take Joanna's points that the trees themselves are not of high value, they still add to the verdant character of the area, and to lose them when we can't condition a replacement, I know they're not protected trees, but if they were within the red line, we would be saying absolutely not, they've got to be replaced on site, we need 5 years to protect them. I have real concerns about this, and I still have the concern about the second parking space that for me is not properly addressed in this application. There is no means with that design, and in fact the plan on the table, to stop a second car going up and down there, because it is literally designed to have enough width for the two. So to me, that was the highways objection previously. If there has been a longer hedge, if there'd been something we could condition there, like planting or something, but there's not, and we can't redesign it on the table. So for me, those, I think, are objections I would support.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. I thought my best reason for refusal, which I was thinking about, was that it was overdevelopment of the site, but the officer has suggested otherwise and said that that's quite reasonable within the context of the outline planning permission. Although I would differ slightly with the officer potentially in that this is a proper size house, 71 square metres. It could be much smaller. It could be a one-bedroom or even studio apartment type bungalow, and it could have no vehicular access. It could just be access for pedestrians and cycles, etc. So there is that, but I guess the officer will come back and say to me, well, it's an average size house, so you've got no case. But those are my thoughts, really. If we're going to refuse this item, councillors, you're going to need good planning reasons in terms of refusal, so just bear that in mind. Is there any more debate? Yes, Councillor Bennett.
I was just wondering if we could add an informative calling for construction and demolition to be halted until the civil matters are determined, because we are in a climate emergency, and if we end up having aborted construction and carbon invested in that for a building that then cannot be used because of these civil matters, I feel quite uncomfortable about it. I'm aware that I'm not a lawyer, and I'm certainly not a planning lawyer, and I do not know how valid the civil objections are, but it doesn't seem to me to be controvertible that they might prevent the enjoyment of the property.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to get that one, but we'll see what officers say. So nothing else, so back to Dominic. And Dominic, by the way, there was a mention about a school being close to this access track as well. I don't think you mentioned anything about that. And the requirement for a tracking calculation on this access way. And I know since highways haven't objected, that would be a matter for deferring the item if we were to go down that route, literally and metaphorically, to get the access information on tracking. So can you respond to those points, please, Dominic?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah. So firstly, I'll start with Councillor Bennett's point. I don't think we could condition any works to be delayed until the civil matter has been concluded. I think that is a matter that falls entirely outside of the planning process. So it wouldn't be reasonable for us to delay an application that would potentially conflict with the time limit condition anyway. In terms of the point about the school, I think there is a school relatively close to the site. But again, I think that point boils down to vehicular access wise, anyway, the intensification of use of the site, and the cycle parking and cycle access to the site is a new development of the site, but I don't think that would be harmful to the school nearby or any highways impacts from that. In terms of tracking information, given that the highways didn't request that, I didn't think it would be reasonable to require that sort of information. I think that would fall under sort of an unreasonable request for termination of a planning application anyway. Thank you.
Right, okay, so not a reason for a deferral according to the case officer. Can I just confirm that is the case with you, Toby, that it's not reasonable to ask for tracking information, please?
Chair, I mean, we do see on with planning applications, certainly kind of majors, tracking information. So I think it's whether the request is proportionate, and usually you'd expect kind of 6 metres off the back of a car parking space for a car to be able to turn in. So the officers kind of come to a judgment, I think, based on his assessment of the site, the site plan and the ease by which he thinks a car could manoeuvre in and out of that space. If Dom is confident that that can be achieved and there's no specific request from the Highway Authority, then that is the officer position.
Yeah, okay, thank you for that. I hope you don't mind me just checking that, Dominic. I was a bit concerned about that. So, Councillor Dryden?
I think it's also going to suggest a proposal of deferral to, we ask the highways, could they have another look at this application, considering that the pathway is also a shared cycleway which goes right near a school. I can't vote for this because if there was an accident there because of this, have it on my conscience, so I can't vote for it.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bajan.
Chair, were the views of the fire service obtained on this?
Dominic, do you want to answer that one on the fire service?
They weren't consulted. I don't think they would fall under a regular consultee for development of this size. No, they weren't.
Yeah, so small development, and usually the hoses can go a certain number of metres, but I don't know what that is, but I guess it's acceptable here. Case officer, how far can the hoses go for a fire?
I must admit, I don't know off the top of my head, but my view was that, the same as you, Chair, that parking along Queen in this way with a hose to the application site would be within the reasonable length that would be achievable.
Yeah, okay, all right. So this thing about deferral then, Councillor, yeah.
Sorry. There's no actual access from Queen Edith's Way at 113 that can be definitely secured. The access to the side is definitely further than hoses would reach. The fire engine couldn't get down that road, and yet we didn't consult with the fire service to ask if they would be able to even rescue somebody from a fire in this building. Now, that makes us a little bit liable here, because we should be aware that this is not a site that the fire service can easily access with their equipment. You know, there's no guarantee at 113, no guarantee at all. If a car was in the way, you couldn't get down there. There's no guarantee that a fire engine could get down the access between 117 and 119. In fact, I don't think it could. And that is a long way from that site. I think that not to have consulted the fire service is not correct. We bear a liability here, and that, given alongside the other concerns about access and transport and highways committees, we are moving into a position where this could be deferred.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. I mean, just to allay concerns, members, as decision makers, I don't believe that you have any liability on that matter, but I'll just defer to Keith, the legal officer, on that. Keith?
I can't confirm whether there'd be any liability or not, but I agree with the councillor that certainly the fire service need to be consulted if you've got any concerns about hose links and access of tenders to the back development. I think it would be the responsible action for the authority to take.
Okay, thanks for that, Keith. That's very useful. I mean, the application site on Trumpeton Road comes to mind. That was quite a long access way, and as the case officer says, this is a very small application. Not all the things is to do with the size of the application as well as the the length of the access way and all that. But I think we seem to be coming to a conclusion here that we would like to defer this item for more information, even though the information we're requiring, the case officer says we don't require particularly. But I mean, we are the decision makers here. We can ask for that if we so wish. So we must, follow that line if that's what we wish to do, councillors. Councillor Bennett.
I do have concerns that there is probably a higher than average probability that the occupants of the bungalow will have mobility issues. And I wonder if we could consider asking for deferral to consult the access officer on the quality of life of future occupants who might have such mobility issues. I'm thinking of things like it's a very long trip to the bin store. Are we going to end up having to have our waste officers walking the bins up and down because they can't manage it? Even from 4 o'clock, it's going to be very dark on the access. It is very easy for somebody with limited mobility to fall if they can't see the ground clearly. And if you fall there, it's a very long time before somebody might see you. And I'm sure Mark Taylor will have many more issues with it. I do not know whether they would be issues that would be circumvented and could be sorted out through the design. But if we don't ask him, our chances of doing so and making a pleasant habitation for somebody are very limited.
Okay, I can see other hands going up. Look, if we're going to defer this item, then let's defer it. That's what I'd say. We have had a clear steer from the legal officer, which is unusual. I don't know if anyone actually noticed it aside from me, that he thought that it would be good to defer for more information on this item. Doesn't normally say that sort of thing. And so far we've got a list of interested areas, highways, who have not objected to the scheme, but we feel we would like them to look at it again and potentially ask the applicant to provide a tracking diagram, which is not normal for a size of scheme, but we might be able to ask for that anyway. The fire service, which wouldn't normally be consulted on a scheme of this size, but we might want to get more information about that if we can. And the access officer, who normally looks at all schemes but chooses not to comment he chooses to comment on only the ones that he or she feels it's important to comment on. So there is no comment here, I don't think. But all of those things we could get more information on, because this is a scheme that's difficult to judge, I think, or difficult for us to say it's okay to build it unless it's satisfactory. So, Councillor Thornbury, you had your hand up first.
Yeah, it was really, there are policies regarding sufficient vehicle access and parking, car parking. There's policies about microclimate factored into design, which may be to do with, future-proofing and ensuring that the trees are protected. There's policies about lighting, and there's two policies about inclusive designs, particularly proposals must meet the principles of inclusive design, in particular meet the needs of disabled people, the elderly, and those with young children. So, and I do concur with Councillor Bajan regarding emergency vehicle access, because the narrow lane may be sufficient for access to one dwelling, but if it's narrow lane access to dwelling, any obstruction could really compromise the safety of the other dwelling. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pora?
Yeah, I mean, I think probably on balance I support deferral. I am a little concerned that I don't want to set the applicant up to come back with something we then reject, because for me the lighting is critical. So I think if it goes back to highways, we need to make clear at the moment we don't have any reassurance that the lighting suggested could be provided. So perhaps the applicant could look into that with the other parties, which is civil, but it would be useful. And I think as well, to me, I know we don't like to defer and redesign, but foundations that don't sit on the route protection area, and potentially a slight redesign to mean that parking space is definitely only one and not potentially two, just to flag it now so the applicant can maybe come back next time. Because for me, I have some fairly strong reasons that I think I could vote against, but obviously I think it's good to give the applicant a chance as long as they know what we're looking for. Thank you.
Right, thank you. And just to contribute to that, I don't want to cross you, Councillor, but I believe there may well be technical solutions to the lighting problem that it hasn't been resolved yet, I guess, on the table, as it were. So no more hands up. So was there anything else you wanted to say, Dominic, before we consider whether we want to defer it or not?
I don't think so. I think I've raised all the points that I needed to, Chair.
Okay, so does anyone want to propose deferral? Councillor Dryden, seconder. Councillor Bennett. In that case, for the reasons outlined already, all those in favour of deferral? So the item is, yeah, that's unanimous. So the item is deferred to a future meeting of this committee for those reasons. And hopefully, we've had a good debate there, but hopefully it can come back in better form and with more information so that we can come to a robust conclusion. Thank you very much, everyone.
Could we have for the public record a quick summary of the reasons for deferral?
Yeah, sure. So the reasons, as I see it, were that we wanted more information from highways, potentially with a tracking diagram on that route in, the access route, from the fire service, if that was possible to get, and also from the access officer in terms of, I think it's his, isn't it? It's Mark, his thoughts about it as a proposal. There was also notes were made about the proposal lying on the tree route area and whether that meant that the whole design needed to be redesigned to accommodate that, and that it didn't need to have 2 parking spaces when its proposal was just 1 parking space. And also, I myself highlighted the fact that this was an average size house in a restricted spot. And I was suggesting that although the case officer said that, you know, in terms of outline planning permission, the principal development was established, that it could, that principle could be carried forward in the form of a very small house, 1 bedroom, studio, whatever. It doesn't need to be an average size house of 2 bedrooms, because that's a decent size house. Councillor Thornborough, was there anything else?
Well, I think it's policies. I think it's they wanted to discharge 3 areas, but I think there's concerns under policy 52, 56, 58 and 59.
Thanks
Lighting is 59F.
Yeah, so Toby wants to speak.
Thanks, Chair. It's just for members to note, really, don't assume the application will come back to committee. Deferring the item will mean that it will go out of time, so there will be an ability for the applicants to appeal against non-determination should they choose to exercise that right.
Thanks for that, Toby. So do we need to say anything more here in terms of our opinions on the scheme for the potential appeal that might come forward for the appeal inspector, or are we okay with where we are?
Chair, for the time being, I think we're okay where we are. If the applicants were to appeal, then I think we'd have to come back to committee with a further report, and members would have to then come to a decision, in inverted commas, about how they would have treated the application.
Okay, so it's good for us all to know that, and also, am I right in thinking, Toby, that the applicant could come forward with a future application and at the same time appeal this decision at the same time?
That would be open to them, provided that they are within the timescales for resubmission under the original outline. They probably are, do have sufficient time to do that if they wanted to pursue that course of action as well.
Thanks, Toby. I'll just sort of make that clear to everybody, just in case you didn't know. Okay, so the application, did we vote on it or not? I've lost track now. We did, yeah. So the application is deferred. Thank you very much for that. Good debate. It went on a bit longer than I expected, so I was hoping to do 2 items before lunch. The next item, do you want to have lunch now, or do you want to carry on? Carry on. Okay, anyone against carrying on? 2-minute comfort break, then back. So just 2 minutes, please. Okay, welcome back after a short break. So next item is item 6, 198 Queen Edith Way. And Michael Sexton is the case officer. He's here in the room. And then we've got objector Aaron Ratton, and then also councillors, ward councillors, well, councillors Councillor Robertson, Councillor Ashton, and Councillor Young. Councillor Young is a ward councillor in Queen Edith where this application is cited, or will be cited, could be cited. Right, okay, if you want to present the item, please, Michael.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies, laptop is just unfreezing.
There was a problem down there earlier on. I don't know if it's a connection problem or something. Is it plugged in properly? Or can somebody else do it?
It is plugged in. Let me try one more time. There we go. Sorry. Right, thank you, Chair. So, yes, this is a full planning application at 198 Queen Edith Way in Cambridge for the demolition of an existing dwelling and the erection of 4 dwellings. It should be and associated works. This item was considered by the Planning Committee in December 2023 and deferred as set out in the report. I'll give an overview of the scheme as a whole, because obviously we come to this afresh, but also just draw members' attention to the deferral and what's happened since then. Just in terms of verbal updates, since the publication of the report, there have been a couple more comments that have come in and are published on the website. Comments from number 236 Queen Edith Way, raising concerns about overdevelopment of the site, hazard to Netherhall School in terms of highway safety, and local needs, citing that they feel that the development could comprise 2 reasonably priced houses. I don't think there's any matters there that haven't been covered in the report. And a further comment from number 200 Queen Edith Way in reference to the separating boundary between the site and the property to the north east, land ownership and title deeds, again covered in the report. Biodiversity impact and a biodiversity enhancement plan requiring trespassing, which I think are also covered sufficiently within the report. So the site location plan, this just indicates where we are on Queen Edith Way with Netherhall School to the southwest of the site and then residential development along either side of the streets. Just in terms of constraints, there is a confirmed tree preservation order in the northwest corner of the site, a single TPO maple tree. That is to be retained as part of the development, as you'll see on future slides. The purple line just shows that it's split between Cherry Hinton Ward and Queen Edith Ward. And this is an aerial photograph taken from 2018, so it is a very dated photo, and a lot of that vegetation has been removed, again, as set out in the report, but it's just to give you an idea of the surrounding area. Similarly, some site photos from the original case officer in January 2023. You have the caretaker's bungalow behind the trees and hedgerows at the front. This is a view from the rear, from the school car park. Looking across, you have the bungalow here and the neighbouring property of number 200 Queen Edith Way to the right. And this is a street view scene, again, number 200, the neighbour on the left, and then the application site is in here with the hedgerow at the front, which has been removed, as I said. Existing site plan, the site comprises the detached single-storey caretaker's bungalow and an access track that was formerly an emergency access track to the school, and a new vehicle access would be formed to the front of the site. These are just some plans of the existing bungalow to give you that context. And so the application proposes the erection of 4 properties, 2 pairs of semi-detached dwellings. Each would have a single parking space, car parking space to the front, all equipped with EV charging points. There would be a bike store to the front of the site in the top northeast corner. That would provide 2 standard cycle parking spaces for each unit. There is further cycle parking provision in the rear gardens of the site, which provide 2 further spaces and 1 cargo bike space. And these are the plans of the properties to show the design in context again with number 200 directly adjoining neighbour and 202 further down the road, just to give you an idea of scale and design, which officers believe is in keeping with the character of the area. A more detailed plan of the cycle stores. So the bottom half of the plan shows the store to the front, the flat roof store with a green roof, and the top half of the plan shows the private storage in the rear garden. Again, green flat roof, cargo bike, and 2 bike spaces. And this is just a copy of the biodiversity enhancement plan for reference that shows, I've already referred to the fact that several trees have been removed from the site before the application came in, as highlighted in the report. This is just to show the planting that will be going in as part of the development. The tree in the top left here is the protected tree that is to be retained, which is shown on the next slide. T1, this is the arboricultural site plan existing, so that's the existing. T1, some hedgerows on the school boundary, and the hedgerow with number 200, which I think will become an important part of the discussions today. And this is the proposed arboricultural site plan, so you can see that the protected tree T1 is to be retained. There is a condition recommended as part of any consent, condition 5, for an updated tree protection arboricultural method statement. This plan does show that along the boundary with number 200, there are proposed works to the existing hedge in terms of cutting it back, but that hedge would be retained in part and would still form the boundary treatment on that side of the development. So in terms of I think it's helpful just to remind members why the item was deferred in December. One of the reasons was BNG calculations. So all that's happened since then is a tree location plan has been submitted to show the location of the trees that were removed prior to the submission of the application, which is reflected in the updated September 2023 biodiversity small size metric that we have. Officers are satisfied that the updated metric is an acceptable representation of the baseline conditions prior to the removal of the trees and hedgerows, i.e. before May 2022 when those works were first started, and that no further updates are sought or considered necessary in respect of BNG. Cycle parking provision was raised. The only update that's been made to the cycle parking provision is that the rear stores have been enlarged slightly by about 0.4 metres so that they can accommodate a cargo bike in the rear. So you've still got the 8 spaces to the front, 2 for each plot, and then the private spaces in the rear. And officers are satisfied that those parking arrangements are acceptable. That survey was, I think, a key reason for deferral last time. There was a recommended pre-commencement condition to require the submission of a bat survey. But since December, we've had the submission of a preliminary bat roost assessment and a bat report. Those reports have been subject to consultation with the council's ecology officer, and the reports identify the buildings as having a low bat roost potential. The follow-up emergent surveys accord with the bat survey best practice guidelines, and no bat roosts have been identified. Therefore, no further surveys are required prior to the determination of the application, and the council's ecology officer is supportive of the technical information that has been submitted. Internal layout was raised as a concern that there was a downstairs toilet opening into a kitchen area. Those floor plans haven't been updated. There doesn't appear to be a policy conflict that would sustain a refusal of an application on that basis. And as set out in the report, each of the plots would exceed minimum residential space standards. And finally, highway safety was raised and has been obviously raised on the previous item because of the proximity to Netherhall School. Officers have discussed the proximity of the development to Netherhall School with the local highways authority, and Dr. John Finney has confirmed that their original comments did take this into account. The traffic management plan would deal with the construction period and potential conflicts that might arise during that period of development, which is perhaps the most sensitive period of development in terms of proximity to the school. And then, should the site benefit from planning consent and be occupied, there are conditions for suitable visibility displays to be secured for both vehicles and pedestrians, and other compliance conditions for access arrangements. So officers are, in consultation with the Highways Authority, are fully satisfied that the access arrangements are acceptable with respect to proximity to Netherhall School. To put some of that into a visual, this is the tree plan that was submitted just to support the small sites metric that shows these green dots are the trees that were removed before the submission of the application. And as I've alluded to and as set out in the report, the small sites metric, we did request that the developer goes back and make sure their calculations include the original baseline conditions. And again, just a visual of what I've gone on about. On the left-hand side is the cycle store in the rear garden on the left-hand side, as presented in December. And on the right-hand side, you can see the slight amendment with the enlarged store and capability of having a cargo bike path feed plot. So the key issues for consideration, as set out in the report, are the principle of development, the impacts on the character and appearance of the area, highway safety, residential amenity, biodiversity, landscaping and trees, which, subject to the recommended conditions, officers are satisfied are acceptable. In terms of the conditions, there are a couple of updates recommended, and this arises following a site visit with myself and Guy Belcher, the Council's College Officer, who unfortunately can't be here today, and the residents and councillors who are here to speak. Condition 5 talks about a tree protection plan, and off the back of the site visit, Guy has recommended that we include an additional paragraph to specifically deal with full details of the sort of hedge root protection zone along that north-eastern boundary and the construction method statement to ensure that the hedgerow that is retained where it's not cut back is not adversely impacted by the development. And condition 8, recommending an addition to part C of the condition because Guy had identified that some of the hedge that had been previously cut back has started to regrow in places, so it would be beneficial, we think, for the boundary treatment condition to utilise that existing hedgerow. So that would be an additional sentence in there. And then a minor update to condition 26. The neighbourhood number 200 has helpfully identified that condition 26 may conflict with the timing restrictions on condition 19 in terms of construction vehicles. So officers would just want to check that we're not having two conflicting conditions there. But the recommendation as set out in the report is one of approval. That's it from me, Chair. Thank you.
Right, thanks, Michael. So first speaker is Aaron, objector. Hi, Aaron. Hello. Good afternoon. So if you've got to come to that seat there, it's got a little sign that says public speaker. That's it. That's the one. And you press the button on the right-hand side. Yeah, it's turned on. And you've got 3 minutes to speak. That's right. Yeah,
sorry.
Three minutes.
Sorry, just before speaking, I'm actually speaking on behalf of my parents. It's not me. Sorry, just a small point.
Yes, I understand you're speaking on behalf of Mr. V.N. Ratton and Mrs. S. Ratton, who are the objectors. Yeah, so you get 3 minutes to speak, half a minute before the end. The bell will go to let you know you're coming to the end of your time, so you're aware to wrap up then. Right, thanks.
Having lived next door to the application site for nearly 37 years, we support its sustainable development. However, we object to the planning application, which is overdevelopment, for the following material considerations. With biodiversity, the application site has undergone extensive, preemptive, unassessed removal. With no pre-application consultation, an arboricultural impact assessment, BNG, and bat survey have been required after much of the biodiversity was already removed, and these assessments contain notable errors and omissions. The hedgerow separating the application site and 200 Queen Edith Way has a minimum of 12 identified species, trees within it, has existed since 1939, and is connected as part of a much longer hedgerow to an open protected space. Yet the BNG describes the hedgerow as very low value, single species, a dogwood ornamental hedgerow. It does not identify the trees within it, or its age, or its connectivity. The planning officer, the biodiversity officer, and councillors have seen the hedgerow and its trees, yet these trees have not been identified, assessed, or any type of protection proposed or required. This is important because parts of the hedgerow and our front wall and fencing were damaged when in the mid-1990s a school redevelopment used the substandard private road part of the application site for construction access. For vehicles, there are insufficient on-site parking places and turning space. The application claims The school caretaker's bungalow has 3 parking spaces, 1 on site and 2 on the grass verge on the road opposite. Although not true, to take this claim at its face value means that the 4 proposed properties would have 12 cars in total, with 4 parked on site and 8 on the grass verges. Even if each property only has 1 second car, that's 4 parking spaces on the grass verges and does not account for visitor and delivery parking. Currently, this is school land, and it is important that cars safely exit by facing forwards. At best, the ability to turn around on site is constrained, and there will be times when only reversing out onto the road is possible. The local cycle parking policy means there should be 3 parking places property at the front of the site. Instead, the split site cycle parking is proposed. However, the spaces at the back require crossing back and forth across the garden, which, depending upon weather conditions, means the grass would become bare and the surface muddy and slippery. There's also an unresolved procedural issue about the planning application's effectiveness, and unfortunately, time constraints prevent substantiating this point. Overall, the planning application is overdevelopment, trying to squeeze too much onto too little land, with little thought for the resulting consequences. We thank you for the time.
Thank you, Aaron. So next speaker is Councillor Robertson.
Oh, that'll do, yeah. I mean, I think there's a ward councillor in front of you, but I don't think it makes much difference, does it, officers? No, they're shaking their head, that's fine, yeah, go there, thanks.
Thank you. If the officer could get up the set of photos I sent in. Oh, there we are. I thought we'd better have a look at the photographs from before any of the felling, which started in May 2022. And
Can I just check these are verified views that we're looking at? Michael?
Well, they're Google Street Scene views and photographs, so they are genuine images, and they are published as part of the application.
Okay, sorry to interrupt, Councillor, you carry on.
So I have submitted several photographs over the years. If you go on to the next photo, there's another picture taken from the aerial view. And you can see on the left there is number 200 Queen Edith Way, which is where the speaker who just spoke, his parents live. And the site is the middle of the picture. And on the left-hand side of the site, there's some really big trees which were removed in 2022. It's difficult to believe that the macro that was used to the metric which was used to assess the removal of biodiversity habitat. It's difficult to believe that the quality, the size of these trees has been taken into account adequately. The case officer in his report just now confirmed that the May 22 trees have been included, but as I say, I cannot think, it's not possible that the size of them has been taken into account adequately. We go on to the next picture. Those are the logs of the trees which were felled in 2022. These pictures were shown to the previous hearing of this matter. And the next one. You can see the size of these ones were felled in 2023. Another sizable set. Next picture. I took a picture of them at the time, and there you can see that 30 centimetre ruler is showed across that trunk. Next picture. This is the location of the trees diagram, which was provided by the applicant with the canopies, approximate canopies overlaid on them. It shows you the size of all the trees that were removed. The tree that has been retained, has now got a TPO on it, is just shown to the left, to the top left. It's rather faint because it's an existing tree. Yeah, that's that one there. That's the only tree that's been kept. The other tree to the left of that is in the adjoining site, not on the main site. Next picture. And that's that's the same diagram from the same layout from above. Yeah. So I'm questioning the metric, and whether it really does genuinely account for the volume of vegetation that's been removed. There would have been more TPOs applied to this site, but unfortunately the day after the GPO officer inspected, they were felled and removed before the TPO could be applied. If we go on to the next picture. The other main item which I need to talk about is this hedge between 200 and 198. So 200 is on the right of the picture there, and 198 is the site we were looking at. This is the same diagram that's been provided by the applicant, and I don't know if it's possible to make it a bit bigger. Where the front of the footprint of the buildings comes close to the hedge, it actually requires, because of the pathway going around the outside of the houses, it requires the hedge to be cut back into. Now that hedge is really the only bit of vegetation that's left on the site apart from one tree by the applicant, and it really should be given much more priority. I gather from the case officer's remarks that he proposes that the conditions be tightened up to protect this hedge, but really it is really should not be allowed to be cut into it at all. It's a very long hedge which forms part of the scene of the area. Go on to the next picture. To the last one. There you see on the left the number 200, and in between 200 and 198 is the hedge. If you can get closer to it, that would be helpful. Yeah, it really is a dramatically large hedge. It's full, more than 2.5 meters high, I think. It's really dramatic. So, those are my presentations to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor. I did ask at the start if the views were verified. I was told they were Google views. I don't think they all were Google views. I think some of them might have been Councillor Robertson's own pictures. No? Oh, okay. I think the trees chopped off were probably your pictures, but I feel it's up to you, councillors, your decision makers, but that we can trust Councillor Robertson to have presented us with true and accurate views of the trees being chopped down, and also the evidence that he presented in conjunction with that supports those views that were shown. But if officers feel otherwise, they must say. Otherwise, we'll move on to the next speaker, who is Councillor Ashton.
Thank you, Chair. I'm well aware in planning terms, it's a case we have to have the policies to prove why plans shouldn't be allowed. I'd like to start off by echoing the statement or the opening statement from the next door neighbours. They are not NIMBYs, they are not trying to stop development, but they want reasonable development. So is this overdevelopment? I referred to page 76, bullet point 9.10, and I'll just read the first part because you can all read the rest. Compared to the deep and narrow rear gardens of neighbouring properties, the proposed gardens would be shallow. Nonetheless, future occupiers would provide you with a reasonable amount of private amenity space, all down to interpretation. Again, if we move on to page 76 and we look at point 918, the density of development would be 57 dwellings per hectare, providing a higher density of development than the surrounding plots. If we move on to bullet point 919 on page 77, notwithstanding the higher density of development. So again, our own officers realise that this is an overdevelopment to a certain degree, and it's down to what we think is overdevelopment. But that clearly states there is an issue with that site. If you cast your mind back to the original photograph, there was no access to that site from the main road. It was a footpath that the caretaker used, and his car parking was used by the school. So again, we're now looking at making access onto a shared cycle path. And if we go now on to page 83, we'll go on to car parking, which comes under Local Plan 2018 Policy 82, which gives recommendations for car parking allowances. And again, you can read what it is, but for a 3-bedroom house, which these are going to be, it should be a maximum of 2 spaces per dwelling. And if we look at what we are prepared to allow, it's 1 per dwelling. And yet this committee, get the date right, Cambridge Investment Partnership, at Queen Edith's Way, just down the road, 280, 210, in August 23, allowed 2 parking spaces to avoid problems with parking on Queen Edith's Way. We know there will be a problem on this site with parking because there is a problem down Queen Edith's Way, which will be mentioned by the next speaker. Turning space will be limited on these properties and these cars will have to reverse down onto the highway. So there will be an impact on the public realm, which will allow parking on the highway, parking on grass verges, wheelie bins on the pavements, and this assured cycleway that the school uses. So there is an issue with cycles as well. We're not allowing what we say in our local plan for how much cycling per property. We're doing a bit of cut and mix there. We're saying not all at the front, you can have some round the back, but that is against our policy. So in conclusion, we support development which is suitable to the plot and the area. And this is clearly not. So it's clearly an overdevelopment, and I would ask it gets turned down because of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So the final councillor to speak is Councillor Young. Councillor Young is a councillor in Queen Edith's.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to raise concerns about the parking. Queen Edith's Way at that stage is one of the roads leading out of Cambridge into the surrounding areas. But actually at that area, at that point, in fact, on into the centre of town, it's a very narrow road. So, and very residential. So parking on that road is just not possible without severe hindrance to other traffic. You can't easily park on the side, and parking on the verges looks very, very difficult to me and highly undesirable near a school. So I'm very concerned that some of the parking spaces are apparently supposed to be on the verges. That's not what anyone else down that road does. And there are school children walking to and from school, and any obstructions on the highway or any incentive of them to get into the road, I think, is a safety issue. The parking in the front, it's been mentioned before, and I share those concerns that the turning of it will be very difficult. The turning of cars in that space will be very difficult. So I'm not happy at all with the parking provision of this site. A reduced number of houses would be make things much more easy. And also, I think it's also been mentioned on the cycling provision in the garden. I mean, that makes the back garden basically a small patio with a bicycle shed attached. So I'm not very impressed with that either. So yes, those are my concerns. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, Rebecca.
Sorry,
yeah,
one
carry
more
on.
thing, I beg your pardon. The hedge. I have been to see the hedge. It is clearly multi-species. And it was mentioned as very impressive, but, you know, there's a whole mixture of leaves there, and it's very impressive, very thick and full of biodiversity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you to all the councillors that have spoken. So we've heard the objector and 3 councillors speak against the scheme. There have been various points made. I'm not going to pick up all those points now because I think you councillors will lead on that and I can pick you up later if need be. But let's remember to put your questions to the HATES officer, I think, in terms of us getting evidence and robust accuracy in terms of making a decision today on this item. So, councillors, Councillor Thornborough.
I think there is a real problem with the access as the objectors have outlined. Just outside the property on the verge next to the proposed new access, there is a road sign noting that there's a school and there's a lamppost. And also almost directly across the road, there is a bus stop as well. So I don't think those road sign, the school road sign and the lamppost, is not shown on the drawings, and I don't think the highways have considered that there are these existing important road safety elements there, which are might obstruct the entrance, but they're not even proposed to be removed. I think with the bus stop opposite as well, that means that there could be cars overtaking directly opposite this site entrance. With the road sign, the school road sign and the lamppost, you cannot park on, if those were to remain, you cannot park on the verge there. So if my real concern is deliveries. If there are 4 houses, there will be deliveries, numerous deliveries. And if you pull into this property and there are 4 cars, you have no option but to reverse out. And I think that creates a dangerous situation that hasn't been fully resolved. And I agree about the tree. I think the point made by the resident is that the hedgerow, sorry, I agree about the hedgerow, that the hedgerow extends from the road, the frontage, right down between the properties to the land behind, and it is a little wildlife corridor. And we do have policies which refers to the protection of hedgerows. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Let's have a few more questions. So, Councillor Lokomatova.
So, sorry. My main concern is access to the site, and I would like to talk a little bit more about access for cargo bikes to the rear of properties. So first of all, everything is sliced very thinly. It's sort of, there are no tolerances, and so those widths are very likely to be eaten up in the process of the design. So there are very minimal widths of access paths to the rear of the property. And my biggest concern is the one in the middle, because I do own a cargo bike and I ride it, and it's impossible to actually turn into your property from this access path in the middle. It's going to be very, very difficult. So I don't think it's kind of a robust solution that will kind of be able to, well, first of all, I'm not sure if they will be able to build it like this. And second, I don't think you can turn a cargo bike into one of the plots 2 and 3 from this access path. That's my first comment. I also found a mention of gas boiler in the design and access statement. So I'd like to have a clarification on this. Is it an intention or not? And what else? Yeah, and risk of overheating. There should be assessment to the it's 4 properties with southeast facing quite large glazing. So yeah, that's more technical, but my primary issue is the access for cargo bikes.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Diodadel.
Thank you. I had a question. So just looking at the number of so there's 4 units, each with 3 bedrooms with could be up to 20 people living in this in these 4 properties, which to me seems like quite a large number of people in quite a small space, especially in a residential area where I know there's lots of families and people occupying kind of larger houses as kind of family units. I'm assuming that because these are going to be smaller and more dense, these will be more for kind of, I don't know whether this is more for students or younger people renting, but I'm still concerned that up to 20 people living in these spaces only having access to 4 car parking spaces is quite an issue, especially as this is slightly further out of town, and while there's good access through public transport, I imagine that a lot of people, it's quite likely that there will be more than 4 cars, especially if these are younger occupants and not families occupying the space. I had another question. Again, if we're thinking about what is an acceptable amount of open, private, open kind of space, garden space, I wondered if it'd be possible to talk about how we come to that conclusion of what is an acceptable open space, especially if we have up to 20 people occupying this. I mean, I imagine that a lot of the residential buildings in the area will have similar amounts of garden space, but for a family, which would be probably up to 5 or 6 people, rather than such a large number. And I think we all really appreciate how important having private garden space is. Those are 2 questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dryden.
Thank you, Chair. A lot of things have been said already, but I won't repeat everything that has been said. But one thing I have said before, when applications come in this area, Cambridge, you could say, well, if this was in the centre of Cambridge, it might be okay. But when you live that far out of Cambridge, we're on the borders here, partly in the countryside. And it's been said, but anyone has to look at this, where it is situated in this part of the city, it's overdeveloped, definitely overdeveloped. And I can't understand how it's been given approval again, because this is so overdeveloped. I haven't seen anything like this for a long while with approval.
Well, the officer recommendation might be approval, but we're the decision makers, so we'll decide. I think we're going to go back to the officer now. I just want to get some policy compliance responses really on some of that before we go on. Obviously, further councillors can bring up further matters together with what's been said already. But 1 or 2 things that seem to me is aside from questions you picked up, Michael, is the amenity space, whether that's policy compliant, the car parking. So also one of the speakers mentioned that the car parking was 1 car per unit, and if you could just outline our policy on that, what policy compliance is, and also just on the size. One of the councillors just suggested the units were smaller. In terms of policy space standards, they're bigger than the policy size compliance, so 93 metres squared would be policy compliant, but these are proposed to be 112 square metres, so 19 metres bigger than that. So just that sort of thing would be useful, I think, to guide us through the debate, please, Michael.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members, for the questions. I'll share screen, I think. Excuse me. So this is just a Google Street Scene view, because access has been mentioned a few times. This here is the access track, and you can see there is an existing dropped curb here. So there is a existing drop curb and a means of vehicular access, albeit the new access is going here. As Councillor Thornborough rightly pointed out, there is a school sign, and I would assume that if development did benefit from consent, then there would be some work for the applicant to do with the county council about potentially relocating these signs. And again, just for context, there is the bus stop there opposite the site. Verge parking has been mentioned a few times. I'm not sure where that has come from, because clearly there's not space on the verge to park a vehicle, and it's not the intention of the application to park on the verge. Parking is contained within the red line, so I think there's nothing more to say in terms of the verge parking. Again, I think this site plan is just helpful to give you an idea of the size of the access. It will be a 5 metre wide point of access into the site. There are 4 car parking spaces which would meet the 2.5 by 5 metre spaces, and there is a 7 metre back-to-back, if you will, between those plots where we normally ask for 6 to have a suitable reversing space. So the vehicles parking within the site should have sufficient space to manoeuvre and exit in forward gear. And I can only say that this has been subject to consultation with the local highways authority, and I have double checked with the local highways authority, and they are satisfied that subject to the conditions, there would be no adverse impact in highway safety terms arising from this development. That includes proximity to the school and obviously crossing over a shared path. Councillor mentioned cargo bike storage. And yes, the cargo bikes have now been incorporated to the rear of the site, as you can see, and they would be accessed through these passageways between the dwellings. I think the report acknowledges that they are 20 or 30 centimetres narrower than guidance suggests, because it's more than 10 metres from the front to the back. So there's sort of a balance there. Is it reasonable to refuse the application on that basis? I don't have personal experience of a cargo bike, but I appreciate you may do. So if you feel that these are confined and difficult to manoeuvre, there's not much more I can comment.
Just let the case officer finish, will you please, Councillor, and then we'll come back in a minute.
Yeah, so there's perhaps not much more I can say on that, but I think the report does highlight there's a slight departure from the guidance in terms of widths and not drag distances, but manoeuvring distances, but we didn't feel as officers there was enough there to warrant a refusal on those grounds. I believe there is reference in the design of the access statement to borders. I don't think we've got any policy grounds to resist that. There are, I perhaps should have pointed it out earlier on, there are also I've got the little thing that means I can't change tab, but there are air source heat pumps proposed with each plot. You can see them, if I can get to it, in each of the rear stores, and we do have a condition in terms of energy efficiency. Number of occupants versus car parking spaces. As set out in the report, it's a 3-bed property that does meet, it exceeds the recommended space standards, and the local plan, do this. Guidance on car parking is set out here, so 3 bedrooms or more. We're outside of a controlled parking zone, so it says no less than a mean of 0.5 spaces per dwelling, up to a maximum of 2 spaces per dwelling. So I don't think the provision of 1 parking space per dwelling is unacceptable in policy terms. As sort of shown on Google Maps, if you live here, you've got a bus stop directly opposite. So I don't think you can get much closer to an alternative means of transport. There's also some cycle connectivity. So parking is within policy allowance. If it's helpful, I can show this is the site that was approved further down the road at 208 and 210 Queen Edith. It did provide 2 parking spaces, so that's just to show you that there's a matter of fact. But again, going back to what the local plan says, 1 space would be policy compliant in this instance. Garden sizes are set out in the report in paragraph 9.97 as being 55 square metres, 46 square metres, 45 square metres and 68. I don't think we have a set standard within the local plan. We have, I know in South Cambs there's a design guide that has some set standards, but I don't think the size of amenity spaces are unreasonable, and there are certainly a lot of smaller gardens around in Cambridge, so I don't think that, in the view of officers, the amenity space is sufficient and there's no policy conflict there. Councillor Dryden talks about overdevelopment, but I don't think there was a question. Clearly there are factors that if members wanted to take a view that 4 was overdevelopment and impact on the hedgerow and parking, etc., that's a view you can take, but I think the view of officers, we've acknowledged that it is a denser development in comparison to the character of the area, which is the best map. Sort of a bit more spacious, but again, 57 dwellings per hectare doesn't give rise to a direct policy conflict that would warrant a refusal of the application on that that basis. But if members felt cumulatively 4 dwellings had a negative impact on biodiversity, then clearly you can come to that review. I think I've covered all the questions, Chair.
Yeah, you have, I think, though I know Councillor Locomotiva wants to come back on cargo boats at least, and we need to come to trees as well, though that was brought up by one or two of the speakers, but we'll wait for councillors to raise that and then we'll go to that too. But Councillor Locomotiva, do you want to come back?
Yeah, if we can bring up the site plan again. It's not the issue of it being narrower, and it's the issue of how you access with the cargo bikes between plots 2 and 3, and if the applicant can prove that they can turn with a cargo bike into one of those gates, then yeah, that would be good. But I can say that it's with the 900 mil bike that is quite long, and it also has got very big turnings, kind of the radius of turning. It's going to be very, very difficult. So you either need to eat up more into the garden space to provide enough space for the cargo bike to get in and out. So I would like to say that units 2 and 3 don't have access for cargo bikes.
Yeah, no,
This is not
thanks.
sufficient.
Thanks for that, Councillor. I'm going to go back to the case officer on that, but I'm presuming that we could put an informative in there for the applicant to rearrange that access so that it is accessible to cargo boats. But do you want to say anything on that, Michael?
Thank you, Chair. My initial reaction is we could, I assume the applicant, and we maybe conditional informative, could have a wider point of access here. So pull the, have a wider gate. I think there is a solution there, simply moving the gate back. So I appreciate the point, and I think we could, in the event of approval, look at weaving it into a condition or having it as an informative, certainly.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that, Councillor. And yeah, we'll go forward on that basis that potentially is resolvable. Councillor Dryden?
Back to this about verge parking. I don't know where it come from originally, but if you go down Queen Elizabeth Way, there is a problem with verge parking. And you say there's not enough room there, but what happens normally, the car parks partly on the pedestrian and cycleway. And if you do go down round all the way Queen Elizabeth Way, you'll find where some residents are so fed up they put their own posts in the verge to stop people doing it.
Yes, quite, Councillor. I think the thing is our policy, it meets our policy requirements. That's what I was getting the officer to point out. And yes, people do park half on, half off verges, but that's not to do with this application, although I think it did come up from the speakers initially. That's where it came from. So, Councillor Bennett, you were next.
Thank you, Chair. I've got one freestanding point, but I've also got a point that picks up Nadia's one on the access to the bikes at the back. So it'd be really great if you could have that slide up again. Thank you. This may just be a failure of understanding on my part, but presumably, that's not disability parking spaces, and it's a standard car space, not a SUV space or a van space. So if you've got a wider vehicle, presumably they'd have to park across that cycle path going there. So that's an issue. And I can see that the paths to the rear cycle storage are 1.2 metres at their narrowest point, which is would be acceptable under LTN 120. But as Nadia says, normally you'd look for 1.5 metres at the corners, the turning circle, and I don't really know what the figures are. The freestanding point I mentioned, page 87, 9.117, discusses removal of admitted development rights, which I think is a good idea. However, if we remove permitted developments, it would be really good to have an informative or a condition to make sure that the future occupiers of the dwellings are made aware of it, because people will assume that they have permitted development rights, and it's not great if people build things and we have to try and negotiate either retrospective permission or get them torn down. So I don't know whether that's best dealt with by an informative or condition, but I think we've had that point come up before. Thank you, that's all I wanted to say, other than to say I do share the concerns about access, trees and overdevelopment.
Okay, I think we've dealt with the access in the sense that we feel an informative might fix the problem, but I don't know if Michael, you want to say any more on that. And then the other thing, I believe, or I'll let the officer say for sure, is probably a civil matter, but I don't know that we, buyer beware or renter beware in terms of property ownership or property renting, but that we could put an informative in potentially for that matter, I guess. But Michael, do you want to respond to those points, please?
Thank you, Chair. Just to confirm, the 4 parking spaces are standard parking spaces. They are 5 metres by 2.5, as shown on the plans. They're not disabled blue badge spaces. And, I mean, we could add an informative. I don't see what the informative would add to the fact that the conditions are already there. You'd sort of expect a property lawyer or solicitor to pick that up. So I don't think there's much more we can do from a planning point of view to relay that to the potential future occupants.
Okay, thank you, Michael. So, Councillor Porra?
Thank you. I share a lot of the concerns. I mean, the bottom line is we deferred this to try and hope the applicant would come back with something better. We still aren't policy compliant with cycle parking. There should be 3 at the front, full stop. I do welcome the cargo bike, but 1.2 metres is not going to be sufficient. And actually, if you widen the door between plots 2 and 3, that will just eat into the garden even more. We've got a very small garden, which has currently got 3 bikes, an air source heat pump, and all the bins. And this is a family house. I think my own very small garden is probably similar size. You put a swing in it and you hit the wall. It's not sufficient. My other question is to the right of the slide we're looking at, so the side with the hedge. This is stating the bleeding obvious, but hedges grow. So that 1.2 metre is on the assumption the hedge is cut right back, which has other B&G concerns. It will just grow back. So I have no confidence that that is going to be a usable access, because within a few weeks of you cutting it back, it won't be 1.2 metres. That will just be a really prickly, horrible hedge that you have to climb through or keep chopping. And again, we can't chop things during bird nesting season. I think that applies to large hedges as well, but I'll be happy to correct it. I'm still worried about the B&G. I had understood we would come back with a really clear signal from the officers that the trees had been fully accounted for, particularly I think Councillor Robertson's photo, where I think he was suggesting that the B&G assessment hadn't got the size of the trees right, because I think once the width is above 30. I mean, it's a shame we don't have the officer here, because I would have liked to interrogate that more, because looking at how verdant it was and how the legislation now allows us to go back in time, if I understand, I'm really struggling. So could the officer confirm if the B&G will be achieved on site or whether we are asking for off-site gains? My feeling was, my hope was when it came back after deferral was that it might be smaller. To me, this is overdevelopment. If you actually park in the space nearest to the house, you have to reverse out onto the road, because I don't think if there's a car opposite you, you'll be able to get back and turned to go forward facing, I think. And to me, this just, again, suggests that this is just not hugely too big. And I don't object to the design of the houses, I have to say. I think the officer's right. They're relatively consistent with the road style. But for me, there's not enough cycle parking. The cars are cramped and potentially not enough, although it is quite a sustainable site. The gardens are small. Some of the amendments we might want to make will make the gardens even smaller, and at least one of the side passages is going to be unusable for a reasonable proportion of the year. So we're not even accessing the 3 cycle parkers we need as a minimum. So for me at the moment, I have real concerns, and I'm disappointed that it didn't come back from the applicants with perhaps, for example, 3 there and a little bit more space for everything. Thank you.
I'm keen to go back to the officer, but you raise your point first, then Councillor Thornborough, then we'll go back.
The M42 requires a disabled parking space for a resident or a visitor. and also policy 56K requires inclusive design for people with disabilities. So there needs to be not a blue badge parking, but this requires a parking for a disabled resident or visitor. So M42 is a condition, but I would have thought it needs to be the landscaping condition, and the M42 condition really needs to be cleared up before it starts on site. So they need to show how to accommodate a disability in parking. And I agree that there could be 5 adults living. These are family homes, or there could be 5 adults. And I think the bicycle parking is not sufficient. And I'm continued to be really concerned about vehicles leaving this site. Cars, I think you could probably do a 6 or 7 point turn to turn around, but vans delivering, which we get these days, is going to be. There are times in the morning and the afternoon where there are streams of children going across here, and the possibility of a delivery vehicle reversing out is just unacceptable, I think.
Right, thanks, Councillor. So back to the case officer, I think, just to say, we've had some things said there you might want to challenge possibly or correct, maybe in terms of correct information. And also, so we had the trees talked about at length by the speakers, and that's now been raised by councillors. So perhaps if you could sort of bottom that all out in terms of the metric, the removal of trees beforehand, biodiversity net gain, all of that. Also, the question of whether the car parking spaces are cramped, as was said. I think you've described them as being policy compliant. And also the nature of the access to the car parking spaces. So you said that they're accessible, more than policy compliant in that respect. You said that there were 7 metres, I think, between them rather than 6, which was policy compliant. So it's been suggested that you couldn't get in and out. I think you said that you can. So just if you could confirm that so we're all aware, and then we can interrogate that further. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So working through the questions, the hedge on, obviously, for plot 4 versus the width of this access. The intention is obviously to trim the hedge back to accommodate the development, and then should it be developed and someone living here, then clearly there's going to be a maintenance issue, or for that occupier in terms of keeping this as a usable space. But that's for the occupier, I think. BNG would be on site. I think in the report it refers to 35% on site. And the trees, I mean, there's not much I can add to what's not in the report. And obviously, I know Guy's not here, but he would, I think, just say the same sort of thing. This is the updated, this is a September metric, and the key table I just want to draw members' attentions to is tree area calculator 1D, and part A does talk about number of trees pre-development. So it acknowledges that there were 8 small trees, which are defined as having a diameter at breast height, which I believe is 4 foot above ground level, as less than 30 centimetres. It does acknowledge that there are 2 medium trees, which have that diameter at breast height of 30 to 90 centimetres, which would align with the Councillor Robertson's photos that you've seen on screen. So officers, we've been to site, we've reviewed the information. We don't have any firm evidence to demonstrate that the updated metric that reflects, as you can see on the screen, isn't an accurate reflection. I appreciate some of the views, which I think was a Google Earth view, which obviously sort of puffs out some of the imagery, shows a significant canopy. But and I'm sure Joanna will jump in if I'm saying anything wrong, but the tree area calculator is based on diameter at breast height, so 4 foot off the ground. I'm really not sure there's much I can add about trees. Officers, we've looked at this information, we're satisfied this does reflect the situation on the site before May 2022, when some of the trees were removed. When the trees were removed, none of them were covered by a TPO, so there's no issues there. The developer could have gone in and cleared the site. We were in the process of putting some TPOs on some of the more significant trees at the site, and one of those has been successful and is to be retained as part of this development. So I think that's all I can say on trees.
So, Michael, just to interrupt, I mean, I don't know if you wanted to, I think Joanna Davies is on the call, tree officer, whether she could add anything more to what you said, although it sounds quite elusive.
Yeah, Joanna, if you want to say anything at this point, you're welcome to, but...
No, just really to agree, whether you agree with it or not, and I won't comment myself on that. They are huge trees, huge canopy. They were trees with very large canopy, beech, but the way the metric is calculated doesn't always take that into consideration, just because of the ways the way that trees grow. They can have really quite a substantial canopy, even though they are relatively young trees with a relatively small diameter. But generally speaking, you would end up with a reasonable metric, a reasonable area based on the DBH. But in this instance, I would suggest that the DBH slews away from the actual canopy spread that's on site and the benefit that has. But that is the calculation, and that is what is accepted.
Can you just outline DBH, please, the acronym?
Sorry, DBH is the diameter at breast height, absolutely. Whether you work in feet or meters, it's generally speaking 1.5 meters above ground level, and that's the diameter of the stem.
Thanks, Joanna. Thank you. Well, if you hold on to those questions then, please, Michael. I'll let Councillor Thornbury just ask a question on that while we're still there.
This form shows that there will be 9 new trees planted at the development with a DM, whatever the DPM, 30 to 50 millimetres. Does that mean that those 9 trees will have basically 1 foot wide trunk when they're put in? It says 9 there, and it says that they're medium trees of a certain girth for the trunk. Is that right?
I think
From
the
day
answer is
one,
no,
will that
probably.
what the new trees
No, I think
be?
that's probably in total, but I'll let you respond, Joanna, if I may, please. Go straight to you.
Sorry, I haven't looked at this at all because this is.
You, when I said it, I was wrong. I'll go to Michael. That's probably the best thing to do because he's got the document in front of him. Michael.
Thank you, and thank you, Joanna. Yeah, this is the biodiversity, again, the metric that Guy will have assessed, and I did debate whether I should put it on the screen because I thought I might get questions about the table I don't fully understand either. I can't confirm whether this is the intended planting size or whether it's the anticipated size. Once the trees are planted and established, that they will become medium trees in this calculator. So I can't confirm that, I'm afraid. I don't know. I might try and put Toby on the spot to know if he understands it any more than I do, but...
Okay, sounds like we're not going to get an answer to that one then. Not a deal breaker, perhaps. It would be good to know, but if nobody's able to answer the question, then so be it. So carry on answering questions then, Michael, because that was just the trees part of the answers you were going to give.
Yes, thank you, Chair. What I will do is drop Dan Weaver a Teams message while we're debating to see if I can get any clarification on that. Councillor Thornbury mentioned M42 and policy 52K, and I think if we were minded to support the application, if members were minded to support the application, we could look to refine the conditions to make sure we avoid a policy conflict in the event of an approval. And then, I shouldn't have stopped sharing screen. Chair, you asked about car parking sizes. Again, just to reiterate, they are 5 metres by 2.5 metres, which is the recommended size for a standard parking space. And my understanding is the guidance is that you should have a 6 metre sort of space to be able to manoeuvre. In this case, you've got a 7 metre width, so it's slightly beyond sort of the recommended guidance to be able to reverse out and then turn. I can bring the plan back up to show you that if you wish, unless a verbal explanation is sufficient.
I think verbal's fine. That's okay.
I think that was everything at this stage, Chair.
Okay. Anyone miss anything that they... I've got Councillor Bennett already. Yeah, Councillor Bennett.
I was just going to say that my understanding is that you wouldn't normally be planting a tree that has a 30 to 90 centimetre trunk because they're likely to go into shock. And I think that's something that Joanna could comment on, even though she's not seen that specific application, because it's a general point.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I don't think we're going to be planting trees at 1 foot diameter trunk. Councillor Pora.
Thank you, Chair. Just as we're going back to Joanna, sorry, Joanna, could I ask her view on the hedge? Because my concern is if it's cut back, could she give us some indication of how quickly it would grow back, how often it would need pruning back to allow that 1.2 metres, so the full width? We haven't got any give there. And whether there are restrictions on pruning a hedge, for example, in bird nesting seasons. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. And just to be clear for members of the public listening and so on, it will be at that access point pretty much, won't it? Because the opening widens as you go down into the site. So that's the main point, that it needs to be cut back to get access. Any more questions before I go back? Nope. Okay, back to you then, Michael.
Sorry, Chair, I was typing to Dan, who's currently replying on the tree query. Joanna hasn't been to site, so I don't know if Joanna can really comment too much on the hedge. My guy's not here, but I can read part of an email that he sent me following the site visit, if that's helpful, about the hedge. It says, from our site visit, it was clear that the large mature hedgerow was growing primarily from the neighbouring properties side, and therefore is not proposed for removal by the scheme. It comprised a mix of native and non-native species, but I am content with its classification as an ornamental hedgerow. As it forms part of the curtilage of the property, it does not fall within the hedgerow regulations. And then Guy goes on to talk about the sort of benefits of refining that condition, or having a new condition about the hedge root protection zone, which I highlighted in my presentation. So I don't know if that helps give any context following our site visit.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So I don't know if Joanna wanted to add to that or has had a chance to look at the email you sent her on the trees. Joanna?
Yeah, I have been to site, but admittedly didn't look at the hedge in detail. But what has just been read out sounds reasonable. You would expect to cut the hedge back beyond the point, if possible, and then allow it to grow back to the to the boundary. But obviously that is something that would need to be agreed with the neighbours. I do agree that it will require regular maintenance to maintain that gap for access. With regards to nesting birds, it is an offence to disturb nesting birds, full stop. That generally happens historically between end of March and beginning of August. However, with climate change, that is changing. And we are finding that birds are nesting much earlier in the year. And then depending on species that are around, they frequently carry on and have additional broods after sort of typical nesting bird season. But the offence is simply you can't disturb nesting birds. So you would have to assess the hedge for nesting birds before carrying out any work that might disturb them.
Okay, thanks for that additional information, Joanna. That's useful. Okay, I can't see more hands up. So there was one other thing I just wanted you to bottom out, as well as the thing you were going to say, Michael, is that this question of cycle parking, we've had this before in committee, and we know that policy refers or requires at least some or all of the cycle parking to be at the front of the dwelling, but we have seen cases where some of the parking is acceptable at the rear as well. So I don't know if you, obviously you find it acceptable because you've recommended approval for this scheme, but did you want to comment on that consideration between where the cycle parking is positioned and also the thing that you were going to add to that, Michael? No more questions, I don't think.
Thank you, Chair. I might start with cycle parking because Dan is typing something else. I think that, there's a balance to reach in this development. And as you say, we have had schemes where we've had all cycle parking at the front, so the rear, and a mix. I think the view was taken on this one, and it may well come back round to potential overdevelopment of the site in members' minds, that obviously if we put any more cycle parking to the front of the site, then we're going to start losing soft landscaping out of the front of the site, and that is part of the characteristic of Queen Edith Way in this particular area. So we don't want an overly large prominent structure at the front of the site. So I think it's a balance in this instance. I'm not sure, if we went to appeal and the only issue was the cycle parking location, whether that would stand up in my view, hence the recommendation. In terms of the trees, Dan Weaver, who's one of the council's ecologists, I put the question to him, and he has said they can only be classed as medium trees if they are planted with a diameter breast height above 30 centimetres. So based on that metric, they would be going in with that diameter breast size. And he reiterates, so this might drop their net gain down if it changed to small trees later on. On that point, I would just say we do have conditions to the secure landscape details, so I don't want to sort of frighten members that we might lose the net gain. It's the sort of, yeah, I think it's something that their ecologists would need to justify based on the exchange with Dan, but hopefully that's just a helpful point of clarification.
Okay, I think if there's no more questions, just say, Councillor Thornborough.
Sorry, the condition 4, which is a traffic management plan, it refers to, this needs to be submitted in writing at the commencement, and it talks about movement and control of all deliveries. In brackets, all loading and unloading should be undertaken off the adopted highways where possible. So traffic management plans this is not a construction traffic management plan, it's a traffic management plan. And I think that the plan is submitted must consider all deliveries going forward in the future. So I think the condition is okay, but when it comes forward, can the officers ensure that it is regarding domestic deliveries to enable, that we get these days? Is that? I just hope I'd like the officer to confirm that it would include deliveries going forward in the future. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Porro.
Just very quickly, if those trees are going in at 30 centimetres plus, I'm pretty sure those gardens will become basically overshadowed, because the canopies are going to be large, which is good for the verdant character, less good if you're trying to sit out in the garden. Thank you.
Okay, we don't have clear information on that, but normally I wouldn't, as chair, want to say anything of a technical nature at all and defer to officers, but I can't see how a tree with a trunk of 30 centimetres or 1 foot in diameter is going to be planted. A tree that's growing, yes, but not a tree that's planted. I've never seen a tree that big planted. I know it's all possible. It's all possible. This is a little scheme with 4 houses. This is not some sort of super city centre development. So I can't see that's going to happen. I think that's probably a mistake, but that's just me speaking. I'm not an expert at all. So I'm just going to say that because that may be useful for you to consider. Councillor Akhmetova.
So I would like to say that I still strongly feel it's an overdevelopment, and it's a shame we couldn't find anything to evidence it. I think the problem that we're looking at the policies in isolation, but in isolation, it does look like it all stacks up. But when it's all put together, like access to cars is not quite right, access to bicycles is not quite right. There are lots of risks. It all falls apart. I appreciate that, but probably won't be able to find a solid planning ground to turn it around. But if it goes ahead, can we please make sure that the condition on carbon reduction is made into a pre-commencement condition? Because at the moment it says pre-occupation, which is slightly meaningless because at this time you can't do anything to rectify it.
Thank you, Councillor. On the other hand, I haven't heard anything that says that this scheme is not policy compliant myself. But we'll see what you all say. I think we're going to go to the vote soon. Unless there's any final points or questions? No? Okay. Recommendation then, please, Toby.
Yeah, sorry, did you want me to come?
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I apologise. Yeah, Michael.
Because Councillor Thorpe asked about condition 4 of the traffic management plan. That would just be applicable to the sort of construction phase. We can't, as a local planning authority, restrict when someone's Tesco delivery or Amazon delivery may or may not arrive at the site. So just to clarify that, condition 4 will be solely for the construction.
Thanks for that.
Sorry, on the energy condition, the standard wording and trigger for the energy condition is prior to occupation. So that would be sort of being consistent with other decisions we've issued. But if members felt strongly that it needed to be above slab level, then that, we could look at that trigger. But just to confirm that prior to occupation is the standard trigger for that type of condition. Sorry, Chair.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for reminding me. Okay. In that case, we will go now to the recommendation then, Toby, please.
Thanks, Chair. That's on page 91 of the reports pack. The recommendation is to approve subject to the conditions as set out and subject to the amended conditions as set out by the officer in his introduction to the report. That includes some additional wording with regard to the protection of the edge on condition 5 with regard to condition 8. It includes revision to the wording of that condition for the inclusion of the retention of the coppiced regrowth, and also amendment to condition 8 to accommodate through a revision or through the plan to be submitted to discharge that condition additional turning/manoeuvrability space for cargo bikes as they enter the rear garden area, and then minor amendments to conditions 26 and 19 to ensure that they cross-reference each other to ensure there's no conflict in the wording. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Toby. So the officer's recommendation is one of approval. All those in favour of that recommendation?
Chair, can I check, was Councillor Bennett made a change about letting occupiers know about permitted development rights? Or was that counteracted?
Yeah, permitted development rights, notification of to future occupiers. That was questioned but put forward. Toby?
Unless Michael disagrees, I didn't think that carried as a recommendation.
No, not. Okay, so while it's fresh in your mind, that's the recommendation. All those in favour of that?
For and support, Chair.
Against?
Against, Chair, it's tied.
So I use my chair's casting vote to vote in favour of the recommendation. For the debate, we'll stop now for lunch. If we come back at 2:45, please. Thanks very much, and thanks to the speakers. Thank you, Chris. Good afternoon. Welcome back to Planning Committee after lunch. Next item is item 7, 237 Hills Road. The presenting officer is Dominic Bush. He's online, and there are no speakers. So, Dominic, if you've got to present the item, please. Afternoon, Dominic.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just check again that you can see my screen and hear me?
Yes, thank you. I hear you.
Perfect. Yeah, so this application before you is at number 237 Hills Road and is proposing the construction of a replacement dwelling following the demolition of the existing dwelling within the site. Just by way of amendments to this application since the reports pack was published, there's been a slight amendment to the wording of condition 10, just to remove the initial couple of words that were within the comments from the highways officer requesting the condition. These were mistakenly left in, have been removed. Just by way of history of the site, so there was an application submitted in 2022 for 2 dwellings within the application site, as also within the blue line land as shown on the next slide. Plot 1 was identical to the proposed dwelling as proposed within this application. This was taken to committee recommending refusal and was refused on 4 total reasons. And this was then taken to appeal and dismissed at appeal. And the appeal decision is Appendix A of the reports pack. This 2 paragraphs here are the key paragraphs relating to the appeal decision. Essentially, the top one concluded that the proposed dwelling on plot 1, which is the plot that's relevant to this application, would not appear overly large and would respect the general pattern of development fronting onto roads in the area, while paragraph 2 concludes that in this context, the traditional architectural style of proposed dwelling on plot 1 would be in keeping with the appearance of the existing dwellings within the area. Here we have the location plan of the site on the left and an aerial view on the right. As you can see, the existing dwelling is set back from those that front Hills Road to the west. The site is accessed from Hills Road with a lengthy private driveway surrounded on 3 sides by other residential properties and their gardens. And to the north is those properties that front Cavendish Avenue, with the garden of number 4 extending to the rear here. As shown on the location plan, the area to the south of the site here is outlined within blue, and this is where the additional dwelling was proposed within the previous application. And the aerial plan on the right also shows the number of trees within and surrounding the application site. And this is just a GIS map of the site. So the trees shown in pink are those protected by tree preservation orders. There are a total, I believe, of 3 now within the southern area of the site. These 2 here have been removed, is my understanding, from the site. This is the site plan for the proposal. The footprint of the proposed dwelling is shown here with the red hashes. It might be slightly hard to see, but the outline of the existing dwelling is shown here with the detached garage here underneath. As you can see, to the west of the dwelling, to the front, there is a proposed double garage with integrated cycle parking here. There's a sizable private residential garden extending to the north, east and south of the dwelling. And the 2 grey areas here are light wells to serve the basement of the proposed dwelling. And this is just an arboricultural site plan of the site, showing the 5 trees that are proposed to be removed. So T5 and T6 are located here. And there's another 3, so a section of this line of trees here, here and here are also proposed to be removed. The trees that are currently within the site that are protected by TPO are T13 down here, T15 here and T17 here, and T17 I believe had permission to be removed as well. And these are the proposed front and rear elevations of the dwelling, which is a full 2-storey in height with an additional floor within the roof of the building as well as a basement below. It should be noted that, as referenced in the report, the design of this dwelling, externally at least, is identical to that within the previous application within the site. These proposed side elevations of the dwelling, the one on the left showing the southern elevation, including the depth of the proposed basement. The basement was the element that wasn't included within the previous application on the site. As shown, or as you can also see, there are a couple of first floor side-facing windows within either side elevation. As referenced in the report, these are conditioned to be obscure glazed. And this is the proposed basement, ground and first floor plans of the proposed dwelling. And the first floor side-facing windows can be seen on this plan here. So one here, both serving bathrooms, and then there's also small secondary windows within the front-facing gables, which are these elements here. And these are the proposed attic and roof plan for the proposed dwelling. Bedroom 5 and bedroom 6 are within the attic. both of which are served by these rear-facing gable windows here. Here we have the plans and elevations for the proposed garage and cycle store, located to the front of the dwelling. So as I said previously, the 2 car parking spaces, as well as 5 cycle parking spaces, which is policy compliant for a 6-bed dwelling such as this. Now I just have some photos of the site. So firstly, this is the photo on the left, shows the view from Long Hills Road, and the existing access to the site is the one shown on the left here. And the right-hand photo just shows the view from just inside that access looking towards the existing dwelling. And you may just be able to make out the detached garage of the current dwelling here. These are some closer views of the existing property. So the photo on the right shows the detached garage, which I showed in the previous photo here. And this is the dwelling itself, which, as you can see, is also a full 2-storey in height, but again with no roof, floor or basement. The trees within the right-hand photo here are T5 and T6, which I showed you previously, which are proposed to be removed. And the left-hand photo just shows the existing building taken from that area within the blue line to the south, so looking towards the north. This photo here just shows the view looking north from within the proposed rear garden of the proposed dwelling, so looking forward towards number 4A Cavendish Avenue. The rear elevation of this neighbouring dwelling is approximately 23 metres from the northern boundary of the site. And the red arrow here just indicates roughly the direction and location of the photo was taken from. With regards to comments received on the application, none of the consultees have objected to the proposal, subject to a number of conditions as discussed in my report. And this includes the tree officer who, subject to conditions, had no objection to the scheme, including the removal of 5 trees. All of the 5 trees proposed to be removed are category C, meaning they're of low quality. The ecology officer also raised no objection to the proposed biodiversity net gain. Multiple third-party comments have also been received in objection. These are also referenced and assessed within my report. And overall, as the design of the proposed replacement dwelling is considered to be acceptable, in addition to the subdivision of the existing residential garden, the proposal is recommended for approval subject to conditions as set out in my report. Thank you, Chair.
Right, thanks, Dominic. So I'll just clarify one point before we go into debate. So you said it's identical to the previous application. So which application are you referring to there? Previous, I mean.
It is this reference here. So it was submitted in 2022. Was for 2 dwellings on the site. So one essentially as proposed within this application, but then an additional dwelling within the blue line land here. Plot 1, appearance-wise, is identical to that was previously proposed, but obviously with the addition of the basement, which wasn't there previously.
Okay, I think I've got it. So in relevant site history, is that the one in 2022? You said 2023, but there's one in 2022.
Sorry, yes, it was submitted 2022,
Yeah.
Determined 2023.
Right, I understand. Okay. Yeah, okay, debate them. Any? Yeah, Councillor Locomotiva.
So, just like to understand very basic considerations about this development and how it responds to both national... Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, no, sure.
So how the development responds to national and local policy, and specifically MPPF policy 157 says that we should encourage the reuse of existing resources. Here we're demolishing the house that's already on site, and I don't really have any details of the condition of the existing house and why it's been demolished. So kind of why no options of retrofitting or extension have been considered. And again, OSPD also encourages applicants to preserve historic fabric, and this is kind of the first principle of carbon reduction. So I'd just like to understand how those things have been considered before a new build with the basement, and basement are incredibly kind of hungry in terms of embodied carbon. it's almost impossible to build a building with a basement that would be sustainable. So yeah, I'd just like to hear what officers' views on this are.
Yep, thanks, Councillor Pora.
Thank you very much. So I was on the previous one, we rejected. So I'm interested about the blue line, because obviously my assumption would be if this had come back with one house that the garden would extend all the way down. And I'm a little bit worried that that blue line is basically a vacant plot. Is there any advantage to putting it through in stages, so putting one house through and then coming back later to put a second house on that plot separately? Because obviously we've got some substantial trees there with the verdant character of the area. And I'm also interested, as the officers talking quite rightly, that if we have to off-site some of the biodiversity net gain, it could be on that in the blue line, which seems very sensible. But could the officers, or it might be Toby, explain that if that were developed in the future, would that BNG from the red line site be captured, or could it be lost if, for example, in a couple of years someone said, well, I want to build a house on the blue line plot? And I think, is it gas? There's no air source heat pump, I think I'm right in saying. Again, it's not something we can stop under the local plan necessarily, but it's certainly very disappointing to see a house of this size that wouldn't be looking at air or ground source heat pump. And I think the officer mentioned that there were 2 TPO trees that had been removed. So I don't know if he could comment, I may have misheard that, but could Dominic please comment on that, and also obviously whether that's been included in the biodiversity net gain calculation, because that would be a concern if we've lost 2 TPO trees without permission. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Okay, so I'll say a couple of things. So neither of mine are really planning questions, Dominic, but I'd like to say them anyway. So I agree with Councillor Lokomatova that this building doesn't look very green. In fact, I think someone once wrote the greenest building is the one that's already there, and there clearly is a building already here. And I can't for the life of me see why you'd want to dig a big hole, put a basement into a building that's going to have something like about 469 square metres, which is probably about 7 times bigger than the average 2-bedroom home in this country. But I guess we don't have a planning regulation on that. But I've said it before, we have had bigger, but it seems obscene that we have these huge buildings proposed for people to live in when people just don't even have a home to live in at all. End of speech. Thank you. So questions, please, Dominic.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so on the first point by Councillor Lokomatova, the retrofitting, officers acknowledge that retrofitting is often more sustainable than demolishing and rebuilding dwellings such as this, but I don't believe we have any policy that can require that if someone applies, as in this case for the demolition and rebuild, the principle of a single dwelling on the site has been established. I don't believe we have any policy reason to refuse an application on that grounds. In terms of sustainability, the carbon reduction condition and water efficiency condition, which have been recommended, would be suggested sufficient to ensure sustainability on a single dwelling like this. There's not really much else on a scale of development for a single dwelling that we could require, I don't think, in terms of policy. In terms of Councillor Pora's point on BNG, I did ask the question of the agent about providing some of the net gain to offset the loss within the blue line land. They felt it might be difficult to provide the entirety of the net gain within the blue line land. Obviously, the condition allows for that discussion to be had at that stage. My understanding is also if the BNG was provided within the blue line land, then because of the 30-year monitoring, it would have to be retained there. I don't believe it would be able to be developed or be lost because of that reason, or any future development on the site. In terms of the phasing, my understanding is that following the appeal decision, which the inspector was generally supportive of this plot, the applicant and the agent decided to push ahead with just this plot, given the, as mentioned, the more significant constraints on the southern area of land here. In terms of the air source heat pump, there was previously an air source heat pump proposed, but following conversations and comments from the environmental health officer, this was decided to be removed. It can obviously be added at a later stage, perhaps through permitted development or through a Section 73, but at this stage there isn't an air source heat pump proposed. And the 2 TPO trees that were shown on the GIS map, I think these were removed a while ago. They've not any record of them in any of the arboricultural information, but all of the trees that were within the site or have been removed recently would be taken into account with any BNG calculations. I don't know if there are any other questions, Chair.
Thanks, Dominic. Councillor Bagent.
Chair, I think the officer said that our consultations included the removal of the no air source or the air source heat pump. Why would we argue for that?
Noise expectable. Any more questions? Yeah, Councillor Bennett.
Like Councillor Bagent, I'm alarmed at the removal of the air source heat pump. Most common reason for not proceeding is noise, because they've got to be sited too close to the boundary, but this is a very large plot. So I'm perplexed, and it'd be really helpful if Dominic could shed some light on that. And also, I do want to say that this is not a small site, and I think we should expect BNG replacement to happen on that site. And if it's not, it seems to be at least a rebuttable presumption that we've got overdevelopment.
Thanks, Councillor. Right, can't see any more hands. But just to come back on what you said, Dominic, I understand really the lack of policy to enforce smaller houses. But digging a hole in the ground for a basement is quite a big deal. And will that have implications for flooding? And do we have any leeway there in terms of encouraging them not to dig a hole in the ground? Because I don't really see they need it personally, but I know that's nothing to do with me because it's their prerogative to build the house they want. But Dominic?
Thank you, Jay. Yeah, to answer your question first, the basement, the site is within a low flood risk area and is not at risk of surface water flooding, so I don't think we could reasonably refuse the application because of the addition of the dwelling and potential flood risk. Appreciate that the dwelling is significant in size with the addition of the basement over the previous application, but I don't think there's any policy reason we'd have to refuse that, given that the inspector decided previously that the scale was acceptable, albeit without the basement. Just to clarify, the removal of the air source heat pump was due to the requirement for noise impact assessment, as mentioned by our environmental health officer. Obviously, they assess every application on its own grounds, but in this case, it was decided that because of the surrounding properties, that a noise impact assessment would be required prior to determination, which is why the agent and applicant decided to remove that element. In terms of on-site BNG, my understanding is that because of the way BNG is calculated, as you may be aware, any single dwelling, any land surrounding it is calculated as vegetated garden, making it very difficult for small sites such as this, even with perhaps more space surrounding the dwelling, to provide on-site BNG. I know they did try in this case to provide more on-site BNG, but that was this situation is considered the outcome of that. Thank you.
Right, thanks. Can I just come back on one of those? So I wasn't quite clear on what you said about the air source heat pump. Are you saying that the applicant chose to withdraw it from the scheme because they were asked to do an assessment, or because they had done an assessment and the assessment showed it to be too noisy? Which is it?
Because they were asked to, Chair.
So they haven't done the assessment yet?
No.
I think we either want an air source heat pump, or if they're going to dig a hole anyway, they might as well put a ground source heat pump in. But I think one of those two would be desirable. Any more questions, councillors? Councillor Thornborough.
In paragraph 9.36, it says there are 4 bedrooms, but there are actually 6 for this. But the space calculated, I'm just saying if that's incorrect on paragraph 9.36.
A bit closer to the microphone, please, Councillor.
Yes, so that's where we've got the little chart about the number of bedrooms and people and the space standards. It's actually 6 bedrooms and possibly 12 people. So just think, I don't think we can do anything about it, but 5 cycles and 2 cars is not really adequate, but I don't think we can do anything about that.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Any more? Councillor Porter.
Yeah, I share the chair and everyone's disappointment about the air source heat pump. I mean, I know it's a big house, but we have air source heat pumps in terraces, which are mitigated for noise. So I would really like to ask the officer if he would accept at least an informative to strongly urge them. And if not, we also, I think, have a nice informative about retrofitting, if that's, or in advance fitting. So the idea is even if you put gas in, that you make sure your radiators and your pipes meet the minimum requirements so that whoever buys this house doesn't have to spend an absolute fortune in about 10 years when gas boilers become defunct. I am still concerned about that blue line site. I would have expected that to be the garden of this, and it worries me that that may come forward future for development. So I suppose I'd just like to put a marker down that that is a very verdant area with a lot of TPO trees, and it, as the inspector agreed with us, I'm struggling to see what could be built there. But I appreciate they've decided not to include it. It's a shame because it's just going to be a square of space. I suspect there'll be pressure for development on it in the future, but there we are. But yeah, if Dominic could say whether you could accept, well, I'd love a condition about an air source heat pump, but I suspect we can't do that. But at least an informative, because I cannot believe we can't find somewhere to house a large air source heat pump that isn't noisy. Because, this is tens of metres off boundaries for other properties. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Dominic, Toby's going to say something first.
Just for councillors' information, really, condition 8, which requires a carbon reduction statement that allows for on-site renewable energy or low-carbon technologies to come forward through the discharge of that condition, including kind of mitigation measures. So I'd expect that if we were to have an air source heat pump, it would come through as a conditional discharge.
But just to be clear, if we don't, I guess that's what you're saying. Yeah, if the applicant chooses not to, we don't. So, Councillor Vajan?
Yeah, I'm back on fire again. How wide's the driveway and how far down the driveway is the house from the road? And did we get any comments from the fire service on this?
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Did I see another hand at all? Yeah, Councillor Nakamatoba.
So I still would like to go back to the planning balance and understand what are the benefits of the development and how they outweigh the harm and the environmental harm from it, because it's a big new house with a basement and kind of no aspirations as to reduction of operational energy. So if we're talking about presumption in favour of sustainable development, this development can't be called sustainable. So, so what are the benefits that do outweigh the harm?
That's an interesting question. We'll get that one in a minute. So, Councillor Porter?
Just to come back, thank you, Toby, for the reassurance. I would still like to add the informative about retrofitting to make sure it is compatible were a gas boiler to be installed. I'm happy to delegate that to officers because I think we have one, Councillor Thorne was saying. Oh, it's normally a condition. Okay, in that case, I would much prefer it to be a condition. I know we've used it on, I think, some of the Darwin Green sites and places where it basically says you need to prepare for the future so that future residents don't have to pay to have all their flooring ripped out and new pipes put in. So, again, if that was something the officers would be willing to either do now or take forward, I would support that, please.
Well, we'll let Dominic get back on that, but just to be clear, Councillor Porter and others, Dominic, I think Toby was reassuring you. He was saying that the applicant could choose to put energy-saving measures in, but could choose not to. That's all. Councillor Bennett.
This is just a very small point, but page 121, condition 10, looks slightly oddly worded. It says, please add a condition requiring, rather than there is a condition. So just a tweak, maybe?
Yeah, thanks for that, Councillor. So just before I go back to you then, Dominic, this point that Councillor Porter raised is an interesting one. The fact, the fact that the other bit of the site could be developed in the style of the previous application, which was refused, i.e. 2 buildings, not 1, 2 houses, not 1. And what comfort can you give us, if any, that might or might not happen? Dominic, no, Councillor Thornberry's got a question.
Yeah, so we have a condition to enable retrofitting in the future about the gas boiler. So we've got the wording and where the radiators needs to be sized, the location for the air source heat pump agreed, the valves are in, so that in the future, if they decide to go to an air source heat pump, they just take the gas boiler out and put the new equipment in to ensure that it is really able to be adapted. So I think that's really important, that we should be using that condition in all applications for housing where there is a gas boiler. And that was and I can find the policy that this supports, which means it's an adaptable house designed for sustainable living.
Okay, thanks for that. And I think on that, it might be that using that condition, causing the applicant to do that, might mean the applicant actually chooses to put the thing in the first place if they're going to do all that anyway, which would be a win for us, I guess. Dominic, back to you.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'll start with the point about the retrofitting. I have never used that condition, but subject to Toby not disagreeing, I don't see any reason why a condition couldn't be added to that regard. On your point about the blue line land to the south, I think the comfort I would get is from the appeal decision, which was dismissed at appeal, albeit the inspector was fairly positive about the site, plot 1, this site. It was dismissed due to the impact on trees and also other reasons for the plot to the south. So there's not that same weight that can be given to the development on the southern site. It is clearly a more constrained site, as can be seen in the inspector's decision. On Councillor Badent's point about the driveway width, it's at the narrowest point, so where the driveway meets the highway, it's approximately 3.75 metres in width. Again, on the point of the fire department, I'd be wary of, they weren't consulted, but again, important to note that the existing dwelling is within the same location as the proposed. So I think we'd be hard pressed to require any more information or refuse it on that basis. In terms of, again, Councillor Lockmadover's point about the sustainability aspect, I think, as I said previously, I don't think we have any policy reason, or there's not any policy to attribute harm to the demolition of the building and rebuild as opposed to retrofitting. The conditions we requested in terms of carbon reduction and water efficiency, in our view, are sufficient in this case. Finally, on condition 10, I think, as I mentioned in the amendment on my presentation, I've in the amendment sheet, the first few words of that condition are to be removed because they were mistakenly left in. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Toby.
Just one additional point for the councillor regarding the demolition. So the planning authority is not in a particularly strong position to resist the demolition of the property because we're not in a conservation area here. The applicants could quite simply apply for prior approval to demolish the dwelling, and the only control the authority could exercise is over how it's demolished, not whether it is demolished. So it's not an argument that would hold any weight in terms of a planning assessment or appeal in this case.
Okay, right, thanks. I think we're going to go to the vote soon. I just want to bottom out fully that thing about the blue line, Dominic, which I'm not quite there with it yet. So thank you for your response so far. So just to be clear then, you're saying there's nothing we can do to stop the applicant building on that part of the site? Because all I'm and the other part of my question is, we're referring to the 2022 refused application for 2 dwellings. Well, if we approve this application today, is that a material planning consideration in terms of whether an application on the other site, the blue line site, could come forward and succeed in terms of putting a dwelling on that site? So a different situation to the original situation that existed in 2022-23.
Thank you, Chair. I don't think, in my view, that if this application was to be approved, that it would provide significant weight to the development on the southern site. There's nothing, of course, stopping the applicant coming forward with an application on the southern site. But as I said, the inspector's decision on the appeal, albeit that was for 2 dwellings rather than just the southern site, was fairly dismissive of that site and the development proposed at that time. I think there would be a requirement for more discussions regarding suitability of that southern site for further development because of the TPO trees within the site, it's a lot more difficult to build anything on that site. As I said, there's nothing stopping them making an application, but that's not to say anything will be approved for sure.
Yeah, and obviously that application could come forward before this site is built out, couldn't it? And the second site could be built first before this site. That could all happen within the space of 5 years, yeah. Any more questions? No, I think we are where we are then on all of that. So good debate. Let's have the recommendation then, please, Toby.
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendation is set out on page 118 of the report, that is to approve, subject to the planning conditions as set out with minor amendments to the conditions as drafted delegated to officers. It includes an amendment to condition 10, which is set out on the amendment sheet, and it includes an additional condition in terms of retrofitting in respect of a potential gas boiler being put into the property. Councillor, I am aware of the wording of that condition. We've used it before, so delegated to officers. Thank you.
So the recommendation is one of approval. All those in favour of that recommendation?
Was there something about condition 10 as well?
That was covered in the recommendation.
Thanks. So all those in favour?
6, Chair.
Against? Abstentions? Did I miss somebody? Let's do it again. All those in favour of the recommendation? 7. Thanks. And we had no against, so abstentions? That's everyone. Okay, thank you very much for that, councillors. We'll move on to the next item straight away, if that's okay, councillors. Yeah, looks like no one needs a comfort break. Okay, right, next item then. So next up is item 8, 65 Ferrers Way. Rachel Brightwell's the officer. We've got one objector. It's a statement to be read out. So that's it, I think. I can't see any more. No. Okay, so Rachel, are you oh, you're here. Hello, Rachel. All right, good afternoon. So if you want to read out then, please, Rachel.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So this application is 65 Ferrers Way. This is a householder application proposing a single-storey and part two-storey rear extension and associated works. This application is a resubmission of the application 23/03778/HFUL. This application was previously refused at committee. This application proposed has removed the outbuilding, the dormer and the raise in ridge height. We consider that the previous reasons for refusal, which were due to the scale and massing of the development and the overdevelopment of the site, have been overcome. So we have an update for this application following reconsultation. The plans were amended to alter the roof form of the proposed two-storey rear extension and shown where the proposed cycle and bin storage will be. So we went out for reconsultation and we received one comment following the amended plans. These concerns have reiterated concerns in the initial comments and will be addressed in the presentation. This is the location of the site. We are in the Arbury Ward. Ferrers Way forms a residential area centred around a green. the site is located to the west of Farers Way with a grass area to the front of the property, and the rear site adjoins to the rear gardens of properties on Purse Way. The application site is a 2-bedroom terrace property with an existing front porch extension and parking to the front. The application has proposed bin and cycle storage to the front as well, and the access to the garden is via this shared passageway with number 63. These are the existing and proposed elevations. The front elevation will remain unchanged. Here on the proposed rear elevation, you can see the part 2-storey and single-storey rear extension. The single-storey will be 5 metres in length, 6 metres in width, and 2.8 metres in height with a flat roof. And the proposed 2-storey will project 1.8 metres in length, will be 4.3 metres in width, and the eaves height will align to the existing eaves of the original dwelling. The roof form of the 2-storey extension has been changed from a flat roof to a pitched roof. It's acknowledged that the alteration has increased the height of the overall extension. However, this design is considered to improve the appearance and the quality of the proposed dwelling. The pitched roof form is not considered to result in any additional residential amenity harm to the adjoining neighbours, as the eaves height will be the same as it had initially been proposed. We will also add a green roof condition for the flat roof. Neighbours have objected with concern that the proposed 2-storey would result in overlooking to neighbours. We would consider that the overlooking impact would not be any more significant than the existing first floor windows, especially given that the proposed extension will only project 1.8 metres further than the existing rear elevation. This slide shows the proposed side elevations. These are the existing floor plans. So at present, it's a 2-bedroom property. And then the proposed floor plans. So on the first floor, it will become 3 bedrooms with en-suites. And then at the ground floor level will be living room, study, and then an open plan kitchen, dining, living in the proposed extension. Third-party representations have raised concerns regarding the scale and the increase in number of bedrooms. We would consider that the increase from 2 to 3 bedrooms would not be significant and could be acceptable. From looking at this slide, you can see that the first floor window of number 67, the proposed extension will not obstruct that 45-degree line. Therefore, we wouldn't consider that it would result in a harmful loss of light. This slide shows the previous proposal, which had initially been refused, and then compared to the application before us. So you can see that the increase in ridge height has been removed, the dormer has been removed, as well as the outbuilding, which isn't on this slide. And then there's a change to the pitched roof form as well. The 2-storey extension has also been more centred to the middle of the dwelling. This will then alleviate some of the overbearing impact on this neighbour that the refused application may have resulted in. This is a comparison of the ground floor plans. So initially there had been a bedroom and a study proposed on the ground floor. This will now solely be living room and a study again. And then at the first floor, the main changes here is the bedroom has shifted slightly into the centre of the plot due to the proposed extension. So third-party representations have raised concern with the scale of the development and impact on character. They have raised concerns with the residential amenity impact with regards to overlooking, overshadowing and overbearing. The impact of the construction works and noise to the surrounding area. We have added conditions to limit the hours of construction and construction-related deliveries. And the works will be only for a temporary period during the construction, so are not considered to be long-term. The access arrangements are also will be a civil matter to be arranged with the applicants and the neighbours with regards to the building works. Representations have also raised concerns with the potential noise impact due to the increased number of occupants. The proposal will increase from 2 beds to 3 beds, and it will retain the use as a dwelling house. The increase in number of occupants is not considered to cause significant noise and disturbance to the surrounding areas, and as the retained use as a dwelling, the noise impact is not considered to be harmful. Representations have also raised concerns with car parking and parking stress on the surrounding streets. The proposal would meet the requirements of the local plan for parking to the front. Representations also raised concerns with cycle parking. The location has now been shown on the plans, and a condition will be added to make sure that the details of the cycle parking will be provided. There's also concern regarding the garden size and the impact on biodiversity. The existing garden length is currently 20 metres, and following the proposed development will be 15 metres. The area in which the extension will be sited is predominantly patio area, and so is not considered to cause a significant loss of biodiversity to the site. And comments also referenced drainage, which would be connected to the existing drainage systems, and this is something that would be addressed in the building control stage of the development. So overall, we would consider that there is no harm to the character of the dwelling or the surrounding area. There is no significant residential amenity harm. There are no highway safety implications. The proposal meets the parking requirements, and cycle and bin storage is proposed to the front, which will be the details of which will need to be secured by condition. Overall, the officer recommends to approve the application subject to the recommended condition.
Right, thanks, Rachel. So we've got a statement to be read out from Councillor Gawthorpe Wood, but she wants it to be read out as a resident, not as a councillor, so it'll be Jenny Gawthorpe Wood. Do you mind doing the honours, please, James?
Can do, Chair. So statement reads, I am pleased to see this amended application is 2 rather than 3-storey. It includes bin and cycle storage at the front of the house, but I still have concerns about overlooking, loss of privacy, size, massing, reduced garden size, and loss of existing amenity with this development. This is a 2-bedroom terraced family home recently purchased from the City Council in an estate of similarly sized terraced homes. Neighbours are concerned that the proposal to turn this small family 2-bed mid-terrace suburban house into a 3-bedroom, 2 double, 1 single, 5-person dwelling could be used in future as a 4 or 5-bedroom property with up to 10 people, with consequent loss of amenity, noise and parking pressure. I recognise future use is not a planning issue, 9.31, but loss of amenity is. I've detailed comments, raised queries and asked for clarification on the amended plans as part of pre-committee consultation, which, although I cannot be at the meeting, I hope will be addressed by the planning officer at committee. I'm concerned with loss of privacy, the first floor extension windows 3.3, 9.22, 9.26 faces directly towards my bedroom windows and overlooks my garden. Currently, an ash tree at the end of my garden provides privacy, and for 13 Purse Way, a conifer tree, but I cannot guarantee the lifetime of the tree. I ask that the first floor extension window has obscured glass and restricted opening. The first floor extension's picture roof, 9.9, 9.19, adds to the mass, size and is overbearing, but is set in and does not increase the ridgeline, so more in keeping than a flat roof and easier to manage. Please consider a hipped roof to reduce massing. The size of the ground floor extension, 3.2, 6 times 5 metres, increases the footprint of the existing house very substantially, almost doubling ground floor size, and is the same size as the rejected planning application. This greatly reduces the garden size with loss of biodiversity and amenity. I'd find it acceptable if the extension was smaller in depth, especially when combined with the massing from the first floor extension. Unlike 61 Ferrers Way, the end house 9.10, this is a much smaller plot, mid-terrace, affecting the massing impact of the extensions. Ask that the green roof requirements 9.8 is enforced and, if possible, no further permitted development, for example, garden room with services and bed, is allowed which would eat into the remaining garden amenity. There has been recent biodiversity loss with the front garden block paved and patio laid on both ends of the back garden. Internal layout, whole life living, I'm concerned about future use and the number of occupants. Are the rooms accessible for wheelchairs? Bedroom sizes are not shown. All bedrooms are en suite. There is no family bathroom or bath. Bins and bike stores, 3.4, 9.52, need to be sufficiently large for more occupants and fully accessible when cars or vans are parked on the front standing. Plans, 9.56, there is a semi-detached brick outhouse with a party roof and wall shared with 63 Ferrers Way. This is omitted from the site plan and existing floor plan that is on the proposed floor plans. How will this be retained? It certainly exists. Construction 9.27 and access. Access is currently allowed through the neighbour's covered passageway, which is only 1 metre wide. Additional traffic, vehicles and access need to be managed along with noise. Ferrers Way is already under parking pressure. I support a strong construction management plan, 9.27 to 9.30, to ensure that noise, dust, disturbance and traffic is kept to a minimum if this application is passed. We have several vulnerable neighbours who need warning when noisy, dusty work is undertaken. Statement ends.
Right, thanks for reading out, James. So Jen is on holiday, I think, but she's obviously sent that in because she's personally affected by it, overlooked by it, she says in her statement. We also have 3 resident reps, one of which might have been her, and 1 member rep, but that's Councillor Mike Todd Jones, but he hasn't put in to speak, so we've just got what he's written in the report. So, councillors, here we are then. We've got an application with 3 bedrooms and 1 study and 4 bathrooms, but no one's saying it's an HMO or an Airbnb, but we have what we have. So, what do you want to say about it? Councillor Porter.
Thank you. I'm assuming that it said the City Council's a part owner. That's because presumably it's a shared party wall with a council house next door. In paragraph 9.8, there's a reference to outbuilding. I think that might have been left in from the last application. It might need deleting, just to be clear. For the HMO, I mean, obviously this is coming forward as a domestic dwelling. Could officers just confirm if the change to an HMO would need permission? Because I'm aware it's quite a small one, so I think it goes on, it's not sui generis, it's just a permitted development. Because obviously there is a concern that the downstairs rooms could be converted, but I just wondered what the legal situation is. I note that the officer said that it's not reasonable to remove permitted development. I mean, to me, it would be very reasonable to remove PD because we rejected the last scheme because, in effect, the extra dormer, which I understand would be PD on the top floor, I'm sure you'll correct me, or Toby will if I'm wrong, meant that it was overbearing considerably so. So I personally would like to reinstate a permitted development restriction if other members agreed with me. And I just wondered as well, picking up the objector, Jenny's, what is the distance between the back of this and the bedroom of the house at the end of the garden? And I think she mentioned construction management plan as well, so it'd be useful just to know. I see we do have a condition about that. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, Rachel, those questions?
So yeah, with the council house, the certificate B was served on the council as the neighbouring property is the council property, and they have got the shared party rule. If the property were to become a HMO, so it would potentially have 5 bedrooms, which would still be considered as a small HMO. So that could be done under permitted development. With regards to the outbuilding mentioned in the report, I'm sure we can just get that amended to get that removed. And then in terms of a construction management condition, usually we put a construction management condition on for kind of larger scale developments, and I don't know if it would be reasonable to kind of put it on for a householder extension. And then with regards to removing permitted development rights, as mentioned in the report, we wouldn't consider it to be reasonable to remove all PD rights for this application. I don't know if Toby would be able to provide any more information on that.
Toby?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, it would be unreasonable. Even if you did put something on, prior to them implementing the consent, they could implement their permitted development rights. They could do that now, or even prior to implementing a consent. So they could, they've got Part E for outbuildings, and they've got dormer window PD as well. So I don't think it would be a reasonable request, Councillor, and not one that we could defend.
Right, there's your answer. Conditions need to be reasonable, just so everyone's clear. It's not a reasonable condition to suggest that. You didn't answer the question about the distance, Rachel, between bedroom windows, basically, between the applicant's site and the objector's site. Just roughly, really. I think it's going to be a fair bit anyway, personally, but anyway.
Yeah, so I don't know the exact distance without measuring it, but so the proposed extension will extend that window out by 1.8 metres. If you consider that the garden is currently 20 metres in length, to the rear end of number 17's garden, even with considering the length of their garden, I don't think it would be close enough to harmfully overlook neighbours. That distance is still quite significant, and coming out 1.8 metres further, I don't think would kind of increase that to a level of harm that we could refuse it on.
Right, so I think I'm right in saying that there's no absolute distance for any scheme which says that this is too close or close to a scheme. But if you could just put a number on it, approx, I think that would help councillors. Sorry, I've asked a difficult question, haven't I, scaling off digital plans? I just thought the councillor deserved an answer to the question. You normally do get a metre answer roughly, you know, to the nearest metre or two. Are you struggling, Rachel? We can come back to it if you want.
Chair, I mean, my estimation, it might be kind of shy of 30 metres from the first floor to the extent of the opposite neighbour. I mean, it is a comfortable distance.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, no one wants their bedroom window looked into, but we've had half that before now, before we've got concerned normally, although it depends on each particular site and the circumstances. But Councillor Bennett.
There was a request made by Jenny Gorford Wood that some of her rear windows be obscured. Could the officer talk us through that?
Yeah, any more questions for the officer? No, okay, we'll go to the vote soon then. So, Rachel?
So the proposed window on that rear elevation is to be a bedroom. So we'd need to have sufficient levels of light. So to obscure that window, I think would mean that window wouldn't have the light levels that it could have to provide a good quality of living. And especially considering that distance from the neighbour, we wouldn't consider that to be close enough to need that window to be obscurely glazed.
Okay, thanks, Rachel. So, not reasonable, unless anyone wants to push it.
Thank you,
Any
that's
more
helpful.
questions? Yeah, Councillor Bora.
I would just like to come back on the PD, because I do take Toby's point that they could build the door window tomorrow, but the point is we rejected the last one because with this extension and the equivalent of PD, it was overdevelopment. I do accept that the pitched roof is much better. It just worries me because, you know, I wouldn't be comfortable approving it if the PD was implemented, if that came before us now. I do know that PD does restrict us a bit, but I don't think there's anything we can do. I mean, I know PD covers a lot of different things, but for me it would be particularly the dormer window, I think, so I could, you know, because my worry is it would just get built. I don't know if there's a time limit on PD, whether new builds, whether the PD takes into account recent extensions, or is it just, Toby's shaking his head.
I'm
just
sorry,
a bit
Councillor,
worried.
it goes nowhere as an argument. It's an existing permitted development right of the homeowner. They wouldn't be able to increase the ridge height. I think I understand that they were looking to increase the ridge height previously, so they wouldn't be able to do that without express planning permission, but to remove the pre-existing PD right for dormer window or Class E, it's completely unreasonable.
Okay, and were you thinking, Councillor Bora, about any further development in the garden area, like another studio room perhaps to add to this? Because it seems to me that no home I know has four bathrooms for 3 bedrooms. So Toby, does that, or Rachel, is that of concern at all, the building of another room in the garden later on? Or is that not reasonable to block that?
Chair, so it would have to be, outbuildings would have to be kind of incidental So building an outbuilding with sleeping accommodation within it, additional sleeping accommodation within it, would not fit within the parameters of permitted development. They would need planning permission for that. So again, I would say removing party rights. The retained garden is substantial. Retained garden, it's a wholly unreasonable request.
Okay, we've had an answer 3 times now. I think that's been the same answer every time. So let's go to the vote then, shall we? Yep. Okay, recommendation please, Toby.
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendations on page 143, that is to approve as per the planning conditions as set out with minor amendments to those conditions as drafted, delegated to officers.
Okay, all those in favour of the recommendation?
Seven in favour, Chair.
Against? Abstentions?
Abstention.
Okay, so that item is approved. Thank you very much. Thanks for the Speaker's statement. So item 9, okay to carry on? Or do you want a break? Okay, carry on then. So item 9, Caldham's Common, and Melissa Reynolds is the planning officer. We've got Ian Ross to speak as well, who's an officer of the council. So, oh, you're online. Okay, hello, good afternoon, Melissa. So if you want to present the item then, please.
Hi, I'm just going to try and pull up the presentation, and for some reason the option that was there before has disappeared. So bear me a second. Here we go. Can you see that?
Yep, we can see it and hear it.
Brilliant, okay. It's in a funny sort of note view. Bear with me. Is that okay like that? Because I don't know how to change it.
Yeah, no, we can see. Great, that's good. Thank you.
Oh, okay, good. Thank you, reassuring. Without being in the room, it's hard to know. Thank you, Chair. So today we are considering an application for converting a 2G pitch into a 3G pitch. It's a type of surfacing for sports pitches on the Caldham's Common Sport Turf pitch on Caldham's Lane. It's come before committee because the site is actually owned by the City Council, so as applicant it's being considered by the Planning Committee. It is part of the outdoor sports offer at Abbey Leisure Complex, and as I say, that's owned by the council.
Melissa, just before we go on, can you tell us what a 2G pitch? I know, but because I've
Oh, sure, yeah. So
3G, what is it?
I am not going to lie, I had to Google this. I'm not a sports person, but typically a 2G pitch has a shorter pile, so it's like, if you imagine it's like a carpet, and would be filled in with sand. It's mostly suited to sports such as hockey, which I think historically may have been what this pitch was used commonly for. A 3G pitch has a longer pile and is infilled with rubber and sand crumb, and is generally considered to be safer and more suited to football. And my understanding is that, and certainly from the response from Sport England, that the change to suitability for football is generally supported by both the hockey and football groups in the city as something that's much needed. I believe Ian Ross from the recreation team may be here to speak, who might be able to tell you a bit more about it. Is that okay? Is that enough information?
No, that's perfect, thanks.
Thank you, because you're going to really stretch what I know about this. Where did I get to? So yeah, the site, as some of you, if not all of you, will probably know, it's effectively part of Caldham's Common, which is designated common land. It is within the green belt. It's also designated through the local plan as protected open space. The pitch has been there for quite a long time, decades, and the current provision in terms of 2G pitch was approved, I believe, in the early 2000s. So it's been there a long time, and from my own observations, and as I say, I'm no expert. It did look quite well used, and the surface is, when I looked on site, was quite worn in places. The site is surrounded currently. You can see, probably best in this picture if I can bring that up. There's a big tree belt that separates it from the wider common area, and then there's a group of trees near the entrance, and the other boundaries are marked by hedges. The application proposes to change the surface itself, and then around the actual surface there'll be just resurfacing the hard paved areas, and also to upgrade the lighting to improved lighting, same height as before, but better, more modern lights, and that won't have such a spread. New fences, effectively to stop the ball from escaping, and an additional on-site storage. There are some storage cabins already on site, but the proposal is to include another one. You'll note from the amendment sheet that the application has some additional information has been submitted. We do now have a plan showing the cycle parking proposed, 50 spaces to park cycles adjacent to the entrance gate to the site are being provided, 30 of which will be covered. This is an increase of 40 spaces on what's there at the moment, so quite a big increase, and will allow for spectators to arrive as well as the teams and their coaches by cycle, so that's welcomed. A lighting assessment has been submitted, which the environmental health officers requested and have reviewed. They've recommended additional conditions relating to the hours of construction and the hours of operation. They're included in the amendment sheet for you to review. And then in terms of ecology, the ecologist has commented that in effect, because the lighting is improving, the adjacent tree belts, the habitats will actually be less impacted by the lighting, so that it will improve the situation in terms of biodiversity. We had a bit of debate because in the preliminary ecological assessment, there was a reference to a potential for bat roosts, and there was a bit of nervousness around this because it hasn't been fully assessed. So we've agreed that if any works are to be undertaken in the area of a particular tree, G15, a bat roost assessment will be required in order for the council to meet the statutory requirements in terms of protecting species. So this is the existing plan in terms of what's there at the moment, and that we can spot the difference, but yeah, that's a difference. As I say, there's some additional cabins, the entrance over here. Oh, let me see if I can change my pointer. Can you see that okay, the white pointer?
Thank you.
Yep. So the entrance is here. There's actually a sort of wooded area around here and a footpath that links through. This area here is a smaller sports pitch that members considered in June, and approved a proposal there. And you've got that wooded tree belt here and hedges around here and here, I think, as well. Elevations. It's really hard to see from these, so I do apologise. On the plans, you can zoom in and you can actually see that this area here is bull stop fencing. It is higher than what's there at the moment, but because it's stepped in away from the boundaries, I'm quite comfortable that actually visually it won't have an unacceptable impact because it won't really be visible from the wider area. And you've got the big tree belt which separates it anyway from the wider common area. The application did include some visuals, so just by way of a helpful overview, you can see it's fairly green around there, and I have included the cycle parking plan in my presentation if anyone wants to have a closer look at that. In terms of planning balance, it's all positives. The upgraded sports provision will support the active and healthy lifestyles of residents of the city. The proposals include improved surface water drainage, which reduces the local flooding risk. As mentioned previously, it will improve biodiversity and the opportunity for wildlife in the vicinity due to the reduced light spill. And the increase in cycle parking is seen to be a benefit, quite a significant benefit over what's already there, and will encourage people to ride by bike rather than car. recommendation is to approve with the additional conditions set out in the committee amendment sheet. Thank you.
Right, thanks, Melissa. Okay, Ian, do you want to give your 3 minutes, son, please? Thanks for coming to join us today, Ian. So you're speaking on behalf of the scheme. Just want to introduce yourself and say who you are in the council. Thanks.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm Ian Ross. I'm the Sport and Recreation Manager for the City Council. And thank you for allowing me to speak today. There's been an artificial pitch at the Abbey Pool since the 1980s and has changed surface types over the years from the red clay and gravel hard courts to several sand-dressed artificial pitches, the most recently being installed in 2011 and 12. At this time, usage was predominantly 70% for hockey and 30% for football. These pitches usually have a lifespan of around 10 to 12 years and is now ready for replacement. The playing pitch strategy highlights the strategic delivery plan for sports around the city, not only identifying shortfalls in facilities based on growth, but also ways to adopt best practice for sports provision across the city. This was the case for hockey, and it was agreed in the strategic direction for hockey and supported by both Sport England and English Hockey that a focus to create a multi-pitch hockey hub to be delivered was achieved in 2019 at Wilberforce Road in partnership with the university. All hockey games and training then moved off the Abbey pitch onto these new pitches and have remained there since. The movement of hockey away from Abbey then allowed the dedicated football focus and work with the Football Foundation and CAMS FA saw the Abbey noted within their 2019 local football plan as one of the top 5 sites within Cambridgeshire to invest in for a 3G rubber crumb pitch. The recreation team have been working with the Football Foundation and CAMS FA for the last 18 months to bring this project together and deliver both on the playing pitch strategy and the local football plan to create a 3G facility for the city. This project is to be joint funded by both the City Council and the Football Foundation, and the Council has been collecting specific Section 106 developer contributions towards the delivery of a new 3G pitch at Abbey since 2017, and the collections to date will now fully meet the Council's financial contribution to this project. The new 3G pitch will be programmed to host a range of local adult junior and Colts teams and women and girls teams. The new facilities will be more giving on the knees, ankles and joints over the hard-dressed sand surface and will support more social and health-based activity programs on the pitch. Other sports such as lacrosse, touch rugby and Gaelic football are also expected to make use of the pitch. The works proposed are all within the existing footprint of the artificial pitch, which has LED floodlighting, upgraded back in 2018, which made a real difference to reduce light pollution at the time over the old halide bulbs we had, and also reduced energy usage. The new floodlights proposed are moving closer to the pitch and will also help focus and reduce light pollution further. There will be a new path and gated entrance from the 3G pitch into the neighbouring Mugger, approved last month, and will stop a lot of the vandalism of the perimeter fencing we see in this location. There will also be an additional 30 cycle hoops installed to increase capacity over the current 5 hoops and the additional 8 hoops that are going to be included as part of the new Mugger. New recycling and rubbish bins will also be provided around the pitch and will continue to be maintained and emptied by the Council's grounds maintenance team several times a week. Biodiversity net gain improvements will be worked up further with our internal tree team and biodiversity officer for improvements around Coldham's Common. We hope this application will be looked upon favourably today and promote an exciting and new opportunities and facilities at the Abbey Leisure Complex for local residents, groups and clubs across the city to use and enjoy. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ian. Okay. Turn your microphone off, please, Ian. Press it again. That's it. Great, thank you. Welcome to stay and listen to the debate if you wish. So just to say before we get going, so this application is here today because it is brought to us by Cambridge City Council. That's why we have it in Planning Committee. There are no representations. Just also before we go, just note that the Ecology Officer and the Environmental Health Officer haven't given their representations in the reports, although I don't know if they've been coming since or something. And while I'm talking, I was a bit interested or concerned that there's no bat study that's going to come after approval. It sounds like, it seems a bit odd. And for that matter, the biodiversity net gain possibly coming after approval. It sounded like, Melissa, I'm not sure. And also just say Muga is the multi-use games area. So I think that was all my points after approval. Oh, finally, the cycle parking area, Melissa, you mentioned, is not online, so I haven't seen it except what you've mentioned in your presentation. So I presume it's policy compliant. I'm sure councillors want to ask about bigger bikes and cargo bikes and that sort of thing. So councillors, any debate? There may not be a lot. Councillor Bennett.
I haven't got much to say, Chair, but I just wanted to say, although residents haven't made formal comments, that the feeling in the ward is generally very favourable, and particularly the improvement in surface, because we have a walking football group which caters for older players, so having a surface that is kinder on elderly bones or even middle-aged bones is very welcome. We're also getting a lot of interest in people wanting to run coaching sessions on Coldham's Common, but have been held back because the current pitch is really pretty much dead. So there's a lot of support for this, and although I wouldn't normally wave away the fact that the BNG and the BAT survey hasn't happened because of this particular open location and the amount of other work going on Coldham's Common, I suspect there would be some juggling in any case, and it's clearly a location where a lot of BNG can be gained quite easily. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. And that was my other point I scribbled and forgot to say, but it's excellent that the applicant is bringing forward this proposal to facilitate sports participation in the city, because that's really a great thing, good thing. Just on that, the BAT study, though, that is a concern. I mean, I think, with more light potentially on this playing area, I know it's more focused and points in the right direction and all of that, but the lumens value we've looked at before in terms of BATs, and that might be a concern. So I'll let Melissa respond. Any other questions for Melissa? No. Okay, Melissa, back to you then, please.
Sure. So in the preliminary try and say that again. In the preliminary ecological appraisal, there was a note that they hadn't been able to inspect around a particular tree because the ground is overgrown, and that if bats were found, there would need to be the necessary safeguards. I spoke with the ecology officer about this, and obviously there was some concern. However, those particular trees are outside of the site, so the condition that is worded with his support, we spoke about it yesterday together, is to require a bat appraisal if they require to go into that area. At the moment, we don't, and Ian may be able to correct me if I'm wrong, at the moment we don't actually envisage that any works will be undertaken in that area because it's a treed area outside of the actual site edged red. So it's a safeguarding, and then he described the condition that we've recommended as belts and braces. So if that provides, I hope, members some comfort, that there otherwise probably wouldn't need to be a survey at all, other than this small point in the assessment. He also did mention that I don't think there's actually known to be lots of bats in that particular area, but they may come back in as a result of the improved lighting to the site. So not actually expecting to find anything anyway at this point in time, although in the future that may obviously change. In terms of BMG, the site is currently completely hard paved. So again, he's comfortable that it falls within the de minimis category and would be exempt from a BMG requirement. He did acknowledge that through his own work and working with Ian Ross and his team, there are projects going on as a result of the other developments in the vicinity, some of which, as I say, were discussed last month, to make improvements in the area of the common. So there will be wider improvements. So there is scope to include something, and we've got a condition included in the report for biodiversity enhancements in order to ensure that the proposals accord with the local plan policies and in terms of the MPPF. As I say, just to reassure members, we haven't missed something. It's not a requirement for this type of development where it's already existing hard paving. There's no biodiversity value there, so it falls within the exemptions. I think the cycle parking was mentioned. Can you see this plan okay?
Yep.
Yeah, good. So at the moment, where my pointer is, there's 5 hoops. So in total, that provides about 10 spaces. My understanding from having spoken with the team is that people tend to chuck their bikes down on the ground. They're taking them into the pitches and just, like put them up against the fence and on the ground. There are some cycle spaces that have been approved adjacent to the neighbouring sports pitch, and there's some other spaces. There's an outdoor gym area just down here, so there's that, and then there's the parking by the entrance to the building itself. So we did have a long chat about how we actually make sure there's adequate cycle parking here, because there isn't really a standard for outdoor sports provision. And if you were to apply the indoor sports standard, it comes out at something like 230 something spaces, which is you're never going to get that in this sort of location. So I was really happy that the team were able to come back with this plan that does provide 50 spaces. It's a massive increase on what's already there. Even if there's 2 teams playing, they've got lots of supporters and what have you. There shouldn't be an issue with terms of cycle parking spaces, and we've also managed to secure that a good portion of those 30 of those spaces will actually be covered as well. So yeah, very happy with the cycle parking. I think it will be a really big improvement, and again, it will help with the attractiveness of the facility and encouraging people to come by sustainable travel modes. I'm happy to answer any more questions if necessary.
Yeah, okay. So, councillors, you've often spoken about cargo bikes and bikes that carry children, that sort of thing in the past. Do you want to bring that up here, or are you happy with what Melissa said? Looks like you're happy. Questions? Councillor Gilderdale.
Thank you. I just had a question about whether there's any space for benches or seating around the edge of the sports provision, because obviously if there's people playing and people with their kids, having somewhere to sit, or if there's elderly people playing, having somewhere to sit is really useful. I haven't spotted it on the plans, but I might have just missed it. Thank you.
Thank you. Good question. Councillor Bennett.
I can say that that's already been raised with Ian, and he's looking into it. That was actually the most popular resident comment.
All right, well, we'll let Melissa do it as well, but I just want to add, Melissa, as does anyone else know, is there any concern over the ecology officer and the environmental health officer's reports not being in your report, the consultees? And so no one else seems to be interested in the bats, but we've had a lot of interest in bats in the past on other schemes, and quite, it's been quite deal-breaking, really. So I'm concerned that we're going to have a scheme here which could increase the lighting, although you seem to be saying that more lighting bats might like, but that's not what I've heard before. But is there going to be a concern there that any potential bats, or as we've heard before, commuting bats across the site? And of course, light, I know it sounds funny to say commuting bats, but I mean, that's what we've had on the previous scheme, that light doesn't respect the red line, does it? And if it's going to affect bats travelling around the site, then we need to be concerned about that. Melissa.
I feel like I've confused things somehow, but apologies for that. In terms of the lighting and the impact on habitats, not specifically bats, but potentially bats, what the ecology assessment says is that, and the ecology officer commented, was that because the lights are actually better and the light spill is reduced, it actually improves the situation. So it's not added light in the surrounding area, it's darker. Does that make sense? So because it's darker, it's more, it's more likely to be used by bats and other nocturnal animals. I hope that provides some clarity. I wasn't saying it was going to be lighter and it will be lighter and brighter in terms of the actual pitches and the people playing on, better lighting, but not into, but the spillage into the wider area will be reduced, which is why one of the reasons Environmental Health asked for the lighting assessment. In terms of
the ecology officer and environmental health officer and their reports from them.
Their comments are in the amendment sheet. They due to holidays and the the relatively late arrival of the lighting assessment, there wasn't time to get those into the main report. So I hope that councillors feel they've had sufficient time to consider those matters. Okay, thank you.
Okay, hope you'll bear with me. As it's a council application, I feel it's important that we do robustly challenge all applications, including this one. Okay, so I don't see any other questions, so let's go to the recommendation, please, Toby.
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendations on page 160, that's to approve the application subject to the conditions as set out, with minor amendments to the conditions as drafted delegated to officers, and with the additional conditions as set out on the amendment sheet in respect of construction hours, artificial lighting scheme, artificial lighting hours, and bat roof survey information in relation to tree G15.
Okay, recommendation is approval. All those in favour of the recommendation?
Yeah, it's unanimous, Chair.
Okay, the item is approved. Thank you very much. Thanks to the Speaker. Okay, let's get a break then, shall we? So 5 minutes, come back at 20 past, and then we'll do the next item. Thanks very much, everyone. Okay, welcome back after a short break. We're going to change the order of the agenda to accommodate speakers who are here and been waiting a while. So, as it doesn't affect another item, so next item will be item 11. Phoebe Carter is the officer, and we've got speakers. Heike is objector, Stephen objector, Sally objector, and then James is an agent. So 3 objectors, so 6 minutes. Oh yeah, sorry, over the page, Councillor Hussain will be speaking as well. So I think we're all set. Everyone's here. Councillor Gilderdale, yep.
Can I just declare an interest that I used to live at 68 Ramsden Square, which obviously isn't in this application, but was adjoining 66 Ramsden Square, which is, but it doesn't factor my decision.
Thank you for making that clear, Councillor. Right, okay, let's do it then. So Phoebe, when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. So good afternoon. This is an application is for the addition of external wall insulation to the solid wall constructed parts of the building, along with replacement of the double glazed windows with triple glazed windows at 37 properties of Ramsden Square. Ramsden Square is a residential street, and the properties form part of the application are council-owned dwellings. And this forms part of a wider review by the council as set out within the Housing Review Account Asset Management Strategy to improve the energy efficiency and sustainability of the council houses. So Ramsden Square is accessed off Milton Road to the southeast and King's Hedges Road to the northeast. The character of the street was originally semi-detached properties. This is sort of an example of the original dwellings. However, many have been extended and altered to create extensions and terrace properties. There are other examples on the street, albeit not many, of external wall insulation. The proposal would ensure that all the external walls of the property that are solid brick would be rendered. An individual plan has been submitted for each dwelling, which indicates the walls that are proposed to be rendered in a red line, which is shown as an example on this property here at 41 Ramsden Square. A condition has been attached to has been recommended to ensure that the colour of the render is submitted to officers prior to works starting on site. The windows and doors are proposed to be triple glazed and replaced, and the proposal is similar to the appearance of the existing designs and therefore are considered to be acceptable in this instance and would likely fall within the remit of the General Permitted Development Order. This here is a proposed visual example of where the render would be attached, but obviously the colour would be conditioned. We have received third-party representations regarding the character of appearance and how the visual differentiate between the council and private households. There are bird boxes on some of the properties. These have been confirmed that they will be replaced, and we have attached a condition to also ensure that more bird boxes are attached further. There's also comments regarding that this hasn't been approved in other parts of the city. There have been many schemes already submitted to the council which have been approved across the city as it's part of a wider upgrade of council houses. Whilst the proposal would alter the external appearance of the buildings and therefore impact the character of the street scene, it's considered that with 37 properties being rendered, there would be a large part of the street being altered. And it's considered that the benefits of the energy savings would outweigh the impact on the street scene in this instance. So the application is recommended for approval subject to conditions.
Right, thanks Phoebe. So speakers, so Stephen, are you speaking on behalf of all of you? Yeah, do you want to come to the public speaker thing at the back then, please? It's just around the back. Yeah, that'll do, yep. So you press the button in front of you on the thing, it's on the right-hand side and it lights up. That's it, you've done it. You've got 6, if you're just speaking yourself, are you for everyone?
Yes.
Yeah, so you get 6 minutes to speak then. So half a minute before the end, the bell will go here with James, just to let you know you come to the end of your time, so when you're ready.
Can you confirm that the images I submitted are available to be shown?
Can I just ask, sorry, speak this thing
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Are they in the public domain, Phoebe, these images? They are, good, okay. Yes, so if you need the images to relate to what you're saying, you need to tell us to change the image when you need to change them, all right? So we know. Okay. Yeah.
Yes, those two, yes.
Okay, I got it.
Can I go? Okay, so I'm speaking as one of a group of like-minded Ramsden Square residents who have all lived in Ramsden Square for over 20 years. Whilst we support the overall aims of the external wall insulation project, we are specifically objecting to the use of external render in this planning application. All the houses in Ramsden Square have a consistent light yellow Cambridge Galt brick and lime mortar construction, all dating from the late 1920s, and the square has a special and homogeneous look and feel as a result. We do not think that the use of the external render is at all suitable or in keeping with the surrounding Galt brick built environment in Ramsden Square. Many alternative brick-faced external wall insulation systems exist, offering a brick slip or brick effect finish and available in suitable colours. Such a solution would be hugely preferable and a massive improvement over the inadequate render solution proposed. In point 8.3 of the planning document, the planning officer, quote, acknowledges that the change of material will alter the external appearance of the buildings and character of the street scene, which is predominantly brick. However, with 37 dwellings being rendered, it is considered that the external alterations will have little visual impact on the street scene, unquote. I and many of my fellow Ramsden Square residents strongly disagree. 37 dwellings represents nearly 30% of all the properties in Ramsden Square, so we completely reject the idea that the use of external render will have little visual impact. The loss of the brick appearance on these properties would be a major and permanent visual harm to the square, forever destroying its aesthetic uniformity. Any short-term cost savings made by using a lower-cost render approach is likely to be offset by ongoing maintenance costs needed to keep it in good condition, as render will deteriorate far faster than a brick-faced insulation solution. Other council-owned properties in various parts of the city, for example Ashfield Road, Eastfield and Edinburgh Road, that have had externally rendered wall insulation installed recently are already showing significant deterioration to the render finish, namely extensive discoloration, mould and staining, which shows that this is not a sustainable solution. A brick-faced external wall insulation solution would not only look better for both occupants and neighbours, but it would also require less maintenance and therefore be more cost-effective in the long run. It is currently impossible to accurately distinguish council-owned from privately owned properties in Ramsden Square, which has a harmonious community atmosphere as a result. Clearly identifying the council-owned properties with poor quality rendering in this way could harm this and would surely be a backwards and regressive step. The fact that external render has already been used on council properties in other areas of the city does not, of itself, mean that its use is automatically appropriate in all districts. It ought to be possible for some allowance to be made for local variation in approach, depending on the specific architectural character of each affected neighbourhood. The use of render will be particularly jarring where an insulated semi-detached council property adjoins a privately owned one which retains its original Cambridge Galt bricks. Previous work carried out by the council on its properties in Ramsden Square was always done to a high standard. The ground floor rear bathroom extensions constructed by the council many years ago were built using light yellow Galt bricks and laid in Flemish Brick Lane bond to match the existing structure. We do not therefore see why the council's visual design criteria for this insulation project should not today also aspire to those same high quality standards which are eminently achievable. We note that in the single building Grafton House application discussed for 1.5 hours earlier today, permission was granted on the basis of an improved brick appearance using appropriate materials rather than the original render finish proposed. As Ramsden Square has had a harmonious gilt brick visual appearance for nearly 100 years, we strongly feel that the brick look should be similarly retained for the 37 properties in question here. We feel our area is not being afforded the same level of visual design consideration that other more affluent areas of Cambridge would get. I would like to draw your attention to the photos included in my submission, taken from the website of the Insulated Render and Cladding Association, or INCA. This project completed, which is the trade association for the external wall insulation industry, this project, completed by the London Borough of Enfield, insulated almost identical semi-detached properties to those in Ramsden Square with a brick slip weathering finish, and won first prize in the 2023 INCA Awards for Environmental Impact. It is therefore perfectly viable for councils to install high quality and visually appealing brick-faced external wall insulation to semi-detached properties in a way that blends in sympathetically with the surrounding built environment. A solution of this type would be vastly preferable over the insipid render finish proposed. We are not objecting to the external wall insulation project per se. Environmental measures are very important, but equally so is the visual aspect of the built environment. We shouldn't be trading off one against the other and abandoning the distinctive architectural character and heritage of local communities. We should be aiming for excellence in both aspects. We believe more Ramsden Square residents would have come forward to object to the external render plan if the full ramifications of what is being proposed here had been made clearer to them. I walked around the square yesterday and all residents I spoke to told me they would prefer to keep the brick appearance. As you can see, those of us here today really care about our built environment. We strongly urge you to support us, your local residents, in our objections to the external render aspect of this planning application. With your support today, we can do so much better. Thank you.
Right, thanks very much for that. Okay, so next speaker is James Purvis, who's speaking as the agent. So we'll introduce yourself, James, and you've got 6 minutes to speak. Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah, I should clarify, I'm not the agent on the application, I'm representing Cambridge City Council. The agent on the application is Aaron Insulation, who are our contractors.
Okay, right.
Yeah, fine. So yeah, this application is part of a wider energy efficiency works programme that our retrofit team are delivering across the city. I'm going to briefly introduce this before addressing questions regarding the external finish. The council is committed to raise the energy efficiency of all council homes to a minimum of EPC level C by 2035. Around 1 in 5 council homes don't currently meet that minimum standard, and that's around 1,600 homes. Many of these, like the homes on Ramsden Square, have solid brick walls with no insulation. They overheat in summer, are cold in winter, and suffer from condensation and mould issues. This is bad for our tenants who struggle with high fuel bills and related health issues. It's also bad for emissions. That's because about 1/3 of all carbon dioxide emissions in Cambridge come from homes, mainly from heating. So improving the energy efficiency of council homes is important for our tenants' health and well-being and for the council to meet emissions targets. The main way we're doing this is by adding external wall insulation, also known as EWI. We also install triple glazed windows, new doors and ventilation systems. In the last 3 years, our team has successfully installed EWI to around 300 homes. These works have been really well received by tenants and neighbours, and no issues have been raised on recent planning approvals, as Phoebe had referenced. And these include approvals for homes on interwar estates that are very similar to Ramsden Square, including Linden Close and Stourbridge Grove. Our current contract with Aaron Insulation, who I said are agents on this application, is for over 250 homes. And these works are part grant funded through the Social Housing Decarbonisation Fund, and they're on a tight programme. Looking ahead, we plan to insulate at least another 900 houses and flats by 2030. Now, onto the finish. I share Stephen's appreciation for the Cambridge Galt bricks. Ideally, we wouldn't have to cover these up, but EWI is the only option for us to insulate these homes. Solid walls can be insulated internally, but this has many disadvantages. It can leave cold spots, which exacerbates damp and mold, takes up internal space, which is at a premium in our homes, and is very disruptive and expensive to install. We've chosen EWI, and we've chosen to finish the EWI with render because it's affordable and robust, because it's easy for us to maintain and refresh, and because we feel it's appropriate in this character context. Ramsden Square is a special place, and its character rightly deserves consideration. Our view, however, is that the special character is defined by the layout and the large green front gardens, which won't be impacted by a change of finish. Although render wasn't used in the construction of Ramsden Square, it was widely used for comparable interwall housing around the UK. Render has also been added to similar homes across Cambridge, including the 300 we've recently insulated and a few homes on Ramsden Square, most recently at number 112, which received approval for EWI with render in 2020. That means it won't be obvious that the rendered homes are council homes, particularly as more homeowners choose to insulate and render their homes going forward. Now, we've been asked why we're not proposing brick slips, and we have considered them, but we can't deliver brick slips within our funding and budgetary constraints. And even if we could, we don't think they would be beneficial in terms of maintenance or appearance. And I'll provide some more detail on these points. Firstly, we'd lose access to the £10,000 of grant funding that we receive per home. That's because we have a funding condition which requires us to use guaranteed insulation systems, and there are no guaranteed insulation systems available with slips that would provide a good match for Cambridge Gold bricks. Even with the grant funding, our budget can't accommodate the additional cost, which would be approximately £15,000 to £20,000 per home. This would increase our cost by around 50%, so we'd have to scale back our programme and insulate fewer homes, therefore reducing the benefit to our tenants and the city. In terms of maintenance, the advantage of render is that you get a consistent waterproof finish that can be easily repaired and maintained. By contrast, brick slips are susceptible to moisture absorption, which can cause displacement due to freeze-thaw effect, and they're much more affected by that than full bricks. It makes them less robust and more difficult and expensive to maintain. And we really have to keep the insulation dry to avoid damp and mold issues and system failure. So robustness is key. In terms of appearance, we wouldn't be able to find a perfect match for Cambridge Gold bricks because they're no longer manufactured. That means we'd risk producing a poor facsimile, which would be poor conservation practice. Even if we could find a close match, there'd still be a big visual difference and a step in the wall between insulated homes and non-insulated homes. And I think that's what you saw in the example image that Stephen showed. Wastage would also be high because we'd have to cut back bricks to reproduce the Flemish bond. As an alternative to brick slips, we welcome the planning officer's proposal to address concerns by conditioning the render colour, and we'll be pleased to work with the planning officer to agree a colour that's more sympathetic to the existing brick. So to conclude, these works will deliver huge benefits to our tenants on Ramsden Square and to the city at large. These benefits will outweigh the minimal visual impact of changing the finish of the homes, which we'll further minimise by choosing a render colour that is more sympathetic to the existing brick. Thanks.
Right, thanks, James. I think the speakers, both James and Stephen, have given us a lot of useful information there. So let's get going on debate. So, Councillor Dryden.
Sorry, Chair, if I may.
Oh, what have I missed?
Statement from Councillor
statement.
Hussain.
Oh, it's over the page, isn't it? Sorry, I missed that. Okay. Apologise. We've got a statement.
Apology, I just wanted to note, I should have said earlier, that I did sit on Housing Committee as well, as is well known, but just to confirm my discretion is unfettered because whilst we do discuss funding, we don't look at any issues relating to planning. Sorry, I apologise, I should have said that at the beginning, Chair, but I wanted to just put it on record now.
All right, you've done it. Thank you very much. So, apologies to Councillor Hussain, who has a statement, did you say, to read out? Yeah, okay. So, when you're ready, then, James. I thought he was here, but go on.
The councillor was here earlier, Chair, but he had other commitments, so he's left a statement for me to read. Councillor Hussain's statement. Today I'm speaking on behalf of my residents in Ramsden Square regarding the proposed installation with white cladding on all the social housing. The plan to use white cladding on around 37 houses will create visible divisions in our community clearly distinguishing social housing from private properties. This separation can lead to indirect discrimination and stigma against those living in social housing. Yesterday, I walked through the residential area and spoke with many residents. Everyone I met expressed a strong desire to retain the heritage of the brick-coloured facing cladding. This choice would maintain the visual consistency between social housing and private housing, preventing any division or separation. Additionally, we have observed the results of white cladding in other areas already done by Cambridge City Council and other councils. After a few years, the white cladding often looks unattractive and is difficult to maintain. The council's policies make repainting or refurbishing the cladding bureaucratic and costly, leading to prolonged periods where the cladding looks neglected. Brick-coloured facing cladding, on the other hand, would be lower in maintenance costs and help preserve the architectural harmony of our community. It ensures that all housing, whether social or private, maintains an equal and cohesive appearance. Moreover, I'd like to mention that 100 years ago, the committee sitting here today oversaw the development of Ramsden Square, creating a beautiful and cohesive community. I want to express my gratitude to them for their vision and to all of you here today for continuing to preserve our architectural harmony for future generations. I also extend my deepest thanks and gratitude to those homeowners who once lived in social housing and have worked hard day and night to purchase their own homes. Their opinions and efforts should be valued and considered in these decisions. I urge the Planning Committee to reconsider the use of white cladding and instead opt for brick-coloured facing cladding. This choice will not only reduce maintenance costs, but also maintain architectural harmony and equality within our community. Thank you for your attention to these concerns. I hope the committee will take the points into account and work towards a solution that benefits all members of our community. Statement ends.
Right, thanks for reading that statement out, James, from Councillor Delaware in King's Hedges. So just before we go on, in the statement, white cladding was mentioned several times. So can you just confirm, Phoebe, whether the cladding will be white or whether it will have a colour, please, before we go on?
We have conditioned that the colour of the render is brought before planning officers before it's decided. It's currently actually a pale grey in the application form and the information provided. However, we have conditioned this to work with the developers. Thank you for that.
Okay, Councillor Dryden, you were first to speak.
Yeah, I've got sympathy with the objectors here. In Cherry Hinton, Fulham Road, this went through already. No one took much notice of it. I never got any complaint. But now the work has started, I'm getting complaints from residents in the area of the colour of the cladding because it sticks out so much. And it's already been said about, you can see now who's a council tenant and who's a private tenant. And I think the reasons have been already stated now. It was a big concern and we missed it. No one contacted any of us, but now it has happened. I'm getting complaints about it.
Okay, thanks for that, Councillor, but just to impress upon members that the colour will be conditioned and we haven't decided the colour yet, so that's the bottom line on that. So other hands up were, sorry, Councillor Dryden, yeah. I understand, yeah, but this one is the one we're deciding today, yeah. So Councillor Bennett.
Would it be possible for residents to have some input into the render colour chosen, perhaps by way of an informative or a condition even?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. That was one of the thoughts I had. I've noted that down as well. That has happened in the past on another scheme I remember. I'll leave it. We'll collect up a few questions and we'll go back to the officers. So, Councillor Thornborough.
I think if there's a condition about the colour of the render, I think it needs to be considered in consideration with the window colours and the doors. But I actually know quite a few private residents in Cambridge from all types of homes that have applied and put on external render because it is a very, very efficient way of insulating your home. So it does stand out, but mainly because of where the joint is between the external insulation where there isn't external. I think that joint is really important to get the detail right, but it may be the more homes are council homes, but there are a lot of private homes in Cambridge with this.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Lokometova.
So I would like to say that I think whatever you do in terms of external wall insulation, it will look different between the wall that is not insulated and insulated. And I kind of think that brick slips. Personally, I feel like it's a bit of a fake solution because it's not true representation of the construction. So I kind of personally, I don't mind the contrast between the surface that is not rendered and rendered, and in terms of the efficiency of the solution, it is the most efficient solution. But what I'd like to bring to the committee attention is that the details around windows and eaves and the base need to be right, and I think I would like to condition this together with the colour, because this will be the very important part of whether it's kind of perceived as something robust and well made or something cheap, more than just the colour of the render itself. So that's the first point. So details of the eaves, window reveals, and the base. And the second thing is, it's probably more of a comment rather than a question. So does this program follow past 2035 in terms of the delivery? Because what I would be worried about, we're kind of embarking on this very extensive program, but people might know that a retrofit might have unintended consequences if it's not managed properly. So first of all, dwellings need to be repaired and make sure that there are no kind of maintenance issues, water ingress anywhere, because otherwise those issues can be exacerbated, even if we're putting like ventilation system in. And I didn't quite get what type of ventilation system is going to be into to comment on it. So the question, does the program follow past 2035, and what is the risk management plan in place to deal with the unintended consequences of retrofit, just to make sure that if we're doing this, it's done well. So that's it.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bora.
Thank you. One very minor thing first. Condition 4, can we add in that it shouldn't be undertaken for the nesting boxes during the nesting season? The applicant has agreed to it. I just noticed it wasn't in condition. I'm a bit torn on the rendering, because I've seen quite a few around the city and it does look good, but I'm also mindful, again, I've mentioned this for like the London Metropolitan Building near Finsbury Park, beautiful shining white, but after a few months with a bit of additional bird poo and goodness knows what else, and sometimes with metal gutter and things staining it. So I am interested as to whether we could condition that this needs to be kept in a reasonable state or refreshed. And I mean, that would apply for any private housing that come forward for permission to do this as well. Because, and I think I'd like a bit more detail on what we're delegating to officers about the colour. Because obviously there's a huge difference between, you could paint them green and red and stripy, but, you know, I think how, when our officers looking, for example, to match the colour with the bricks of the other houses, are you looking to do a contrast? Because it kind of, the principle is accepted, it's the details, I think, as various other councillors said, that are going to be challenging. So I don't know whether it's possible, because my concern is if we do them in sort of a bright white or something, they will just end up being really stained in a few months, and I don't think that's good for anyone. Though I do think whatever we use, bricks or render, it is going to look different. So yeah, that's a quandary. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, we had a good debate this morning about another item, and I think this will be another good debate to share thoughts. I'm going to share my thoughts on this. So, like you and another councillor has already said, that whatever is done, if anything is done, it won't look the same. I think that's true to say. So, and I appreciate what Stephen has said about it, and to be honest, I've never really liked this installation on the outside of buildings, because I'm architect trained. I don't feel it generally looks that good. I suppose it could look better, although, having said that, I've been to Peterborough recently for the election, and some examples I've seen there have been not very good at all. What I've seen in Cambridge has been very well done. So it is a matter of how well it's done, I think. So just as Stephen said, I won't take too long, he did mention it was a Flemish bond. So for residents, that's just where you see an end brick in the wall. It's a type of bricklaying, and it just is a clue that it's a solid wall. So it's a 2 brick thick wall. There's no cavity. In the 1930s, in the last century, we introduced cavity walls, much better insulating. These walls are not insulated, except for the insulation the natural brick gives them, which is not a lot. So they're not very good. We need to do better for our residents. Contrary to what I've said at the start of what I just started to speak about, it's not really a viable option to insulate on the inside of the buildings, at least on the outside, to keep the thermal mass on the inside and all the other heat bridging problems, cool bridging problems that you get otherwise. So that's what we've got on the table. The Galt brick does have an attractive look. This is a natural material. Now here's the rub. I think that these brick slips, I mean, I appreciate the idea. It feels like you're just adding another, you're still working in brick, but you're not. The brick slips, I presume, are a cementitious-based product. Natural bricks, the Galt bricks are a natural clay product. It's a different thing. They look different. They age differently. Also, the clay slip, the brick slips will be, are in a stretcher bond, which is where you just have long bricks along the surface that will look completely different. The mortar between them, the existing mortar is a weather bond. On the brick slips, it will just be a flat pretend mortar gap between them. It's also lighter, it's more of a whiter colour, whereas the existing mortar is it's a light mortar, but it's not that light, it's not white. You'll notice the difference. So what I'm saying is that the brick slips, if applied to these houses, will look shockingly new, in my opinion, and will not compare to the existing Galt brick construction of the existing houses. So what I'm saying is I don't think that you'll get what you want if you have them. But another problem is the cost. So and I don't know if this is a planning matter, it may well not be. The cost of things is not normally a planning matter. So the fact that we don't get the funding for each house of £10,000 plus the extra cost of the Galt bricks, I mean, I'm saying all that, but officers, please correct me if that's not something we should even consider. But it is a factor in its application succeeding or not. So I'm not quite sure if the objector knew that in advance, probably not. So what I'm coming to in my conclusion is that the obvious answer is to do insulation on the outside, rendered as the applicant proposes in the best possible way we can, and taking due regard to the colour of the surface with regard to the existing buildings all around, and also the windows, as Councillor Thornborough said, and all of that, other aspects. And I remember I think the train cleaning thing in Romsey, I think residents got involved in deciding the colour of that. Maybe it's possible here, but I'm not quite sure how that would operate, whether we just ask residents who wanted to, or whether we ask the residents who live in the houses, or all residents in that community to decide. But we could certainly have some options on that, I guess. But I think it needs to be a light colour comparative to the Galt brick, but not the same, something slightly different, and maybe slightly darker perhaps, but not grey. That would be my opinion on it. And but I think in the end, this will be an absolutely great improvement to that housing. Residents are having to pay their utility bills, which are just going to go up again this autumn, we're told, and these are huge costs to bear. And also, you know, we need to help to do our bit for global warming. So this is everything is good about this, except I appreciate the street scene will change. But having said that, as the speaker said, it's 1/3 of the houses. I've walked around that square dozens of times, and it's because I'm councillor in that ward, and you know, there are variations around the square of people that have extended their homes or even built new homes because there's a bit of spare land each side of the semi-Ds. So although it will change the street scene, I don't believe it will change it in a catastrophic way. I believe it will change it, make it different, but I think it will actually not particularly be improved or not improved. I think it will just be different, and I'm not concerned about that in the end. Councillor Thornborough.
I think that we're going to get more and more of these applications coming through because all landlords are going to have to reach EPC level 3 in the next few years, and this is a very good way to go towards that. I also think that it is good to get consider the conditions, and I think what Councillor Lockmatover was suggesting is a good idea. But also, if the colour is conditioned, it may be possible that the officers agree, say, 3 different palettes, and that simple samples could be put up in Ramsden Square, and people can vote. You know, there are ways of engaging residents in a simple way going forward. Thank you.
Or I thought what you were going to say is there could be more than one colour. There's 37 of them, potentially. No, not on an individual house, but I mean on...
I have seen different, more than one colour on sometimes it's a different colour at a lower level than upper level. But I would suggest that the officers should consider the colour in relation to the windows as well, and then maybe engage with the residents.
Councillor Gilderdale?
Thank you. I feel like we've gone around this quite a lot now, but just to add that I think it is clear when you walk around that while the majority of the properties are the old colour, a lot of them have also had upgrades, and some have been painted. I think quite a lot of them have been painted brighter colours, so white, and I think there's a couple pink. So I think that it's not that all of the houses there are uniform already.
Yeah, did I see another hand up? Councillor Bageland.
Really, really. Right. This is one of those conundrums, isn't it? This is one of those problems where we know it's right to put the insulation on the houses. We know that's right. It's going to reduce electricity bills and gas bills and all heating bills forever. So we know that's absolutely right. But then that sits in opposition to the way an area looks and the aesthetics. And often here in planning, we spend hours talking about whether it's a cattle shed or a nice-looking building. And so this is a real problem. Where do we hold our principles here? In Romsey, nearly the whole of Romsey, or all the conservation area, is built in these Cambridge bricks. If and when the insulation comes to Romsey, what are we going to do? Are we going to oppose it and be Luddites and say, no, we can't have this? Or are we going to allow the whole of the character of Romsey to be changed? And I find this is a conundrum. We've done 300 homes, and it's great. And I'm sure if I lived in one, I'd love it. And I wish, in a way, I could afford to do my house. And that's another part of the problem. There's 37 houses going to be done in Ramsden Square. Are we offering the people that own their houses in Ramsden Square the opportunity to do this at cost, so that the whole thing can look the same? You know, and when we talk about brick slips, we have a sort of golden rule here, don't we? You can't redesign it on the table. And if we're talking about brick slips, we're redesigning what the council's application is. I guess my sort of heart is against it. But then my brain tells me it's something we've got to go with. And if we do go with it, it definitely shouldn't be bright white. That's not what this area is. You know, we should be able to be big enough to be able to find a colour, a render, that actually matches the existing bricks. But I would like to see the council coming up with an offer to the people that actually live in the close and own their own houses. So I'm still floating around a bit, but I think this is a very important debate, because whilst we don't set precedences, we are, and we will, because we're saying that the council can do 37 homes the next time one comes along. If we were doing this in Newnham, it would be a very different approach, very different attitude. If we were redesigning the way Newnham looked. So it's a problem. And I really don't know where I am, but I will be.
All right, thanks, Councillor. I think we should let Phoebe get a word in edgeways on this debate, and then we can get some responses to some of the questions that have slipped in between comment. So, although just to say on that, Councillor, if I may, is that not every house is a solid brick wall, so it does depend on what the property is like in the first place. But Phoebe, do you want to respond to the questions that you've heard along the way, please?
Of course. So in regard to your comment regarding cost, it isn't a material factor within the planning application, I don't believe. In regards to residents having an input into the colour, that could be worded into the condition that they have to take it to the residents for review on what colour it's put forward. I'm aware that on a different scheme that has been approved, there have been, I believe on Ross Street, there have been 5 different render colours approved, so they don't have a blank appearance. So I don't know if that's something that we can also take back to the applicants, but we can alter the wording of the condition so there is an obligation that the applicant consults local residents prior to the discharge of the condition. In regards to the programme of works continuing beyond 2025 and risk mitigation, this isn't a planning matter, it is a corporate council housing strategy matter and housing repairs, and so it's not something that we can condition as part of an application. In regards to the details around the bays by condition, they have submitted with the application the technical specifications of the external wall render they are using, which would cover details of how it would be attached to the property. I believe that's most of the questions answered. If there were any more, then please let me know.
So there was a suggestion stroke question about whether it could be offered to owner occupiers in the square as well or not.
That is not a planning matter. It's something that it would be a housing strategy question, not
Okay,
a
thank you.
planning matter.
So lots of hands, right? Okay, Councillor Fora, you were first.
Just say, I did ask about condition 4 to mention the bird nesting season, just to pick up what the applicant has agreed. And also what your and Toby's view would be on having some kind of condition to maintain it in a reasonable state. I mean, one would hope the council would, but, you know, as far as planning is concerned, they're just like any other developer. And I think that would offer some protection to residents, that it wasn't going to become stained and deteriorate without there being some active management, particularly as these are quite new developments, you know, for the city. We want to make sure they're kept looking reasonably nice, but I don't know if that is something you could condition. Thank you.
I think probably not, but Phoebe?
In regards to bird nesting, you legally can't disturb nesting birds, so we could add that as an informative onto the condition as a note. In regards to maintenance, I believe again this is really with the housing strategy rather than something we would be able to condition in this instance.
Right. Councillor Dryden?
Just going to answer a question you asked there. I know it's not planning, but a few years ago in Cherry Hindon, when they were doing brickwork on some of the houses because they were just single, no cavity, the council did offer that to people that had bought their houses, so they did pay and had done the work for both at the same time.
Okay, I mean, I think we could put an informative in to put to the applicant that they might want to consider whether owner-occupiers were interested in taking up this offer to insulate their homes better. Would that be a possibility?
I think, Chair, I mean, I know councillors are trying to be helpful, but this is kind of beyond planning's remit. I'm sure the applicant's listening in. If that's something that wanted to be offered separately, it could be. But in and of itself, it would require permission as well. So I would say not
No,
that suggestion.
okay, no, the answer is no. Okay. Anything else? More hands? Was there another hand before you, Councillor? I think Councillor Lokomatova was first, if I remember right.
Yeah, just to going back, is it possible to confirm the type of ventilation that has been installed? Because obviously we have put in new triple glazed windows and new insulation there. The house is going to be a lot more airtight, which is good news, but it's just how it's going to be mitigated in terms of ventilation. Sorry, I'm going back to kind of risk management, because the main purpose of this application is to improve energy efficiency and reduce carbon emissions. But just would like to make sure that it's robust in terms of its whether it's deliverable or not.
Okay, thanks, councillor. That sounds like a complicated question. Does it have a simple answer, do you think? Or
If you could answer the question about ventilation first.
let's try then. So what you got to say on that, Phoebe? You know, but you don't know, do you, probably?
We have conditioned the window and door specification that has been provided by the applicant, and it states that there is trickle ventilation, type is slot vent and through the head of the opening light, and there's trickle vent
just
within the
so
windows.
does that tell you anything, councillor, or it does? Do you not like what you've heard?
Normally, you would want extract vent if you lay it externally and put very airtight windows. So that's why I was kind of wondering how much rigor has been put into assessing this retrofit. So,
Not being clear, councillor, are you saying it's not acceptable to you, or you?
is there evidence that's sufficient in terms of ventilation?
I think we're in danger of going beyond policy and the remit of the application. I don't think there's a requirement through our policies to require this level of detail, even though the request might be well-meaning. I don't think it goes to the heart of the decision that councillors need to make this afternoon on the application, with respect.
Okay, I know there's more hands, so I can see that James Purvis is still here, so I'm going to use Chair's prerogative to ask one of the speakers to see if he can give a clear answer to Councillor Lokomatova, who wants an answer to that question. So, James, are you still able to speak?
Yeah.
So, did you hear the question from Councillor Lokomatova?
Yeah, I did, and I was very keen to... Yeah, thanks for inviting me to answer it. So, to just answer one of her earlier questions, we are following the PAS 2035 specification. That's a condition of our grant funding and the right thing to do anyway. In terms of ventilation, Phoebe was correct. The intake is via trickle vents in the newly installed windows, and then we have new fans being installed in bathrooms and kitchens, which run constantly to provide background extract.
Okay, thanks for
and
that.
That's in accordance with that PAS 2035 specification.
Thank you very much. Okay, thanks. Okay, turn your camera off now. So that's your answer, councillor.
Yeah, that's a very good answer. Yeah.
Okay, good. I'm glad we got that sorted. Okay, so who still wants to ask a question? Councillor Bennett, yeah.
I appreciate we have a choice between appearance and people's fuel bills and health. And I did look at insulation for my own house, which isn't the same construction, but I was told that I could expect possibly a 20 to 25% reduction in my fuel bills for going ahead with insulation. And that is a very significant benefit. I do not know if that's typical for the Ramsden houses, but I think I'd quite like James to let us know if he could shed some light on the quantum. Because if the benefit is of that significance, it's quite large in the balance compared to appearance.
Okay, so the simple answer to your question is no. We don't talk to the speakers generally. I use my chair's prerogative to ask them that particular question because I thought it was quite a technical question. It wasn't fair on Phoebe to try to get to answer that. I don't think we want to get into more detail with James now. And just to say, in terms of the substantive of your question and also what Councillor Bajan said, we're not quite faced with the question that you put to us that we do have. We are operating in a quasi-judicial committee, National Planning Policy Framework, local plan and policies. That is what we're considering this application within. So it's not that we have to just come here as residents, without any consideration of any of that. So that's what you have to consider when you consider this application, as is the case with all applications. So I think it makes it a lot simpler in that regard. So any more questions? No. Okay, let's go. Councillor Bora.
I just confirm, if we are having a condition for residents to have a different colour palettes, are we including windows and doors, as I think various councillors mentioned? And also, should that come via chair, spokes, do you think, vice chair, just so before it goes out to residents to make sure we're comfortable?
Yeah, no and yes. So I think, I'd forgotten about that, sorry. So I think what we need to do with that is that we shouldn't try to design a scheme of consultation on the table right now with us. So what I would suggest is officers go away, come back to chair, vice chair and spokes with a scheme, if they think appropriate, to consult with residents, if that's possible. But at least we're going to consult with us as chair, vice chair and spokes. And if we don't like it, by the way, we'll bring it back to committee so that we have a scheme that delivers, assuming it's approved, that delivers a reasonable outcome for people. Councillor Bajan, you had your hand up.
Well, I was sort of going to say that as well, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, good. Right. No more questions? In that case, we'll go to the recommendation. Oh, sorry, Phoebe.
Can I confirm whether we are, with the condition, requiring the applicants to consult with neighbours to confirm the colour, or for them to recommend the colour that they would prefer, and it come to ourselves, subject to the condition wording being run by chair and spokes, or whether the condition is then required to come back with the colour?
So what I was saying was I don't think it's good for us to tell the applicant what to do in this regard. They've come forward with a scheme that didn't include consulting with residents. We've raised the prospect of consulting with residents. I think what I'd like the applicant to do is to consider that option and come back to us as chair, vice chair and spokes as to whether they think that's a good option to do. And if they do think it, then they can come forward with a scheme of doing that, way of doing that, and then we'll say yay or nay as chair, vice chair and spokes, and then we'll do it. Is that as clear as mud or not?
Chair.
Okay, Toby.
I think committee needs to be clear. So the clearest option is to put the onus on the applicant to do some public consultation on a range of colour schemes for the finish of the render. And once they've done that as part of their conditional discharge, that they submit that to the council for discharge. I think there is a question there about whether committee want to see that condition come to it for its own deliberation, or if committee are comfortable for officers to determine that submission.
Thanks for that clarification, Toby. What were you saying there, Councillor Baden?
I think what Toby said is what I was going to say. And I think it comes to chair and vice chair and spokes.
Okay, Councillor Dryden?
Say residents, is it all residents?
I think it would be residents in the square. That would make sense, wouldn't it? All the residents that live in the square. I mean, there's about 120 or something, aren't there, I think, in that square. So everybody that lives there, every door would have does that make sense, Phoebe? I mean, it complicates things a bit, but I think it makes it a bit more democratic, assuming, of course, we do vote to approve this application. And then, as Toby said, and as Councillor Bajan said, that the results of that would then come back to chair, vice chair and spokes. All right? Okay, so let's go then. So a recommendation?
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendation is set out on page 189. That is to revise condition 3 to include not only the colour of the render to be submitted, but that to have been informed by a resident-wide consultation on the colour, and it needs to be expressly minuted, Chair, that condition, when submitted, comes through Chair, Vice Chair and spokes. And there is an additional condition also in relation to, additional informative with regard to the disturbance of nesting birds. Recommendation to approve.
Okay, all those in favour of that recommendation? Okay, the recommendation item is approved. Thank you very much. You okay to the next one? Yeah, no need for a break. Okay, a couple of minutes then, break, and then we'll come back to, so the next one will be item 10. That's Phoebe as well, because we'll go back to the one we missed, please. Thanks very much. Thanks to the speakers. Okay, welcome back after a short break. We're going to go back to item 10 now, which we missed, to go forward to item 10 to accommodate speakers. So item 10 is next, 261 Mill Road. Phoebe is the officer. No speakers. Thanks, Phoebe.
Thank you. So this is for 261 Mill Road, and it's for the change of use of a takeaway to a one-bed apartment. So 261 Mill Road is situated on the north side of Mill Road, on the junction of Belgrave Road. The surrounding properties are residential, including the first floor flat 261A, which is also residential, and it's opposite the Royal Standard Public House. The site falls within this is just a map of the constraints, so it falls within the Mill Road Opportunity Area. The site is just in here, and it falls within the district centre, Mill Road District Centre, and the Royal Standard Public House is a building of local interest opposite, and it also falls within the Mill Road Conservation Area. So this is a photo of the side elevation fronting Belgrave Road. You've got the door access here to 261A, which is the first floor flat. This here is the side gate into the rear amenity area, and this is the side entrance. And the front elevation still retains the shop front, and there is a door on the side elevation here as well. So the building was originally built as a corner shop, and the last use of the ground floor was as a takeaway, however, which falls within the sui generis use class. However, it has been vacant and occupied for a period of approximately 12 years. The existing floor plans have the shop to the front and a storage area to the rear of the site, and they are proposing to retain the existing footprint, retain the existing shop front, and the appearance of the door. However, this will be blocked from the inside, and they're retaining a single panel of the side window. This has been an amendment as part of the application, which has removed the Conservation Officer's objection to the scheme. So this is the existing elevation. You can see here, this is the double window. On the side elevation, it's going to be reduced in half. The shop front, the existing grills will be removed and replaced by windows. So these are the elevations, proposed elevations. There is also an addition of a window to the side elevation here and to the rear to ensure all of the rooms have natural light. This is a block plan here. So here, this area here is accessed via the side gate, which will provide access to the bin and cycle area for both 259, 261 and 261A Mill Road. And then to the rear, there is a shared amenity space for these three dwellings, which is considered acceptable in size for the dwellings. There has been a third-party representation and objection to the application regarding loss of jobs and that shop units like this should be preserved. There are also comments regarding the design and the windows which aren't in keeping with the conservation area. Officers note that they are modern windows, however, as the initial photo showed, the windows on that side elevation aren't currently in keeping with it. The Mill Road District Centre Policy 2 does outline that the acceptable uses at ground floor should be retained as shop units. However, this shop has been vacant since before the local plan was actually in place, and given the improvement to the frontage, and it's not considered that it would be a significant loss of a shop unit or jobs in the area. So officers are recommending approval of this and the key material considerations are that it will be a creation of a new residential unit. There is sufficient cycle bin storage and amenity provision for the new dwelling, and it will bring the building back into use. One of the key material considerations to consider is the fact it would lead to the loss of a retail unit within the district centre. Thank you.
Thanks, Phoebe. Debate? Councillor Bagent.
Oh, I lost my voice. Chair, this is really about whether we allow a shop front or a shop to turn into a residential unit. It's been empty for 10 years, or it's not been trading for 10 years. I suspect there probably are people already living inside there. I think this is just an academic approval, and I suggest that we move quickly to the vote.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Bora.
I do note Councillor Bagent, but I'd just like to see, can the officer comment a little bit about, obviously it's not been marketed for a year. I appreciate it's been empty for 12 years, but obviously it is a requirement that that is marketed. So could you just comment? I mean, obviously it is clearly a takeaway. It's clearly not particularly attractive as it is. So I think I generally take your point that it would be better to be in residential use. But I think it's just important to address that for the residents who've objected. Thank you.
Thank you. And on the ground floor plan, it says 56 square metres. In the text, I think it says 50 square metres, but both are compliant with space standards, so I guess it doesn't matter too much that there's a discrepancy. Other than that, those questions, please, Phoebe. Oh, sorry, Councillor Thornborough as well.
I can't understand, on the ground floor plan, it shows an external door from the bedroom. And I can't see where that is on the site plan and how that would go into the shed. I don't know how they get into the shared amenity space. I think there's a little, the site plan is very difficult to see. I think there may be a back of a wall and a kind of area. Yeah.
Phoebe, I will go first anyway. Phoebe?
In regards to the marketing, it has been vacant for 12 years, which does sort of carry some weight into it. Additionally, regarding the viability of it as a takeaway, it actually has no extraction units. So there will be a significant issue regarding odour if it turns back into a takeaway. It will also require planning permission for any extraction units to be installed, because partly it's within the conservation area and because of the side access onto Belgrave Road, which is part of the reasons that it isn't necessarily suitable as a takeaway in this instance for any hot foods. It also will lead to noise issues as well. There is also a unit on the first floor above the takeaway or above the shop unit at the current time. So again, that would impact noise and smells for that unit. For those reasons, marketing we haven't considered in this instance, and those are sort of part of the reasons behind that decision. In regard to the floor plan, I'll just bring it up quickly. There is a door on the rear elevation as existing, and that's going to be retained. So it's here, so there's two separate windows, but there's a door that will lead into the back passage for cycleway and bin storage. I think that's all of the questions.
Yeah, thanks, Phoebe. Is it all the questions? Looks like they're okay. Yep, thank you. Okay, as Councillor Bagent said, it's very straightforward, I think. Looks like good to get another dwelling in the city, really, to be used. And decent size as well. So, Toby, recommendation?
Chair, recommendations on page 179, that is to approve subject to the conditions as set out with minor amendments to them delegated to officers.
Okay, thanks, Toby. All those in favour of the recommendation?
That's 5, Chair.
It's unanimous. So, item is approved. Thank you very much. So, thanks very much, Phoebe. So, moving on to the last item of the day for planning is item 12, 1 Maris Lane. Dominic, you're online. Hello again. No speakers. If you want to present the item, then please, Dominic.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, can I just confirm again you can see the presentation?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. Yes, so this application before you is at Maris House, which is number 1 Maris Lane in Trumpington, and the proposal is for the demolition of a garage sited within the curtilage of the main residential dwelling of Maris House, which is Grade 2 listed. And due to the age being pre-1948, the garage, which is proposed to be demolished, is therefore curtilage listed. Hence, this listed building application is required to be determined at committee. With regards to amendments since the reports and plans were published, there are none to note in this case. And just to clarify the scope of the application, the proposed demolition of the building in accordance with the General Permitted Development Order, which is the legislation controlling demolition, does not require full planning permission or prior approval. The demolition is to be assessed purely under this listed building consent application. Therefore, only the impact of the proposal on the listed building can be determined within this application. This is the location plan for the site on the right. As denoted by the blue line here, the applicant is in ownership of a large area of land to the west of Trumpington High Street. The garage is just here outlined in red. And just to note, the listed building consent applications such as this, there isn't the same requirement for red lines to extend to the public highway, hence this red line here is acceptable in this case. And on the left is just an aerial view of the site and the surrounding area. It may be hard to see, I've got photos later on in the presentation, but this is the garage just here beneath these trees. This is the host listed building here, and the surrounding grass areas of its surrounding curtilage, and the access from Maris Lane is just here. And this is a GIS map of the site, so the red hashed areas denote listed buildings, including Maris House, which is here. And the site is also located within Trumpington Conservation Area, but the boundary is not visible within this map. Here are some site plans for the proposal. The left-hand plan just shows the garage as existing, and the right-hand plan shows the site following the demolition of the garage, with the existing space to be covered by a continuation of the hit and miss fence, which is here just carried on to fill the boundary. It's just some historic maps of the site. On the left, a 1885 map of the site showing the area of the building there, and then on the right hand side a 1927 map which just shows that there have been changes to the layout of the site when compared with the existing building which is on the site now. Some photos of the site. So firstly, this is the view looking into the site from the access onto Maris Lane. The garage which is proposed to be demolished is this building here, just behind the van. This is the front of the garage, so facing west. One of the reasons stated within the design and access statement was due to the limited use of the garage was due to its width, not being suitable for many modern cars. This is a closer view of the southern elevation in the garage, and one of the other reasons was due to failing tiles within the roof that had rendered the building unusable. And in terms of comments on the application, the only consultee was Conservation, and they've raised no objection to the proposal. Due to the multiple changes and alterations that appear to have been made to the building over time, they therefore concluded that the demolition would not harm the setting and or character of the listed building of Maris House. And there have been no third-party representations received. And therefore, overall, officer recommendation is for this application to be approved, subject to the conditions set out in the reports pack. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Dominic. Debate. Councillor Borrow.
I just wondered why it didn't come forward with the new garage, which is obviously another live application. Will that, or presumably requires listed building consent and planning consent, and is that likely to come back to committee, or will that be probably delegated if there's no objections? So it would be nice to see the two together, but thank you.
Yeah, often they do come together, don't they? Often separate items, but in the same agenda. Any more questions for Dominic? No, all I'd say, it's a shame to knock it down. But I don't know if we can stop it particularly in a reasonable way as a planning committee. So, Dominic, do you want to answer that question?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, often, as you say, listed building and householders do come together, but in this case, the householder for the garage didn't come. The only reason this application had to come to committee was because of the demolition of the listed building. The householder application for the new carport doesn't require listed building consent, given that the proposed structure was detached from the listed building. So it was purely approved under a householder application, hence it not being taken to committee because that requirement wasn't met.
Okay, any more questions? Yeah, Councillor Bajan.
Can I see the pictures again, Chair, of the actual garage?
Pictures of garage, please, Dominic, or a picture? Which one do you want, councillor?
Yeah, there's one front end
Face on, Dominic. The one with the blue doors.
Yeah,
that's
great.
it.
Seems terrible thing to pull down. It's part of. Well, anyway.
I agree with you, councillor, but, you know, we don't own the land, do we?
Yeah, well. When somebody says they're going to put a carport in its place, this is in the site of a listed building and it won't be coming to planning committee. That just seems like bad. Sad.
Well, in the end, it's up to the applicant as long as they observe the rules, and it seems that
If we give them permission to knock it down, yes, Chair.
Let's not beat ourselves up over it. I mean, we can only, you know, stick to the rules, and that's what we're doing. So I think we'll go to the recommendation then, please.
Chair, the recommendations on page 195, that is to approve, subject to the planning condition as set out below.
Right, all those in favour of that recommendation?
4, Chair.
Against?
1 against, Chair.
So the
3
item is
abstentions.
approved. Thank you very much. Thank you, councillors, for a long day. Thank you, officers. Thanks, Dominic. You're not here, but thank you. And, oh, yeah, the appeals report. So, oh, is that someone online, is it? Oh, to note, okay. Did you want to say anything about that at all, Toby, or not?
The only thing to note is that the item of interest, which is the Cambridge Don sculpture enforcement notice that's been appealed, is being heard as a public inquiry on the 6th of August. The council's case officer, Lawrence Moore, is in the final throes of settling his proof of evidence, as is the council's public art officer. So we are intending to put a spirited defence forward to the inspectorate for the removal of the sculpture.
Does everyone know what Toby's talking about? Yep. No? Yes, we do. Okay, good. Councillor Bora.
Yeah, I was just going to say, could we be sent the details of where and when I don't know if we've actually got that already, but it would be useful certainly for ward councillors, but I'm guessing for anyone on planning. And also I had one question on page 199. Someone's appealing against conditions imposed, which I've not seen before, for 67 Shelford Road. So I just wondered if you could say what that was, which conditions they were objecting to. Thank you.
Thanks, councillor.
I can clarify that post-committee. I'm not familiar with that scheme, but I can bring myself up to speed.
Right, okay, we're done then. Have a nice rest of the day. Thanks very much. I think you can take us offline now, yeah.